Torc, the off-road championship, presented by AMSOIL, pounds through the season's midway point after intense battles at the Big Dog of Grandin. Pressure starts to tighten its grip as the podium chances dwindle, along with championship points, and the season ramps up with intensity. Pro light driver Keegan Kincaid is on a roll with 2 wins in Grandin, pushing him up to 3rd. In round 5 at Bark River, Pro 2-wheel drive Chad Hoare took a big hit on the track and in the points. Now he's chasing CJ Greaves, who's fresh off back-to-backs at the Big House Brawl. And in Pro 4-wheel drive, Johnny Greaves sits atop the leaderboard, but the Jenkins brothers are closer than they appear in his rearview mirror. Torc is back at Bark River for more dramatic racing action. Welcome to the nation's premier off-road racing series, Torc, the off-road championship, presented by AMSOIL.
Welcome everybody here. We're at Bark River International Off-Road Raceway as we get ready for the first race of the morning. It's day 2 here. It's the Throwdown in UP Part 2. And we've got classics and stock trucks coming out here, taking the green flag, going into turn 1.
How about that? Started off the second we come live on air. We're live here in the Sportsman Racing 631 out in front of the classics. Scott Mueller. Hi everybody, I'm Robbie Floyd. Scott Rain to my right. And Scott, it was a good race yesterday, and it's always a good race when you have this many cars and trucks on the track at the same time.
Yeah, you like the fact that there's cars out there racing against trucks. Nowhere else in the country you have this scenario, and it was a blast yesterday watching this. Stock truck lineup has LB Boniface, who actually is in the hospital right now. We got reports that early this morning he was texting his crews and hey, there better be somebody in that truck this morning. I won't be there, but somebody better be driving it. Yeah. Well, guess what?
Tim is.
Yeah, his crew chief Tim's out there driving that 546. We also got Lon Jaski in the 573, Brandon Rouse in the 511. This afternoon we've got, let's see, Brian Fuchs out there in the 599, Glenn Diesel Shanik in the 593, Corey Marquardt, current points leader in the 590, Sam Jacques in the 505, and Hunter Meyer in the 566, and that's our stock truck lineup.
So we want to say get well, LB, and we know he's probably watching online even in the hospital, and yes, Tim is in the truck. Hope he's doing you right. We'll find out here shortly.
Just kind of a replay of what we had yesterday. We've got Scott Mueller out there in the 631. Pulling away in that Monte Carlo. Yesterday's winner, though, is coming up right behind him, trying to pick a pass for position. That is Dale Chestnut in that blue Bronco, going up against, I believe that's Ken Platt in that 612, that red and black Chevrolet.
Good race for second place there as both of them heading into that first turn, the 613 and the 612. The 613 of Dale Chestnut, Keith Platten in the 612 just behind him. Both those guys racing for position. I want to remind everybody, if you're not familiar with the Sportsman or the Torc Series races, we do have a competition yellow at the halfway point where we will restack the field and they will take off nose to tail.
Leading right now, oh, they're 3 wide. The stock trucks are 3 wide coming through turn 3. As our classics crest the corner, there's our leader overall right now. That's Scott Mueller rounding the corner, coming out of the cemetery turn.
Heading into that area over there is one of the fastest turns you'll see on all season. Ricky Johnson telling me fastest he'd ever been in. He go in a big Pro 4s, you can almost be 100 miles an hour throwing it into that turn. And yes, there is a cemetery on that right-hand side.
You can see right there, we've got some stock trucks coming up in the back of some classics. And we go back up front. There's our leader, the 631 of Scott Mueller. Was very, very fast yesterday. We kind of called him Squirrel a little bit also because very fast, but made a mistake here, then would gain back up on the pack and make another mistake. But the thing is, that car is absolutely unreal. He fell back to the pack
didn't he have
yesterday.
He had a flat, didn't he?
Yeah, and then he came back and actually podium. So that is one wild, wild sounding Monte Carlo.
Yeah, I believe he come back to second place. If my bad memory serves me correctly. Again, everything I say is officially unofficial, especially when it comes to sponsors, because I've been known to mess up for you, and I want to go ahead and apologize to Bobby Runyon, a.k.a. Robbie Bunyan, because I just murdered his sponsors yesterday, but I'll try and get them right today.
You screwed up bodybuilder.com.
Well, I got that part right, but I said a truck and tire combo that wasn't correct. So Scott Mueller still leading. Dale Chestnut in second, 612.
Kenneth Platten right now running in third in the 687 of Mike Mishler. In the Classics, right now leading in the stock truck is the 599 of Brian Fuchs, with the 593 of Diesel Shandik running in second in the black Ford.
That's his old truck, the white one.
Oh, I believe that's Tim out there driving, right?
No, Doug.
Doug.
Doug Clements is driving that truck. My old truck, the old triple nickel.
All right, we were told Tim is driving it, the crew chief, but okay. That's actually that's Boniface's truck, I believe. Let's see, the 546. Yeah, that's Boniface. He's actually sitting in the hospital right now. I'm sure he's got the laptop opened up and watching it right there on his belly, huh?
Absolutely. I'm sure he is. If he can, he is.
There's the Culver sponsor. In fact, I'm sorry, we've got, oh God, here we go again. Nick Baumgartner up here with us in the booth. Nick, you're in your backyard, man, once again. You're traveling, global traveler, frequent flyer, mile accumulator, and you're back home here in the UP.
And I love it, and I'll tell you what, we're slowly getting that truck faster, and we're going to get it to the fight very soon. We didn't get to go qualify, so we will start in the back of the pack for the pro lights, but it's good. Get me back into passing and figuring stuff out.
Well, it's good to see you back in short course. I know it's been about a year or so since you've been back here, so it's kind of cool to have you back in the sport. As our leaders are going by in Classics right now, that was Dale Chestnut running in second. Scott Mueller still maintains the point. As you can see, a great camera angle right there as our field crosses the Boss Snowplow finish line. And we've got a Classics pulling off the track. That's the 696 of Eddie Androsco. So Androsco pulls off the track. As the 599, Brian Fuchs still leads in the stock truck.
So cool, though, to watch someone get their chance to go drive a truck again. I mean, he's never raced a truck, and he's out there in that truck having a blast, going for a pass now.
Well, from what we were told a moment ago, that the truck owner, LB Boniface, is in the hospital right now, and he, like I say, he texted his crew saying someone had better be in that truck this morning. I don't care who, just somebody.
Well, he bought that truck for me about a week before Crandon, and in Crandon he rolled 9 times, and then he came here. He hasn't had the best luck in his start of his off-road career, but he definitely wants to see that truck out on the track.
So it looks like we'll be taking the competition yellow this time by, as it looks like Richie Kuloff is ready to pull onto the track with that Pro 2 two-seater, the double zeros. There it is, the competition yellow. He'll jump onto the track right in front of the pack. And Scott Mueller will be right behind our leader. Uper water. How about this? I've never seen that. We're getting handed to us right now, Uper water. Wait a minute. But it's bottled in Wisconsin. It says right here on the label, it's Uper water, but it's bottled in Wisconsin. Sold by Upers. Yeah, we know. It says that right there. Yeah, we know.
You betcha.
It's going to be a long race with Nick Baumgartner up here in the booth. I can see that happening right now. Well, we're under competition yellow right now, and Nick, when you're on the yellow flag lap like this, and you got an entire lap in full circuit going around this racetrack, where you're checking gauge, I should say, what are you doing? Are you talking to your spotters, looking at gauges? What are you doing?
Talking to the spotter for sure, kind of reporting to him what's going on with the truck. Is the truck still working well? And maybe answer some questions when they ask you, well, why'd you make that mistake? Kind of explain yourself, maybe have some fun.
So it's a very short lap, so to speak, because you're constantly answering questions of why you did that.
Why'd you do that? Oh, I don't know. I was trying to give her.
Well, real quick, talk about the team you're with now. You guys just threw it together before Crandon, and it's kind of working pretty good.
Yeah, I'm on Team Sleeko. Awesome bunch of guys. I'll tell you what, it's cool for me going in there. Everyone, if you know me, you know I'm a little goofy, and these guys, they're so good.
A little.
Just a little bit. But it's a great crew. We have a lot of fun. And together, we're working together, and we're getting better at it every time. And we're just getting closer to that fight and closer to that fight.
Well, it's a scary combination. We got a couple of guys from Canada teamed up with a guy from the UP.
Yeah, and all that means is very polite all around. Good people.
Well, you can see our field is making its way down the Caterpillar here, our Cooper Tire Hill. We got still being paced by our two-seater Pro 2. Scott Mueller leads the field right now overall in that black number 631 Monte Carlo. He's got our current points leader and yesterday's winner, Dale Chestnut, right now running in second. So those two battled back and forth like crazy yesterday afternoon in the Classics race. We're going to see what's going to happen in just a moment. Right now, also leading in the stock truck happens to be Brian Fuchs in the 599, that silver Ford. Fifth, I believe, fifth place in line. So in a moment, we'll be taking a green flag. Now, to find the start, we've got those two orange cones up there on that hill, and there's like that orange zone, we'll call it. Once the leader touches that first zone, he can accelerate at any time.
Absolutely, but that's where these guys in the back, they need to be buttoned up close. My old truck's definitely leaving a gap.
Green flag is out. Here comes Mueller one more time. Chestnut in tow. Heading into turn number 1. And once again, almost perfect track conditions for the first race here this morning. Our stock trucks are still 1, 2, 3, and 4 very, very tightly meshed on that racetrack as they make their way into turn number 3. Here comes our leader overall in Classic, Scott Mueller. Diesel still running in second. We got Marquardt running in third. Marquardt in that blaze orange Chevrolet still, it's our current points leader up on the podium yesterday afternoon. Yeah, Diesel. Yeah, I had to ask him. I found out yesterday why they called him Diesel. I thought because he was a big guy. Well, he is. He's a big guy. But he used to own a diesel repair shop.
Oh, nice.
So you got that plus being a big guy. It works
I
for
didn't know
him.
if he's running a diesel out there.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for somebody to do that. That's kind of a cool idea. Mueller pulling away from Chestnut. How about that? About 15 car length lead right now over that blue Ford Bronco. Our Classics have pulled away from the stock truck. Here comes Marquardt. Marquardt goes into the corner on the outside, will duck to the inside on the exit, pulls up alongside, trying to take over second place. And it looks like, oh, he kind of got bounced off to the side. Will lose the spot once again. Still close enough to attack, though.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see a good run off of this hill here. Marquardt will definitely send it.
And our leader overall, Mueller just nailed the outside of that dirt berm in turn number 2.
Oh, and he's broke.
May have broke something on the right rear because he hit it that hard. In fact, he's slowing.
Oh,
right rear flat tire on our leader. Right rear flat tire. Chestnut now up front with Mishler in second and 612 of Kenneth Platt in third. Tough break from Mueller as he pile drive the outside of that dirt berm in turn 2 and knocked the tire off the bead. See a good shot of it right there. Didn't take much as that thing just peeled right off. Even with bead locks, that tells you how hard he hit that outside dirt berm. Here comes our new leader once again. That is our current points leader as well, and yesterday's winner, Dale Chestnut, as he's absolutely pulled away from Mishler and the rest of the field. And there,
Marquardt up one spot.
Yeah, Marquardt made the pass.
Looking for the pass again.
Now going for the lead.
Just got to make sure on this uphill he doesn't get wide out into that loamy stuff. It'll pull him out there and eat him up.
He may have learned a lesson last time. I think he's being on the patient side, not going to try to attempt the pass there. As now Mishler is getting a little bit of battle now for that second spot in Classics with Platten. Platten now right up on his back bumper. There's Platten right now. You can see the battle for second and third right in Classics. Official has it, and that sedan, here comes Platt on the outside, sets himself up for the corner, he's got the spot to the right turn. It looks like Platten will make the pass as we go back towards the stock truck race. That's Lon Jaski trying to battle for position. Let's see, we can't quite see a number. Who's he running with? That is, actually, that's 546. You should know that. That's your old truck.
Absolutely, I know. Maybe I should talk more rather than watching and trying to figure out what he's doing.
Yeah, quit spectating and start working here, man.
Ah, it's hard. It's hard, man. It's a good race always with these guys.
It's hard to work.
It's hard to work.
Yeah, you know what? I see you as a guy that doesn't like to sweat.
Oh, I like to sweat. But just, if you can play for a job, it seems more fun. But I still pour some concrete, put in the hard hours.
And still, Marquardt hasn't made the pass for the lead. He's still riding that back bumper, though, battling for position. That Blaze Orange Chevrolet going after that silver Ford. That is in the stock truck division. Meanwhile, up front, it's all Chestnut once again.
I think Marquardt's got to let him know he's there.
I kind of think he knows. I mean, in a moment, you know, in situations like this, when you're on the track, I mean, you kind of know that there's somebody back there. You don't need to be told, do you?
Well, you don't need to be, but if someone, I mean, and not deliberately, when you're in a straight line and they tap you, that'll get your nerves going, and that's when you either see someone drive really well or make a lot of mistakes.
So now it looks like the 505, that's Sam Jacques. Oh, I was just about to say he was battling for position as well for that last podium spot, and he gets squirrely coming out of, that's a white flag. No, wait, that's a checkered flag.
That's a checkered flag.
I never saw the white flag. It looks like it's going to be the 599 across the line. That'll be Brian Fuchs taking the win. Marquardt will take second. The 505 of, no, it won't be the 505. It'll be
590.
590 of Corey Marquardt up there as well. So we'll take a moment. We'll head to the podium in just a second. Meanwhile, we'll be back with a few words for our sponsors right after this.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them. And then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, oil gauge, everything's pegged. The Amsoil product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
The fastest name in radio control.
Welcome to the Park River International Raceway. The Ivy Resort Casino is pleased to sponsor the exciting off-road races this weekend. Congratulations to the Park River Lions Club for the fantastic job they have done to make this weekend such a great success. To all the race fans, have a great time. Boss Snowplow invites you to enlist in Snow Care for Troops. Snow Care is a nationwide program underwritten by Boss Snowplow, which refers to local volunteers that provide snow removal services for the men and women serving overseas. After all, trying their driveway system. It's Coca-Cola.
I'm going to swing over here to Mr. Once again, man, you look like you're hot, sweaty. Do you like starting your weekend morning like this?
Oh, absolutely. This is the best way to start the morning. These guys, this is a fun class. These guys are great guys to race with. We had some issues, some mechanical issues this weekend with the transmission and stuff, but we're glad we still got to be up here on the podium.
You know, all the stuff going on out there, I always say this, with all the action going on, how are you able to kind of like keep your mind concentrated on what you're doing out there?
Oh, you just got to stay focused. Like I said, it's fun racing with these guys. It's a great class, great bunch of guys. So they're all fun to, on the track and off. So I do got to thank Cooper Tires, Subway of Crandon, Rockin' Robbins, Lauders BP, Schaefer's IGA. Cooper, they've been giving us such a good tire. That's what's helped me get up here on the podium. And I got to thank all the guys that helped me on my car. They worked on it all night to get me back out here.
Nice job, man.
Thank you.
All right, Mike Mitchell finishing third. We'll come over here to Ken. And again, Ken, you kind of like were battling back and forth a little bit. And I thought you may have had something for our leader, but he kind of, like, at that flag, he kind of took off and hid from you.
Yeah, you got to wait for Crandon. We'll have him. One of these days, we'll have him. I'm always behind him. But
you know he's standing right there.
Yeah, I know. I got some backup over here in case something happens. But
you think these guys have fun out there or what? Yeah. But I mean, can you give us a little speed secret? What you got up your sleeve?
we got some changes to make. Just keep your eyes open for Crandon.
All right, nice job, man.
I'd like to thank local 139 operating engineers. They backed me pretty good. You know, Waz Polish Pickle, Legend Erecting, Iser In, my crew, Randy and Paul, my girlfriend that puts up with me working in a shop all the time. She hates it. But she wants me to quit, but if I keep doing this, maybe she'll let me do it.
You do realize now that you have a girlfriend that for every $1 you spend racing, you have to spend $2 on her.
Yeah, she likes to do that too. She just, you know, she likes to spend the money, but.
You want the shovel now or later? Because you're going to be needing it pretty quick.
She wants to put a for sale sign on it too, but she's good to have around.
Well, Ken, congratulations, man.
Thanks.
All right, we'll come over here to this guy, Mr. Chestnut. You know, Mr. Burley, what do you call it? I mean, you kind of like this race, you kind of let it come to you a little bit. And then once the flags came out and once you saw that guy that was leading there, Mueller, for a while, you just took off after that.
You know, I kind of knew I was going to have to fight through everybody, wanted to save the truck for the second half. Once I was into second, I was comfortable there. I knew it would be a battle getting around Scott, and I just kept pushing and pushing. And finally, I pushed him a little too much or something, and he went a little wide, caught the wall, and unfortunately got a flat. But, you know, I was going to work him over trying to get around him, try and stay clean, though.
Well, it looks like that you're pretty darn clean up here in this fire suit. You were mid-pack or so towards the front. Worked your way towards the front at the halfway point, but still, damn clean fire suit.
Yeah, it dried out pretty quick out there. There was a lot of roost, but it was mostly dry stuff, so it wasn't bad at all. So I'd like to thank my sponsors, everybody that got us here. Double D Services, Control Solutions, Off-Road Fraternity, AMSOIL, ATD Transmissions, BFG Tires, everybody else, Carey Enterprises, everybody that's put us up here, helped us get here with all the support, the contingency, everything else, and really got to thank my crew we worked till about 11 o'clock last night rebuilding the front shock mounts on the truck, but evidently it worked out fine.
Exactly, man. Whatever it is you're doing, that formula's working, so don't change a thing.
Yep, we're getting her dialed in pretty good.
All right, once again, here's our top 3 finishers. Taking the win this afternoon, Dale Chestnut, second. Kenneth Platten and Mike Mitchell take third. Our Classics division. Diesel, you did it again, man. I'm not going to ask you how you got your name this time, though, but you're on the podium for the second time this week, and it's got to kind of feel good right now, huh?
Oh, definitely. Feels real good. All the hard work my team puts together, this is for you guys, and I just thank you guys a lot, Well,
so you got to touch on that a little bit more because you got the pro guys out there with the paid crew members, some volunteers, but they got paid crew members out there. And that's their jobs during the week as well. But you guys are either volunteers or friends or neighbors or whatever it may be, and you guys put in just as much time as these pro teams.
Oh, yeah, we put in a lot of time. My team's usually at my shed 3-4 nights a week working on it till 10, 11 o'clock at night every night. And we work on it late nights here to get everything ready to go, and they put in a lot of hours.
Well, congratulations, man. 2 straight podiums up here, and you guys are doing something right.
Yeah. We'll figure it out. We'll be in the top spot one of these days.
They're standing right there, too, just so you know that.
Yeah, I know. Got to be a little bit intimidating.
Well, congratulations, man.
All right, I'd like to thank my sponsors, Schenecker Roofing, Bill's Auto Repair, Wapaka, Napa, Weiland Trucking, Woodlot Management, and everybody else that helps us get here.
Nice job. We'll see you in Crandon.
Thank you.
Well, come on over here to Mr. Marquardt. No, you can stay right here in the middle. I'm sorry. It's so close, but not quite enough, man. You were battling out there, but he was able to hold you off. That Blaze Orange Chevrolet always seems to be working its way towards the front, though.
Yeah, hats off to Brian. He deserved it. We could get up to him, but couldn't get past. He was running my line, and I had to run the outside, and it just didn't work. So hats off to Brian and Bob on his first win. That's awesome. Thanks to Bark River Lions Club for putting this on. More, USAC, everybody that's a part of this is awesome. I'd like to thank my sponsors, McGuire Sports Bar and Grill, Todd's Custom Paint, ATD Tranny, Jane's Classic Touch, Andy Arndt for awesome job on the shocks. My wife Jody and the kids, they just came up this morning from the wedding. So everybody else, the Lena that supports off-road racing, and the crew that keeps the truck going, thank you.
Well, I just want to, where's your wife at? There you are. Just so you know, he was up here yesterday, and he did call you out. He did recognize the fact that you weren't here, but he called you out. So I'm covering you, man. I got you back. All right. So he called you out yesterday. Congratulations.
Thank you, Scott.
All right, let's come on over here to this man. You know what? How were you able to hold him off? Because you were definitely feeling the pressure those last 2 laps.
I don't know. I just drove my line and held her there and hoped they didn't catch me.
Well, he did, but then again, he didn't. Catching you was one thing today, but passing you was a whole other deal. How were you able to pull it off? I mean, I don't know if you guys have spotters. They were helping you out, or basically you're just doing it by instinct.
Well, we do have a spotter, but I lost him halfway through the race. So that half of the end of the race, I did it all on my own.
Well, what was it like out there? Give us a little synopsis of what that race was like.
Oh, it's insane, man. It's a great feeling. Nothing like it.
Well said. How about some of the people behind the scenes that helped you out?
Well, I got to thank Bob Reinhardt and his wife, Carrie, his dad, Pointed Iron Works, Cattail Tap, TNT for helping us get the tranny in last night. Without them, we wouldn't have been out here to win today.
Well, here's the other thing is now that this truck has won, no pressure on Reinhardt because he didn't win yesterday.
No, but he won last Barker River.
Well, okay, you got me on that one. So, oh, well, you know what? Congratulations, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and thanks to everybody.
One more time, let's hear it for our top 3 finishers in the stock truck division. Our first 2 races here this morning at Bark River International Off-Road Raceway.
But we still have plenty more to go. The 1600 light buggy coming up next. It's the Sportsman division. Later on this afternoon, we'll have Torc, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL, but the 1600 light buggy coming up next.
Emergency safety crews depend on their gas-powered equipment to start when they need it. That's why they use VP small engine fuels, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. Designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Welcome back, everybody, once again here at Bark River International Off-Road Raceway. It's day 2 of the Throwdown in the UP, part 2.
Yeah.
The word of the day, I think, forever. I'm Scott Raid.
We call it round 10 now of Torc, the Off-Road Championship as well. I'm Robbie Floyd. Yeah, it's our 10th stop of the year so far, but since we're in sportsman racing, we've only covered a few of these. Well, this will be our 6th event as far as these Midwest off-road racing events, but welcome everybody watching around the world that have been following it on TorcSeries.com. It's a way to find that, and later on in the day, we'll be on the YouTube, on YouTube on the Motor Trend channel.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole different deal, I think, today than we had yesterday as far as the pro racing. A lot of drama, a lot of controversy yesterday afternoon. Going into last night back in the pit area, we'll elaborate a little bit on that. Some of the story bylines that we were able to be a part of or kind of get wind of, rumored of last night taking place in the pro pits. But Bark River's always kind of produced that kind of atmosphere. I mean, we go back a year or two, 3, 4 years, and if the fans you remember, it was the Ricky Johnson and Johnny Greaves show. Well, it's kind of shifted a little bit to a couple different players, and I think we're going to see that come to shall we say, a boil here this afternoon.
I think that's actually how they're going to open up the show on the NBC network. Actually, I think it was 2012 when Johnny and Ricky got into it, and Ricky had some words about Johnny. We cannot say over the air, and there's a few bleeps thrown in there, but it's a fast, aggressive track, and I think your aggressiveness on it comes out in your emotion as well as a driver, and that pays dividends as a fan because we get to be on the receiving end of that. But you like to see guys that are pushing 100%, and at this track you have to, or you're just going to get left in the dust.
Well, there's 2 things to think about, and you're at a high speed. This is one of those Talladega-type tracks as far as off-road goes. High speed, well, you got high speed, the big, long, high-speed sweeping corners. There's going to be hard impacts.
Hanging it out there.
Exactly, and with that also being said, keep in mind, though, the passion. You're going to see the heated battles. The guys really wear their hearts out on their sleeve. I mean, they live and breathe and die this kind of thing. So when there's controversy, they feel they've been wronged, that's going to come right out to the surface and vice versa. So, I mean, this kind of track here in Crandon both produce that kind of atmosphere.
Yeah, I know. We're taking a look at the crowd and some of the fans starting to make their way in. It's still fairly early here, even though we're on the Eastern time zone. I believe, what is it, about 11:35 here. But these are partying fans. They come out here for it's an event.
That just tells you what kind of party it was last night if they're still straggling in now at almost noon.
And you only had to walk. Well, I mean, campsites are still a quarter mile or further away on the property here. So, but yeah, it tells you it's not just an event. It's an atmosphere. It's a happening. It's a spectacle. and it's definitely a bucket list item if you've never been to Bark River International Raceway.
Well, you can see right now that we got our next race coming out onto the track. That is a 1600 light buggy, 22 cars. This is a limited class. This is, I guess you could say, the starter class. Even though there's some drivers out there been in this for years, they love this class. They want to stay here. They don't have any dreams or any wants to kind of go up, step up a class and make it a little bit quicker. But right now, this is the starter class. Stock VW motor, air-cooled with a restrictor plate. Stock VW suspension components. Very limited travel. So basically your butt's about 6 inches off the ground. When you have 22 cars battling in open wheel vehicles, this could get kind of hairy. Here's our lineup on the front row. We've got Barry Wallen in the 117, Greg Booth in the 134. This afternoon is going to be Stephanie Padel in the 144, Craig Rabe in the 126, and Eric in the Lafreniere is in the 152. I got my hand slapped this morning at the breakfast line about that one. Lafreniere is in the 152. Todd Lemke in the 109. Bo Ambos in the 188. Derek Tilkins in the 121 will start 8th. Starting 9th is Billy Booth. He was in the podium yesterday afternoon in the 151. Brian Holzer had a really good run going until he broke yesterday afternoon towards the end of the race in the 100. Matt Mullen was on the podium yesterday. He starts 11th. Greg Stingle, once again, our current points leader, starts 12th in line. A full inversion. He'll be starting 12th. Today we've got Hannah Zipper starting in the 13th spot in the 192. We've also got Glenn Hook. Ross Hook's dad is out there in the 112.
Ross Hook's dad?
14th. You got it. Nick Visser's in the 180 in the 15th spot. Tom Benevenuti, he's out there in the 156 from Canada. Dylan Marquardt in the 122. Herman Barnum starts 18th in the 182. We've got Kirk Graff in the 137, starting 19th. Anna Rabe will start 20th in the 124. Ben Alcox will start 21st in the 136. And Zoe Thielman will start last in the 107, starting 22nd in her second race ever in her career.
And she did good yesterday. Did we already have a Marquardt already in that last? Was he in that last race?
I'm not sure if they're rated, but yeah, Corey Marquardt ran in the stock truck, so he was actually up on the podium as well. So we'll see if that Marquardt name can make a repeat.
And we saw Stingle yesterday. He was fast. He got hammered again by the inversion, didn't he? It seemed like yesterday he was around 12th, and he worked his way up into 6th on the first lap. So I believe he's that orange cart, orange buggy, I want to say cart, but orange buggy about 6th row outside.
Green flag is out here. They come into turn number 1. Waller gets the early jump coming into the corner of that red car's Booth.
Contact and 4 wide, and they're banging wheels, and that's Pagel or Stingle, excuse me.
We got a car, 2 cars, 3 cars turned around.
And he was on the inside collision. There was a collision further outside, but it's never good when you go 4 wide into a first turn. I don't care where you're at.
And another car gets turned around. Stingle falls all the way back to 15th.
That's
in the first turn.
Lafreniere, so one of our front runners, top 5 on the start, is spun around. He's going to be back there near the back.
So the 134, Greg was running in second. And Stingle's on the hunt.
Yeah, he made up 6 places on the first lap yesterday. Even though he spun around, had to start to back, I'm going to guess he's going to make up 5 this time. It has to from a complete standstill.
As our leaders make their way towards the dog leg right before the Cooper Tire Hill, here they come.
.126 up in there. Craig Rabe looks like he's in the 4th position on the inside, possibly. Yep, now into 3rd, making a pass.
Our leaders once again making their way coming off the starting line, jump into turn number 1. Wallen's had the lead since the drop of the green flag, but he's getting a lot of heat right now. As they're 2 wide through turn 1, it's the 126. Craig Ray goes from 3rd to 2nd. He'll move up 1 spot. Now going after our leader.
That's Barry Wallen. He's on the inside. Oh, doubling up a little bit. But again, 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that Stingle already into 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th place? So, yeah, the same position. If he gets by this guy, he'll be in the 6th. I said he passed 5. What did he do? He passed 5.
That's Lemke running in that 3rd spot. Tillman's running in fourth.
Now he's up 6 places. So Stingle picking up right where he left off yesterday in an orange buggy. But there's still races throughout the pack, though. That's awesome.
And he's doing it much quicker than he did it yesterday as well. Because if I remember right, didn't he kind of hang around 6th or 5th until the competition yellow and then took off? You can see the battle right now. That's up to the front of the pack. That is, 5, 6, 7 cars.
Look at that. 1, 2, 5th place. Stingle's got it 2 wide, and he's looking to make a move into 4th now. And he was 7th when he came across this start-finish line. And yes, now he's into 4th place. He just made a pass on the 109.
That's on Lemke.
Yep. And got by him. And dude, he might be leading this thing before the competition yellow today.
Now he's going after Tilkins, who's directly right in front of him right now. Tilkins on the outside. Tilkins trying to make a pass on Rabe. He pulled along the outside in not a very good spot. Still on the outside. He may make it stick. That's the one thing I've noticed.
Pass to the lead, it looks like. Can't figure out who it was. The car that was on the outside right now.
Lemke.
He is on it, but there comes Stingle. Stingle makes a pass for 3rd. Oh, a contact, and they're hooked up. They are hooked, and they finally unhooked. That could have been bad news going into that right-hander.
Tilkins goes inside of Lemke. Tilkins now has the lead.
Oh, and Stingle missed a shift, and he just drops way back, or at least loses 2 positions. He was in 3rd, drops now back to 5th. Make that 4th as he makes another pass.
So we got a brand new leader. Tilkins will be scored the leader this time by the Boss Snowplow finish line. Tilkins starting at 8th spot, the 117 of Wallen. He's in 2nd. Rabe still 3rd. Lemke is 5th. And he's got Stingle right in front of him.
Lemke now trying to set up that outside line. Maybe he's taking the Johnny Greaves Expressway, and it looks like he does pass somebody on the outside. That's what I'm going to call that, the Johnny Greaves Expressway, not necessarily cemetery turn.
Tilkins has a pretty good lead right now. Looks to be about 12, maybe 10, maybe 12 car lengths. Is that Stingle now in a 2nd?
Yes.
Oh, game over.
And he was in 3rd, even heading into
game over.
The Expressway. One of those guys actually catching a foot or 2 of air off of that jump of the. These are stock buggies, so they're not, or light buggies, so they're really not going to catch much air on that jump, but occasionally they will. And it looks like maybe starting to work possibly towards a little headwind, but definitely a left-right wind on that Cooper Tire catapult.
I'm thinking that the guys on this class all got to throw like $10 in a kitty or something like that and have a bounty on Stingle or something. Yeah. First guy that beats Stingle, top spot in the podium, gets that bounty.
Watch this. He's gonna. I have a feeling he's gonna be in front before he crosses the start-finish line. He has just been on it in this portion. In this section here, he was in 5th place on that last lap. He's in 2nd now, and he missed a shift. But watch this. He just sets up so well, and he really likes making passes going up the uphill as you head towards the back half of the track.
I got to call out Holzer. Brian Holzer now running that 4th spot. He came out of nowhere, worked his way forward. So he's got to be moving pretty good right now as he's in that 4th spot. Here he comes. You called it.
But he's on the outside. This is unfamiliar territory for him. He's usually on that inside. So does he shut the nose? Does he chop the nose a little bit? No, he gives him plenty of room.
There, oh, man, talk about, 3-4 cars apart from each other.
He was too nice.
Stingle has that inside line. So he's got the advantage, even though he may be back a little bit. And he stuck his nose in there. Stingle, our new leader.
Good run for him, and that was a very courteous drive by Greg Stingle. He's normally on that inside stuffing it in on people. That time he had a driver at his inside, and he gave them the room that I'm sure he would like to be afforded because normally he's that guy on the inside.
He helps everybody off the track, back in the pit area, during the week, back at home in the shop. Because you're only as good as your competition. He's the first guy to recognize that. And right now, that guy's got the lead and pulling away from Tilkins. And it looks like Padel may have moved up into the 3rd spot. So Padel's moved up 1.
Look at that race for 4th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars that are really on top of each other for 4th place. So we will have that competition yellow this next time around. You see the Torc pace truck pulling out on the track. So next time around, we will re-rack them and restack them and get ready for the second half of this race. But look at that race for 4th as they head down to that first turn. And we're seeing some dust already today, and it's only the 2nd race. So an unfamiliar portion of the track, too. A lot of guys trying to take that inside line, getting a little dusty.
You call it. They're still battling for that 4th spot. We just had a pass a moment ago as here comes Stingle. He'll take the flag as a leader. The competition yellow is out. Flags are waving. He'll cross the line and begin to slow. As Token crosses the line, Padel in third, the 174. Matt Mullen will cross the line in the top 5 as well. So as the rest of the field crosses the line, we're going to step aside for a moment. We'll re-rack everybody back in the back section and come back for the second half right after this.
Before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. A tire like Cooper's revolutionary new CS5 with premium touring innovations for the way real drivers really drive. That's real life performance. Because life's a road trip. Come on, let's go.
Welcome back once again. We're here at Bark River International Raceway, just down the road, about a mile and a half or so from Bark River, Michigan. This is day 2 of the Throwdown in the UP, part 2. This is the second weekend we've been here at Bark River, and it's so nice to be coming back here for the second time. Traditionally, they've always run 2 races per year here, and 2 races in Crandon and wherever else the schedule may take us. So it's kind of cool to be back here once again. This has been the big weekend of racing for Bark River, traditionally every single year. And from what we saw yesterday and getting ready for today, it's going to be kind of cool. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Greg Stingle already at the lead, or at the point in the light buggy class. He'll be taking the green flag in just a moment. He was right around 5th or 6th, I think, before he took the green flag yesterday. And Robbie, you got something here.
Yeah, AMSOIL, the official oil of the Torc Series. Whether you drive off-road, on-road, or the trailer on the water, AMSOIL is for any engine. Visit AMSOIL.com to learn more. AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. Also, do you operate skid steers, wheel loaders, bulldozers, or backhoes? If so, do what Torc does. Rent or buy dependable Cat equipment and generators from your local Cat dealer. With a location near you, Caterpillar offers the most productive and fuel-efficient equipment on the market today at a price you can afford. And last but not least, Cooper Tire, an official series partner of Torc, the Off-Road Championship. Stop by the Cooper Tire display where you can win free T-shirts, hats, backpacks, and more. You can also win a set of Cooper Tires by following all of the live updates on Twitter at Team Cooper Tire. It's all brought to you by Cooper Tires. Life's a road trip. Come on, let's go.
Green flag is out here. They come into turn number 1. Stingle has the lead, but he's got a mirror full of Tilkins. How about, I got to call Brian Holzer up into 3rd. Matt Mullen right now in 4th as they come around and complete lap number 1 in the second half of this race.
I'm curious to see who's strongest in that 3rd, 4th range, because those guys are really on it and on top of each other quite a bit. And it looks like that 151 putting pressure in there. Billy Booth back around there in 4th. That 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, they were really competitive, really racy in that first half of the race. But now it's go time as they head over there near the Johnny Greaves Freeway. You like that? Am I okay saying that, the Johnny Greaves Freeway?
Sure. I mean, he was faster yesterday. He made 2 incredible passes on the outside, taking a line that nobody else.
Oh, the outside.
On the outside. I mean, I'd like to get out a measuring stick and kind of measure how far his back tailgate was to that outside wall as he made those passes.
Yeah, it was awesome. I know Chad Horde, we can call it the Schwinn Freeway for him because he bicycled that thing big time heading over to Cemetery Turn. You see the 172 of Greg Stingle. This is the 1600 light buggy here for our second race of the Sportsman class.
This is going to be interesting because somewhere in that back section, Brian Holzer made a pass on Tilkins for second. So Holzer now in second. So he may be just a tick faster than Stingle right now. It looks like he is starting to pull away from the rest of the pack and reel in our leader.
So yeah, he's into second. It's go time for him right now. Stingle, if you're holding a little something for later, I don't think you should, because yeah, He looks fast. I think he is making up time. We might have a battle for the lead here in just a second. Hey, third, fourth, and fifth aren't too behind either. Again, we're going to be coming on with Torc the Off-Road Championship a little bit later on this afternoon, going live at 3:15. So those of you, tell your friends to watch it on the Motor Trend channel on YouTube. Torc the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL later on this afternoon.
Our leaders making the way down the hill towards that long left-hand sweeper. We call it Johnny Grease Expressway, Freeway, what'd you call it? Yeah. That long left-hand sweeper into that tight corner by the cemetery. They make the turn, that left-hand turn up over a series of jumps. Billy Booth has the advantage right now over Matt Mullen. Here they go. This is for a battle for fifth, I believe it is. Here they come towards the Cooper Tire Hill. Well, the gap between first and second remains about the same as it was on the last lap, but you know what? Brian Holzer's not going away in that number 100, that blue and white car.
And when you look at the starting grid, these are guys that started 12th and 10th respectively, so they had to work their way up through the field, so they know some passing lines. Catching up to Stingel's one thing, getting by him is totally different.
Yeah, it's going to be real interesting. In fact, Tilkins, Booth, Holzer, Mullen, Stingel all started from 8th on back, and now they're battling up front. So I hate saying it because we're very close to the dairy state, but it looks like the cream has risen to the top, so to speak.
That was good. All right, there's your one cliche, local cliche for the day.
And Stengel's pulled away a little bit in that last half a lap or so. The advantage now to about 10, 12 car lengths. We take a look at Booth. Booth and Mullen battling for position. That is for fifth right now. Booth in that 151. There's a good shot of Booth right now as they head around that Johnny Greaves Expressway. Nice job calling that one out.
Yeah, and Booth sits fourth in championship points after that third place finish yesterday behind Matt Mullen and Greg Stingel. So he's still in it, although he's got almost half as many points as Greg Stingel. It just shows you his dominance. A 28-point advantage with only, what, 5 races? After today, only 4 more races remaining in the Moore Series.
So once again, it looks like Stingel has maintained the same gap back to Brian Holzer as he did in that last lap. But now Holzer may be fading just a tad as he's got third, fourth, and fifth now starting to reel him in a little bit. It looks like the white flag is coming out this time by. Time to take those gloves off and toss them out the window because 1 lap remaining, man.
Do that. Those are protection devices.
I kind of meant boxing gloves.
Oh, okay.
The aggressiveness of the driving styles.
I'm messing with you.
I know.
I still like second place. Holzer trying to find new lines, trying to set that right front up there on the edge, right up against those tires in that first turn. Well, they say never give up. Don't ever give up. That's Jimmy B's motto.
There's the white flag. It's waving for Stingel. Oh, how about Holzer? Made up a little bit of ground in that last half lap or so. Tilkins, Booth, Mullen, Lemke all crossing the line to the top 5. Here comes the rest of the field. As it's the 117 of Wallen, the 126 of Rave, and the 134 I want to say that's Booth as well. Yeah, Craig Booth. No, they were all battling for the top spot earlier in the race, so it looks like they had faded a little bit in the second half as we go back up front. Oh, man, here comes Holzer. Holzer's made up a ton of ground in that last lap.
What you got, what you got, what you got. This is the last lap, only, what, about 1/3 of the track remains. Uh-oh. What do we have? We have a full course caution.
Oh, here we got 2 cars got together, looks like over to the left side of the course in turn 3.
Full course caution on the last lap. What does that mean? Or is it? No caution, no caution.
Course, no.
I saw them take out in the middle of the
track. One
track.
car's gotten back underway. We'll see what the situation is.
So they're hauling Boutte over there. The only time we saw that yesterday, when there was a full caution, looks like they got things going, and you see the service trucks out of the way fast. So yeah, no caution. I was wondering what they were going to do on the last lap.
Alcox is back underway, and that's the 37.
Look at that race for third.
Kai Groff. And here comes 2 corners remaining. Stingle has the lead. It looks like he'll be able to hang on one more time. So it looks like Singleton was. We got a great battle for third right now. Stingle takes the win. Holter in second, and Tilkins will hang out for the third as he was getting beat on.
By Billy Booth.
Yeah, by Billy Booth. As Lemke crosses the line in the 4th spot.
Who was that third? Tilkins? Is that what he said? Tilkins was at third, and Booth just worked him over because Tilkins kept going inside, almost brake checked him. It had to be 37 times in the last 2 turns because he kept taking the inside going so slow, and Booth was set up there with momentum and just kept ramming him. But I guess, you know, if you're Tilkins, you say, I'm going the inside, I'm going to make you go around the outside of me. And I promise you, he has to have some whiplash. It'll be funny to hear what he has to say because he was going so slow taking those insides, and Booth was set up. And he didn't like that too much. We'll be back with more in our victory podium here right after this.
Before you get in, get going. Get gone.
Their generous Rapid River knife. Used by the outdoorsmen.
We're down here at the podium for the second race of the morning, and of course, once again, we're waiting for Stingle to make his way up here. We'll need a lot of cold water for him, as well as probably a respirator. Ella, you want your own water? You want your own water? Come on, you can have it. You want a water? Have his. You want his? No? I wouldn't either, man. His lips have already touched it. You know what? Here we go with our first race. I should say second race of the morning, and once again, we've got our light buggy guys up here, 22 cars strong, and it looks like all three of you guys had a little work out there. You're probably the moneyest of the bunch of them, but you had to work your way through the field just the same, and I got to call you out, man. Nice job. As we get ready, Derek, that last half a lap, you were getting nailed. I think Robbie called it out where you probably got punched about 10 times that last half lap.
Yeah, I knew I couldn't catch Brian, so I was just taking it easy and protecting the inside, and they can run into the back of me all they want as long as they're back there.
Well, congratulations, man, because that was a wild race out there. A lot going on from like 10th on forward. The thing is, all you guys up here on the podium started about mid-pack, and you all had to work your way through the field. So consequently, obviously, you guys really deserve this one.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I got to thank Badger Race Wraps and Pro World Race Parts, Madman Chassis, my parents, and family and friends that came out to watch today. Thanks.
Nice job, man.
Thank you.
All right, Derek Tilkins, come over here to Brian. And Brian, once again, it's kind of a cool, for a moment there, it looked like for 2 laps or so, you really had something for Stingle, but something happened. I don't know what happened, but you kind of faded back a little bit. But in the end, it was all Stingle.
Yeah, no, when he's old front, he's touch to catch. Thought maybe on the start I could have got a little, I don't know, if I had a better start, maybe I would start in front of him. Maybe he would have stayed back there, but once he's old front to the clean track, it's tough to pass. But still a fun race and a good points day.
Well, I mean, as far as the racing goes on the track, there's a lot going on back in the pits. I walked the pits last night in all the classes, kind of looked around, and all these cars, all the trucks just looked like they were just needed a lot of work last night. So I'm sure you guys were no different.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. Track was good, a lot of spots, just really rough. So you hit the jumps too hard and rough. And anyways, yeah, need a lot of work. My brother-in-law's car, he had to put a whole new front beam on from yesterday. So we were definitely wrenching too.
Well, it looks like you got a little fan up here, and she's kind of like, turn this way, dear. Honey, turn this way. Turn away. Wave at the camera. Wave. Right here. Wave right there. There you go. You happy your daddy up here? No? I tried. Well, congratulations, man.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank Peshtigo National Bank, Renard's Cheese, and Holcher Brothers Incorporated for getting us up here, and all my friends and family that get us up here.
And when he says family, he means, I think it's a family union every race weekend. So once again, congratulations, Brian Holcher and the entire Holcher family. Jump up here. Hey. You did it again, but this time a whole lot faster than yesterday. Were you kind of like, okay, I'm going to show Scott today how to do it the real way, or what was that about?
Well, actually, it was a lot more work today. I mean, there was a lot of bumping and banging, and I come to a dead stop once, and we took back off, but everybody was kind of beating on everybody the first couple laps, and we got out here in the back corner, and I was going way out in a wide groove, and everybody else was standing inside, and I was making time on them. Once I could get past them, it's your race to lose as long as you don't make mistakes, and I've been doing this for 22 years, and like I said, if you don't screw up, you're hard to catch.
Well, now, come Crandon, the walk is a lot shorter to the podium from the racetrack. Do we still need to get you like a golf cart to get you to the podium there, or are you okay?
I'd bring oxygen, actually.
It is all uphill.
Oh, yeah, but Crandon's going to be fun. That's going to be a short track adventure. So, I mean, we're going to run a small track, a lot of laps. It's going to be tight. It's going to be a good, hard race in there.
Well, it's always fun watching you, man. It's like you always seem to start. What is it about the full inversion that you always find yourself mid-pack? Do you think you could draw a number where you're like a little closer to the front to start with?
No, you don't want to be up. You're leading the points. You're going to be back further. That's part of the competition of it. I don't know. It's fun to do. You got to learn how to work cars. You start out front all the time. You don't learn how to do that.
It's always a blast to watch you, man. There's no doubt about that. Blaze orange car sticks out like a thumb, and it's fun to keep that thing all the way through the race and watch your lines. And maybe, just maybe, this guy, very close. Both these guys were kind of pulling you in there for a moment.
Oh, yeah, they're good competitors. We've raced against each other for many years, and I've been beat by them vice versa more than once.
Congratulations, man.
Thanks.
Once again, our top 3 finishers in the light buggy division, 22 cars, top 3 in the podium right here.
So there's the podium finishers from the 1600 light buggy. We still have plenty more sportsman class racing coming up. Next will be the Super Truck Formula 4x4 and the Limited 4x4 here shortly.
Ready. Drive.
And 90 degrees up on 2 wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate Gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Husqvarna is the world's largest producer of outdoor power products. Husqvarna offers a full line of lawn and garden equipment for the homeowner and the professional. Chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, lawnmowers, tractors, and zero turns. Husqvarna has everything you need to get the job done. Stop by the Husqvarna display area to find out how you can save 10% on your next purchase of Husqvarna outdoor power equipment. Torc brings you closer to some of the biggest names and best trucks in off-road racing, but big things sometimes come in the smallest packages. With a My Passport drive from Western Digital, you can store your life's biggest moments on a portable drive that fits in your hand. Follow @Western Digital and tweet using the hashtag #WhatDriveSYou for your chance to win a My Passport. Western Digital, absolutely. #WhatDriveSYou.
Well, we want to welcome everybody back here to Park River International Raceway, just outside of Park River, Michigan. All of about, I want to say 350 people or so. Is that what Park River's?
What?
I want to say it's only like 350 people or so down the street.
It's less than that. I'll give
Am
you.
I close?
I'll give you the official. No,
500?
No, it's more than that. I think it's actually it's over the 1,000.
No.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
No. Have you been to Park River?
Dude, I'm in Park
Really?
River. What are you talking about?
I'm like looking around. How many people live in Park River?
1,700 approximately is
Really?
Yep, that's what I have. What happened? You traded in your Bloody Mary for a Dr. Pepper.
I'm waiting for a refill, and I haven't gotten one yet.
And welcome everybody
Yeah.
on board, because Scott is drinking out of it might be an adult beverage cup, but he's drinking Dr. Pepper here. But they have the best Bloody Marys of any motorsports event I've ever been to here at Park River, and I don't normally condone drinking.
On
but
tap.
I didn't say there had to be alcohol in it. It could be just, excellent tasting tomato juice. But it's a great breakfast. A lot of stuff here for the locals. Those of you watching around the world, they have a 50-50 event, a raffle here where 1 ticket for $1, 3 tickets for $2, 10 tickets for $5. Yesterday it was almost $4,000 is what the fan received. And he could have just bought 1 ticket for $1, and somebody won, $3,900 and some odd dollars. It wasn't me, but you're saying there's a chance I could maybe win today. Always make sure to hashtag Torc. TORC, no matter what you're doing, whether it's tweeting, Instagramming, Facebooking. We've got a lot of drivers out there Facebooking, tweeting, and Instagramming. We want you to do the same and make sure that you show everybody and let everybody in on what a great time you're having at Torc, the Off-Road Championship. Now, this is the sportsman part of our day, Scott. It gets better as the day goes on because the big bad boys start at about 3:15, and that's when they lay the hammer down with the bad stuff.
Well, and the thing is, in the Sportsman Series, you start the morning with the stock trucks and the classics, and that's like the grassroots boys. Those are the guys that basically pull the old Monte Carlo up from behind the barn that's been sitting there for a few years.
Love it.
Throw a couple shocks per corner and a roll cage on it, maybe some juice in that motor, and go out and have some fun on the racetrack. And I'm telling you, I'm pretty darn sure that they have just as much fun and are just as adrenaline-ridden as the guys running in Pro 2 and Pro 4.
And probably getting much more of a workout.
Yeah, that, and I think the return on their investment dollar, if you want to call it investment, probably is a lot more.
Yeah, you could buy several of those stock trucks or classic cars.
A whole car lot.
For what one motor of Johnny Greaves costs. And when you hear him out there on the track and a little bit in that, when you hear the whine of that Toyota, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, it's a whole different animal, I think, if you're a sportsman driver. This is what you do. This is what you do for fun. This is your passion. This is what you live for. You take your vacations based around race weekend. You take off Friday. You take off Monday. And you get off work at 5 on Thursday, and you're on the road to the racetrack. You might not get there till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Set up your stuff, and you're ready to go racing for the weekend. And
Dude, I had to take off Friday and Monday just to get up here from Texas. How far from the Arctic Circle are we?
I couldn't tell you.
It's got to be close.
I just know that we're just north of dead center between the equator and the North Pole.
Yeah, I think the Arctic Circle's got to be close. It's way up here north. We talked about the weather conditions yesterday, today, very much the same. Actually, more blue skies. Not as many clouds. I kind of want to see the clouds start to roll in like it did yesterday. Some even heavy bottom-looking clouds, but they never dumped any rain. But I think that cloud cover really helped hold the track yesterday. You see the Caterpillar crew out there doing a great job. They really kept the track in primo shape. Already this morning, I see it a little bit drier than it was yesterday. But that doesn't mean the track's going away. That just means it's a little drier than it was at this time yesterday.
Well, and the thing is, obviously, you can look at the track right now. I see one of the Caterpillar blades out there on the track on the monitor. But the guys are staying on top of it. We said that yesterday. They're throwing more water down already, I think, at this point this morning than they did all day yesterday. So that kind of tells you how these guys can read the dirt, read the track, recognize where it's needed. Well,
you call them the dirt whisperers, don't you?
Pretty much, yeah. Jeff Nordstrom knows how to read that track. I mean, he knows he's built hundreds and probably thousands of motocross tracks and off-road tracks. He's spent probably upwards of 5 weeks right now, or 4 weeks in Sturgis, building that track, because we're going to be out there in a couple of weeks.
How much are you looking forward to that event? Just in case you didn't know and you've been sleeping under a rock somewhere, which is quite possible, especially here at Bark River, because there's a lot of people sleeping in some unfamiliar places if you've seen the campgrounds back behind me here throughout the week. But we're going to be in Sturgis at Buffalo Chip in Sturgis, South Dakota on Tuesday, August 5th and Wednesday, August 6th. Yes, weekday racing. So maybe just take off a couple days during the week, come up there, and yes, that is during bike week. You could not ask for a better scenario having these type of fans, but which are also Harley fans, by the way.
Yeah.
Having these type of fans and getting to see off-road racing. Jesse James of West Coast Customs fame, West Coast Roberts, he's going to be there racing as well. What, in Pro 2?
He'll be in a Pro 2. Actually, he's going to be driving, trying to remember here, a Toyota
that guy.
Pro 2.
He's going to be driving.
He's actually going to be out there in Troy Retzloff's number 211. In fact, Troy will be out here. He won yesterday's race in Super Truck. He'll be out here in just a moment now, once again this afternoon, but he'll be actually, Jesse James, like you mentioned, will be running Troy Retzloff's 211.
That's cool.
And they're going to be doing a little bit of work to that to kind of convert it from a Super Truck to a full-blown Pro 2.
So what's the difference between those two? Because we'll see the Super Trucks here shortly.
A different motor, more horsepower.
Quick change.
Probably different shocks because with different speed or higher speed.
Because you're going faster.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, transmission to go with the motor plant. Basically, the whole drive line, different gearing. So it's not going to be just an overnight change. It's going to be pretty drastic. But the thing is, when Kirk Greaves built that truck, they probably had that in mind, that Troy Retzloff would expand that truck from a Super Truck someday soon into a Pro 2.
So that's a cool deal. But, yeah, we will be in Sturgis. Have you thought about getting a bike or finding a bike while we're there? Because I don't know how far away we're going to be.
You know me now. You know me by now. Do I look like I'm cool enough to ride a Harley?
Well, no.
Really?
I just figured.
I can't pull that off.
You could get your wife to go. She could ride the bike, and you could sit on the back.
No, that's probably the best possibility of me being on a bike.
Yeah, I see this man and woman in front of me going, he did
Shut
not
up.
just say that, did he really?
Shut up.
Because you're be that guy that sits on the back while your
Look,
wife
she's
screws around.
laughing at her. Shut up.
Yeah, it could happen.
Why, is that what you guys do?
And then your wife could wear that shirt and say, if you can read this shirt, Scott fell off the back.
No. This is going to be one of those kind of days, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's going to be one
I
of
hate
those.
it because everyone's chuckling over here.
Yeah, because they know it's true. Sturgis coming up here very shortly.
There's way too much laughter going on in front of the booth, man. This is just not right. I'm a serious commentator.
Yeah.
I try to be.
Hey, it's all good. We know that if you want to experience extreme radio control excitement with Traxxas Traxxas offers nitro power, electric power, and the tire-melting X01 supercar with top speed over 100 miles per hour. Traxxas is the fastest name in radio control. Traxxas trucks are ready to race with no assembly required. You can see action-packed videos and a full product lineup at Traxxas.com. That's TRAXXAS.com. Traxxas cars, trucks, boats, and helicopters are available at hobby stores worldwide. They're also available right here in the pits just behind us. They got a place where the kids can drive, but also some demos where the professional drivers literally try and wad those trucks up, and it's amazing what they go through. MagnaFlow is proud to be the official exhaust sponsor of the Torc the Off-Road Series. At MagnaFlow, we're dedicated to building durable, quality products. Manufactured in the USA with cutting-edge technology and premium components, we produce exhaust systems that perform and sound great wherever you drive. Join Team MagnaFlow on Facebook and Twitter. And whether you're a sponsor pro or a weekend warrior, VP Race Fuels are purpose-built to grab the lead and keep you there. Extreme off-road conditions bring out the best in VP. VP Fuels make more power, are more consistent, and they're easy to find. For more info, visit vpracefuels.com. Now, I know they just came out with that small engine fuel, SEF or whatever. They came out with a small engine fuel so you can use it in your line trimmer or a lawnmower. But if you're into racing, into off-road racing, you've been using VP for years, and there is nothing better than waking up and mowing your lawn in the morning with VP. You could have a, I don't even know, a 108, a 113 in your lawnmower, a lot more octane than it needs. But gosh, just pouring that blue fluid into the tank and just smelling her light up. And you know what? I'm crazy enough. I'll throw a little Maxima 927, or something. No, actually, I'll go throw some AMS oil in there and just let it smell good. Some two-stroke oil of some sort and just make it smell good. Even though it doesn't need it, I figured it helps the rings seat a little bit better.
Dude, you are wound up.
Yeah, I'm fired up.
Wow.
Did they put some
pull the string on you?
They put some Red Bull in my Bloody Mary this morning, or my, what do we call it, the Bark River Powerade?
They did something to your cup. I don't know what it was, but it's
I got
working.
rid of it. That's what it is.
The next race coming up will be the Super. It will be actually 3 races in one. It'll be the Super Truck, Formula 4x4, and the Limited 4s. And I was told earlier this morning that instead of starting them all at one time, coming down across the racetrack, it'll be basically almost like 3 separate flags, some kind of gap between classes. So you know what? Before we get ready for the next race, let's take a step back and have some words from our sponsors. Once again, we're at the Throwdown in the UP Part 2. We'll be back right after this.
Start the cameras. All right, stand up on the exterior step.
I'm going home now.
Husqvarna's latest innovation is based on a simple fact. The Earth is not flat. Its hills, valleys, and uneven terrain inspired Husqvarna to create a line of all-wheel drive mowers that help make easy work of any mowing challenge. The Earth isn't flat, but with a Husqvarna all-wheel drive mower, it sure could feel that way. Find the all-wheel drive mower at your local Husqvarna dealer and Lowe's.
Once again, it's Bark River, Michigan. We're at the suburb, which is known as the Bark River National Off-Road Raceway.
The suburb of what?
Bark River. We're parked right now in the suburb of Bark River. It's the racetrack. Racetrack is the suburb
of downtown, which is about
mile and a half.
Mile and a half. All 1,700 people.
I'm not buying that 1,700. I mean, unless the borders of that town are like really scattered over miles.
Maybe that's what I said. Bark River and surrounding areas. It said approximately 1,700 though. That's a lot of people.
Yeah. I think that would actually make it bigger than Crandon.
They count it probably during race day.
Yeah.
They bring in, a few of those people.
Well, here comes our third race of the morning, and it's going to be 3 races in one, 3 separate classes. First one coming on the line will be the Super Trucks. We got 9 cars coming out here. On the pole will be Dave Bayer in the 205, Mark Peterson in the 222. He was on the podium yesterday. Troy Retzloff, the 211, won yesterday. That is the truck that Jesse James will be driving in Sturgis in a few weeks. We've got Jerry Edgerton starting 4th in the 220, that Monster Energy Chevrolet.
And Dan Badeau's out there in the 217 driving for Brian Bancroft. Starting 6th will be Kevin Hanegraaff in the 266, Tim Nelson, the 148. Jimmy Ritterbusch sounds very strong out there in the 224, and Matt Sulk in the 228. The next class in line will be the Formula 4x4. I'm sorry, the Limited 4s will be coming out next. And there's 3 trucks in that class, and that is Milan Mesnick in that black Ford number 69. Al Drew starts next to him in that red and yellow Ford number 32, and Dan Badeau will be out there in that 17. And the 3 trucks in the back will be the Formula 4x4. Michael Plotz will be in the 454, Ryan Redmond in the 402, and yesterday's winner, Dave Mia, and that red Bronco number 475. You can see a little bit of a gap between each class, and they'll be extended a little bit more as they make their way along that long left-hand sweeper right before the drop of the green flag. Kind of keep these guys separate a little bit, as there definitely is a difference in classes.
You told me Edgerton's truck is the one that Jesse's going to be driving?
No, the 211. There'll be Troy Retzloff in that Aaron's.
That's good. Retzloff, that was actually the one I just wasn't paying attention on which one it was out there, but that motor sounds strong in that one. So if he's putting a stronger motor in, that's going to be something special, because I don't know what he has in it, but that thing had some zip to it. Whenever you hear a motor like get RPMs really quick, that's always a plus.
Kind of wondering also if by chance that Jesse might be tuned in watching this right now, kind of checking out that truck. I think he was yesterday, according to Troy, and some of his guys that he may have been tuned in. They don't know for sure, but I kind of wonder if he, Jesse, there's your baby right there, that 211 Aaron's black and red
Welcome
Toyota.
if he is. I think he lives in Texas now, my home state, so it'll be good to meet a fellow Texan up there in Sturgis in just a few weeks. Just a couple of weeks, and I get to take my big vacay, going to Mexico, baby. This is like vacation to me. This is my racing vacation, but I get to finally step away and take one with the wife.
You can see how that gap is starting to stretch out a little bit. That's what the guys wanted. They had that in the driver's meeting this morning. The pace truck's off the track, the green flag's in hand, and it is waving. We're underway with the super trucks taking the green flag. Here they come to turn number 1.
And they cannot pass until after they hit that jump, and we've got a pass already for second place. Might be for the lead here in just a second.
Dave Baird got a bad jump up the line. Something may be happening there, as it's to the 222, Mark Peterson, and yesterday's winner, Troy Retzloff, running 1 and 2.
Remember I said Retzloff's motor sounded really good, and he got one heck of a jump, and he's already into second place. And you see the back half of the split competition. We might wind up calling it as a combined class, but 3 classes in this one.
Pulling the whole shot in the limited 4s will be Milan Mesnick, and he's got Dan Badeau right there inside him. Badeau trying to find a way around. Also in the Formula 4x4, it looks like Ryan Redmond pulls the whole shot. He's leading in that class. And yesterday's winner, Dave Mia, is running in last in a 3rd spot right now as he's trying to work his way through. Michael Plas right now running in 2nd in Formula 4x4. As we watch up front, it's still Peterson with the lead. Here they come towards the Cooper Tire Hill. Retzloff still running in 2nd. Looks like he's being a little on the patient side, which is characteristically, yeah.
Say it, come on, get it out. You got to do it.
Very much unusual for Troy Retzloff. The hardest job, I think, for a spotter is to keep him calm, cool, collected, and patient.
What's it going to do, though? If he takes the lead, then they still re-rack at the end. And maybe you push a little too hard, maybe break something. So right now, it's not a bad idea to follow. If you know that you're faster, follow the lines from the guy in front of you, see what he's doing. Maybe you can pick up on something. And if not, all right, go ahead and blow by him, and then you'll start out in front in the second half of this race once we have the competition yellow. So Mark Peterson in the triple deuce out in front of Troy Retzloff, the 211 in 2nd.
Actually, once again, I stand corrected. It's not. Once again, according to the lineup, we have got Dan Badeau out there running the 217 in Super Truck, which is Dan Badeau. But then also in the limited 4s, it's got Dan Badeau running the number 17. And I forgot, once again, it's not Dan Badeau.
Who is it then?
It's actually Jeff. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say Jeff Dorr. Mitch Dorr will be running in that number 17 limited 4.
Make sure everybody tests out the concession wares. Just trying out one of their hamburgers. I'm part of their quality control here at Mark River International Raceway. So far, they're doing good. Scott's in charge of the brats. Yesterday, he went through one, so I'm assuming brats are okay yesterday, Scott? All right, good.
It looks like Mark Peterson's pulled away a little bit from Troy Resloff, now about 15 car length lead. Going back to Dan Bedell running in third, about the same gap from second to third. So it looks like the super trucks are starting to gap out on each other a little bit.
Gary Edgerton in the 220 makes his way across in those monster colors. Dan Bedell as well. There goes the 32 of Al Drews. The 69 of Milan Masnick.
Looks like Milan may have pulled off the track in the back section. I haven't seen him go by. He was leading earlier in the limited 4s. Right now, I don't see him on the track anywhere, so we go look back up front. There's our leader, Mark Peterson, in that 222. On the podium yesterday, but not that top spot. That was all about Troy Retzloff. And right now, Retzloff is running in second.
Retzloff trying to find just where that cushion is to get the maximum amount of traction without having to go too far around the track. And to where his tires are set up. Maybe they're set up for a little more dry, maybe a little bit more fluffy. So when we thought Peterson was pulling away a little bit, is that the case, or is it the case of Retzloff just trying to test things out and trying to find new lines for the second half of the race? A good race back here through the pack as they come into that first turn, but 211 of Troy Retzloff in the super truck race trying to catch up with Mark Peterson, the Triple Deuce.
Looks like Milan Masnick is back on the track. In that limited 4 division, he may be a lap down at least, as he's now behind Al Drews and a lot of the other cars on the track. At least he's back out running around. Al Drews now battling with some of the super trucks. Looks like Kevin Hanegraaff, the 224, Jimmy Ritterbusch. Al Drews right now in that limited 4, running right in their back bumper. Whoa, Retzloff was reeled in our leader in the super trucks. A lot on that last half lap. He's now within 1 car length of our leader, Mark Peterson. Dave Mio now running up front in the Formula 4x4 with the 205. I'm sorry, the 402 of Ryan Redmond running in second. But the battle to watch right now is Troy Retzloff running in second, coming up in the back of Mark Peterson. He'll go to the inside line through turn 1. Peterson able to hang on. Retzloff a little bit over-rotated upon exit. And it looks like the competition yellow is coming up this time by, so maybe that's why Retzloff may have him at the line! And does! The 211 of Troy Retzloff passes through the air right at the line. And he'll be our new leader of the competition yellow. With Dan Bedell running in third. Edgerton in that 4th spot. And how about this in 17? That was actually Mitch Dorr in the limited 4s. He's in the top 5 overall.
We're going to step away, 3-class division here. We're at the halfway point. We'll have more right after this.
I'm one of the owners for Total Chaos Fabrication. I'm also one of the drivers. We have to test our equipment. You have one opportunity to nab the money shot. I have to believe that it's going to be accessible and it's not going to fail on me. We'll travel with equipment like external WD hard drives. We have to trust that the equipment's going to protect our data. I have to believe in what I'm using and I have to have trust in it.
As the velocity of change in the world increases, so does the promise of opportunity. For over 86 years, we've stayed true to the belief that if you put quality in, you get quality out. No matter the job, our equipment is built for it. No matter the ask, our dealers are up for it. No matter the challenge, you'll be ready for it. Build on a company that's built for it.
It's the Throwdown in the UP here, the rounds 9 and 10. Yesterday was round 9, today's round 10. Our second time we're up here in Bark River, Michigan. Robbie Floyd, Scott Rain. I think we'll hear from Taylor Snyder a little bit later. Kelly Snyder was with us yesterday, so we'll hear her up on the victory podium when Torc the Off-Road Championship kicks off at 3:15. You can always go to torcseries.com for our live web broadcast. For those of you wondering, yes, we are talking to you here at the venue, but we're also talking to people around the world, and like to welcome all the fans watching around the world on the Motor Return channel this afternoon, as well as YouTube. The 50-50 is going on. Get your tickets now.
Did you hear the list of countries that were tuned in yesterday from BJ this morning at the drivers' meeting?
No,
absolutely phenomenal. Russia, the UK,
very nice.
South Africa.
There
There was like 7 or 8 different countries. I was absolutely amazed. So they're tracking this, and we've got a lot of people tuned in, watching everybody here and all the racing at Bark River, Michigan.
Awesome.
Astounding.
It's International Raceway. We should have an international audience. Well, they're holding him there because somebody evidently was bogging a little bit, and now it looks like they get him back on the track. Might have had a stall or something. And kind of a cool little courtesy they had to that driver because they did not have to stop the train. We're halfway through this 3-class race, the Super Truck, the Formula 4x4, and the Limited 4x4. Out in front is the 211 of Troy Retzloff. He sets a pace when that green flag flies. There he goes.
Nice jump off the lines. They cross that Boss Snowplow starting line into turn 1. Look at the horsepower hook up. And right now running that fish spot, that is a Limited 4. That is Mitch Dorr, only his second time behind the wheel of a 4-wheel drive race truck. He won yesterday in super stock. So the guy knows how to wheel, but this is something totally different for him. So he's doing incredibly well right now, trying to work his way around Jerry Edgerton.
Looks like he's taking a move on the inside, trying to get by in the 17, trying to get by that 20. Edgerton in the 20. It should be 220 in the Super Truck class, but as you said, that 17 looks strong, and he's taking advantage of that 4-wheel drive, trying to take those inside lines. And it looks like he's able to make the pass for a second, but that did not last for long. But again, the 4-wheel drive should be able to take those low lines a little bit stronger.
There's Jerry Edgerton in that monster. That is Mitch Dorr in that lead 4 right behind him. Oh, and we got Gambito pulling up the track. All of a sudden, 217 at Gambito, and that B&L Motorsports pulls off the track in that back section.
Don't know what happened. It looks like his day may be done. Edgerton still doing a good job holding off Dorr. The track is definitely drying out today compared to yesterday, so you know some of the pro trucks are starting to identify that and watch some of these Sportsman class races, because if it's doing it now, you know it's probably going to happen for them a little bit later on. Edgerton's still doing a good job taking those inside lines, and yet still finding the traction back in 3rd.
Edgerton skillfully closing the door. Take a look back at our leaders. As Mark Peterson running 2nd. The door's open. Here comes Mitch Dorr to the inside. Goes inside Edgerton and Mitch Dorr. Looks like he'll make the pass.
Well, Edgerton should have shut the Mitch Dorr because he left way too much of that inside on that last turn. Something like we saw in that last lap just before the competition yellow in the Super Truck with Peterson and Retzloff.
It looked like that tabletop jump right before the finish line. Maybe kind of kicked him off to the side a little bit, forced him to the outside up onto the cushion, and opened the door.
So I heard some oohs. What happened? So they said it looked like the rear end trying to get down on.
That's not what she said.
Yeah, I did kitty language of Troy Retzloff. And we see that with a headwind. So we're up to $2,000, I've just been told, for the 50-50. So we're on a good pace today. Let's see if we can get that thing up to $10,000. Again, the drawing's going to be at around 4 o'clock, but that usually signifies a headwind. If they're on the power heading down that Cooper Tire catapult, they've got a headwind and wants to lift the front end of the truck. Maybe they drag bumper, rear bumper that is.
We've seen that many, many times in years gone by. To the point where a lot of the guys would cut slots or holes in the hood and front fenders of their trucks to kind of alleviate that. But right now, Troy Retzlaff, with a sizable lead of about 15 car lengths or so over Mark Peterson. Peterson has about 10 right now over Mitch Dorr in that unlimited 4. So it kind of looks like Mitch Dorr's been given the green light to get on that number 17 B&L Santoys entry to kind of track down our leaders. Meanwhile, Edgerton, the 248 of Tim Nelson are battling for position a little bit further back. There you see Jerry Edgerton in the 20 Monster Energy Chevrolet. And right now we're looking at Al Drews. There's Troy Retzlaff on the screen. We're watching the monitors right now. So it looks like Mitch Dorr's actually reeling in Mark Peterson for second overall.
That is the case, and we know he's fast. We saw him taking advantage of some inside lines to make a pass just a moment ago on Jerry Edgerton. So watch that race for second and third as it is on the track. They go over there into that starting area, heading towards that first turn.
See Al Drews in that red and yellow Ford, also reeling in Edgerton. That is a limited 4 reeling in a super truck. But right now we're watching the monitors, and it is Mitch Dorr tracking down Mark Peterson. It looks like the white flag is coming out this time by, as Retzlaff is still all by himself up front, about 15 car length lead. That has not gained or shrunk any in that last lap and a half or 2 laps or so. There's that battle for second. There's Mitch Dorr, that B&L Santoys number 17.
Oh, man, he crosses up once again, though. You're right. He hits something up there to just cross him up and shoots him to the outside. And he's got to be cognizant of that on the last lap. Only 1 more lap to go, right? It's a white flag out this time. So let's watch that race for second overall.
Peterson has the spot. Now watch Dorr enter the corner on the outside, trying to duck to the inside, utilizing the 4-wheel drive. Here it comes. Dorr goes inside. The big push by Peterson forces him the outside of the corner through the cemetery turn. Not quite enough there. Dorr has to check up a little bit. There's our leader cresting the top of Cooper Tire Hill.
Look at that nice attitude by Dorr. Watch this in the right-hand turn. Here he goes to the inside. Not going to happen there. I think he looks a little faster, but can he get by? You see quite a few mistakes from second place. Peterson's holding him off for now. Remember, he was out in front just before that competition yellow. Made a bobble on the last turn. He hopes it doesn't come back to bite him for second place this time.
Look at Mitch Dorr check up. Every single time you see the front of that truck dive down, he's tapping the brakes. So he's not forcing the issue right now. He wants around, but he's not trying to make contact.
But watch, here's the problem Peterson had was this left turn. Let's see if Dorr can get underneath, or will it not? No, look how smooth and slow Peterson took it that last time and held that inside. Is going to take second overall in the triple deuce. Dorr in third in the 17. Fourth, going to go the 220 of Jerry Edgerton, followed by the 32 of Al Drews. 248 of Tim Nelson, 69 of Milan Maznik. Come across the finish line as well as Scott prepares to go over and talk to the top 3 in our 3 individual classes. We're going to step away here for just a moment. We'll hear from our victory podium for the Super Truck, Formula 4x4, and Limited 4x4 right after this.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have AMSO on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an AMSO driver and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
Well, race fans, once again, we're getting our top 9 finishers up here in the last 3 races. Troy, come on up here, lead the pack. Troy Retzloff, we'll get the super trucks up here first. What's the rest of your guys, man? We got Jerry up here. Well, you know what? We'll start right away. Jerry, wild race out there, man, with 3 different classes. And the thing is, at least today, you kind of start with a little bit of a gap. But, man, what's it like to have that big of a field? Obviously, with 10 trucks out there, it's the largest field of the year for super trucks.
It was good. We got bottled up there in the start. Yesterday, we didn't have any power steering and had a bad tire choice. But I was patient. I didn't put the horn to anybody. Don't want to go that way if we don't have to. At the halfway point, the track was getting a little bit rough. A lot of blue groove and a lot of holes out there. And typical Bark River, it turns into fluff on the back corner.
Well, congratulations, man. You're up here at the podium once again, and it's like you've been up here almost every time this year.
Scott, do you remember one time when we wanted to go pick up girls at the downtown Bark River dance, and we rode a moped together all the way to Bark River and back? That's about 9.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you do.
That's what Bark River used to be known for, is just having, still known for having a whole lot of fun. And I mean, you guys have, thank you for so much. That was a good time, though.
I want to thank everybody for coming from Indian River. I thought I could do a better job than I did today, but I was trying. Thanks, everybody, for coming. I want to thank Monster Energy, Wolverine Performance Motors, J&H Transmissions, and all my crew for helping me out all weekend.
Thanks a lot, Jerry, for everything. We'll come over here to Mr. Peterson.
Step right in the middle here. And Mark, once again, man, for a while there, it looked like you might have had something for these guys, but I don't know what happened with Troy. He was uncharacteristically patient that first couple laps, and he worked his way up and kind of got you.
Yeah, he ran a good race, I tell you. Troy's an awesome racer. Helped a lot with my truck. It used to be his truck, so him and Kurt really helped me set it up. So I can't thank those guys enough.
Well, what was it like battling? I mean, you got to tell us, what's it like to be behind a quality vehicle like that and be able to run around this racetrack?
It's awesome. It's a dream come true. The truck is just beautiful. I don't know.
Well, congratulations, man.
All right, I'd like to thank my family, Gina and Brooke, Elena, and Max, and Bob, my spotter, did a great job today. I really appreciate that. John, thanks for all the help. Joe, all you guys, I really love you guys. And my sponsors, Fargo Tool and Die, Peterson Dairy, Heck Electric, and Quartz Graphics, and Markwork Custom Homes. Thank you, thank you.
Mark Peterson, congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Brother, 2 races in a row. There ain't no darn reason Jesse can't put that thing up there now. You're putting the pressure on that old man.
Yes, that we are. I'd just like to thank everyone, all the fans, my family, Kurt, the whole Greaves team, these guys, Jerry, Mark. You know, it's a blast running with all these guys.
Well, let's talk about that race. Were you being patient that first couple laps? We're kind of experimenting things out. We kind of thought you looked faster than Peterson at that point, but the thing is, you kept laying back a little bit, laying back, and then kind of not laid back anymore.
I guess I'm kind of always patient the first couple laps a little bit, you know, because it's a little wet out there, and that's not my favorite time to be running. I like to come alive a little bit more towards the end of the race. And I figured if I just rode his bumper long enough, I'd see a little bobble in there somewhere and stick it in there and get it by him.
Well, now you got to like regroup a little bit. You'll celebrate for an hour or two maybe, and then kind of regroup that truck, get ready for Sturgis. Now you're handing your baby off to somebody else. Are you nervous about that?
Yeah, it's definitely not something easy to do, I tell you that. But I'd like to thank Aaron's Precision Speed Products, Ultra Wheel, ATD Transmission, Maxxis Tires, all those guys. They put me on the box up here today.
Jesse James, if you're watching, take care of this guy's baby because it's already a winning truck. Hopefully you can do the same thing out there in Sturgis. We'll see you in a couple weeks, man. Ladies and gentlemen, top 3 finishers in Super Truck right here. This is going to be a good one. We'll start off with Milan. Very consistent this year. Yeah, a seagull flew overhead, I think. You got your earplugs in yet from the race truck? All right, we'll go over here to second. Nice try, man. Milan, something happened in the middle part of the race. You kind of disappeared for a while and came back onto the track. Any issues? What were there happen to be out there?
Well, I was just holding back because it was pretty tough to get around a couple of trucks, and so I just slowed down and took my time, you know, to get around them.
Make the truck last. You can't finish unless you finish first, right?
You got to finish, and that's what we're trying to do.
Nice job, man. It's good to see you up here again.
It was pretty good. Thank you very much. I want to thank BF Goodrich, Race Line, Oil Pumps, and Visionary Metals, and Race Cycle.
Milan Mesnick finishing third. We'll come on over here to Al Drews finishing second. I got to tell you, man, I don't know what it is about 2014, but there's a different sign of aggression out of you that I don't think I've ever seen in you before. And it's really refreshing. It's, you know, congratulations. It's neat to see that yellow and red Ford running up front.
Well, thanks. Not going to do this too much longer, and I want to go out on a high note and remember it when I'm in my rocking chair.
Well, you're not announcing any kind of farewell tour yet, are you?
Oh, no. Another 10.
Well, don't be going in that direction just yet, but talk about that race a little bit. What is it about the truck? Is it you you're kind of getting fed up with just kind of going around on a Sunday drive kind of thing? Because you definitely are on the throttle, on the brake, on the throttle, out there driving these guys hard.
Yeah, we were a little wounded today. We got the rear end ripped out. We got a little slammed yesterday, so I had no sway bar. And you know what? When he got out in the fluff, it hooked pretty good. Once he got it leaning, you know. But no, I just want to thank all the guys up in Marquette, Jack Heitman and all those guys. We prepped the truck up there, and that's his second home all summer long. So couldn't do without those guys, and also Mountain Machine and Raceline Oil Pumps, and BF Goodrich. Nobody's talking about BF Goodrich, but we're still loyal.
Well, congratulations. It's nice to see you up here, and your driving style getting amped up a little bit. It's nice to see the aggression out of Al Drews.
And, you know, we do have stories. We go way back.
No, we don't. Mitch Dorr, out of control. What's out there? Were you in something you're not quite used to, that four-wheel drive, as compared to a super stock? I mean, what is it like to go from that truck into the one you're in now?
Ooh, that's hard to explain. It's totally different animal. You just got to hang on, and it points and shoots, and that's a big difference between the super stock. But it's so much fun to drive, and I hope I get the opportunity again. I have to thank Dan Badeau, B&L Sand Toys, and Bancroft family for this opportunity, and it's can't thank them enough.
Well, there's definitely a difference in you yesterday as compared to today. The thing is, it looked like you got a lot more comfortable, and with that comfortability, you can see the aggression started to come in, and the confidence started to build up a little bit. And Dan, you may have lost a ride, because I think this guy started putting some lap times down. Man, you look so good out there today.
Thank you. I'd like to think so, but I hope I can get in again. I got to sleep on it, basically, and I just went out there and let her hang, and it'll take it, and just keep getting faster.
Well, looking forward to seeing you out here again this afternoon in the Super Stock. Can you make it 3 for 3?
That's the plan. I'm sure it's all going to try, so we'll see you up here again.
All right, Mitch Dorr winning in the limited fours. Well, race fans, we're down here now with the Formula 4x4, and, you know, finishing third, we got Mike Plotz. Kind of, you guys started in the back of the pack a little bit. You wanted that gap to kind of stay away from all those crazy guys out there on that track. Did that kind of help you out here this afternoon?
We're a little crazy too, but I was just trying to keep up with Maya, and I lost my front drive, so I didn't do too bad with no front drive, and I kept with them the whole time.
What was the track like out there?
It was greasy for the first 2 laps, and then it came in real nice. Other than I was just too sliding it.
What kind of adjustments do you have to make from yesterday to today?
Just keep my wires hooked up pretty much, and everything else, tighten the lug nuts, and I was back on the track.
I think you need to tell them about your safety wire, duct tape, zip ties.
So in other words, you kind of like jerry-rigged a lot of things to make it work, duct tape, baling wire, and some string?
Oh, yeah, that's all in one, yeah, multiple layers.
Well, whatever it was you did, it worked, so congratulations on being up here, man.
All right, thank you.
All right, we're going to come over here to Ryan. Once again, we got to get you used to being up here in the podium and talking to me, so, you know, people talk about the race, talk about what you guys did last night to get this thing ready for today. Again, he's got those freaked out eyes. Does he get those often? Yeah, we'll talk about the race today, man.
It was just that we started out in second and just tried to stay there, and Mia's got one heck of a truck. It's hard to catch. We'll get them by the end of the year.
How about those sponsors?
No. We got to thank everybody with Keiko Motorsports, J&R Auto Repair, and we taped on the shop bar and grill last night. So we got to thank everybody that helped us out, Caden, my wife, and don't forget my mom.
The women of your life first. I've still got to work on you with that one, man.
At least they got in there.
Somebody's waving at you.
And we can't forget off-road fraternity.
But you almost did.
We'll get them.
Congratulations, man. All right, Dave, you got your little buddy up here, your crew chief.
Yeah, come on up, buddy. Charlie.
So when is your dad going to make that a two-seater so you can ride along with him during a race? Would you want to do that, ride with him in a race?
No.
Was that a no? That was a no. I don't think I would either.
He's smart.
We'll talk about the race a little bit for you. How'd it go this afternoon out there?
Ryan is really getting used to that truck. I know he's quiet right now, but I know inside that truck he was pretty determined and kept coming back, and I had to drive it. And I really, really hate the jump right here. For us limited suspension guys, the view, I want you to go, everybody go like this. That's what it looks like when you come off the top of that. You're looking down going, I think the tires are going to hit before the bumper. It's okay, yeah. And it does. But I want to point out to you, did you look at my truck before we started racing?
It was a straight fender on there.
I put some Scott Rain red paint on that thing last night, and it was...
Why red? Since when am I red?
Because you're in the sun a lot. Yeah, you're in the sunlight a lot, buddy. That's all I'm going to say. And I power washed it for you, too.
Really? That's a start. That's good. Well, congratulations, man. You had a very good weekend, and we got 4 rounds of racing remaining. Kind of looking towards the end of the season, that championship?
Yeah, you know, it's a challenge of, can we look at everything on the truck so we don't have any breakdowns and see if we can do all 10? You know, now it's we got to look at everything on it just to have that 10, you know. But I do want to thank Moore and Mike Rusci especially. He really does a lot of work for us that helps us out, and we appreciate that.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you in Crandon in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Scott.
Top 3 finishers in the Formula 4x4 up the podium right now. A couple of weeks we'll be in Crandon for the next 2 rounds of racing.
Okay, kiddo, bless your head.
So we're going to step aside here in just a bit. They're prepping the track. We still have some more Sportsman racing to go. The 1600 Buggy coming up here at Bark River International Raceway here shortly from Bark River, Michigan.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have AMSL on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an AMSL driver and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
Maxxis tires are trusted by Torc champions because our products take drivers to the podium year after year. Be sure to visit the new Maxxis.com and Maxxis-Racing.com and stop by the Maxxis support truck to learn more about Maxxis tire products, including ultra high-performance passenger, trailer, light truck, and SUV tires. Husqvarna is celebrating 325 years of innovation this year. Over the course of their history, they've made weapons, sewing machines, motorcycles, and outdoor power equipment. Trust Husqvarna to provide you the most efficient, durable, and ergonomically designed products on the market today. Stop by the Husqvarna display area to find out how you can save 10% on your next purchase of Husqvarna outdoor power equipment. Torque-winning drivers rely on VP race fuels to keep their truck running right, and now you can use that same technology in your car. VP Madditives are the perfect way to clean out your fuel system and put the power back in your drive. For more info, visit vpracingfuels.com. I don't know what that guy on the podium was talking about, that Scott Rain red bumper plate, because we always know back in high school they used to call him Scott Purple Rain.
You've been in the sun.
No, I've been in there. Yeah, don't tell me nobody called you Purple Rain back in high school.
As a matter of fact,
they had to have. One person had to have called you Purple Rain.
Well, late race fans.
Hashtag Purple Rain at hashtag Torc. If we can get that thing trending, that would be awesome. And it's REHN.
Get out those smartphones. Take pictures of the racetrack. Your favorite driver down in the pits. Your buddy sitting next to you. Maybe a Bark River Bloody Mary or anything that's kind of cool. Or you're having a good time here this weekend. Maybe your kids, whatever it may be. Give us your best shot. Tweet or Instagram your pictures to hashtag Torc. And I'm kind of thinking, I'm trying to come up with something for Robbie, and I can't come up with anything right now.
I had Pink Floyd, Pretty Boy Floyd. I've had them all.
I have nothing. I am a loss. I get paid to talk, and I'm
real
lost
name's
right now.
Robin. I had How's the Hood, because Robin Hood.
Oh, I had Rain, Rain, Go Away. Raindrops falling on my head.
No. Never Purple Rain, though, really?
But the one in 4th grade that made me cry was a little girl that I had a crush on, but I was afraid to talk to. She was constantly singing Scotty Shotty Fell in the Potty.
Oh, no.
And that made me cry.
That'll ruin you every time. Oh, what you learn about Scott Rain, a fixture here at Bark River International Raceway. We've already heard. And by the way, when you're on the victory podium and you win in the sportsman class, so you finish on that podium, you can always bring in one of your favorite Scott Rain stories and just let the rest of the world in on it. I appreciate that. Like you and that guy, you and your buddy going up, picking up ladies, riding on your mopeds through downtown Bark River.
But no. No, I had a little Honda Cub. I forget what Jerry was riding, but a Honda Cub, and somehow
that's not a scooter. That's a man machine. Cubs are awesome.
But we had 3 girls and myself riding on this thing all the way into town.
How many girls?
There were 3. 4 people on a Honda Cub.
They weren't big girls. There's no way you
could
fit that.
One was sitting on the handlebars. I was sitting on the gas cap. Then 2 were sitting on the seat. But there were 4 of us on the Cub.
Well, you were doing it wrong.
And 2 of the girls in the back were holding the drinks, and not one drop was spilled all the way into town.
Hold a bottle of water all the way from here to downtown Bark River.
Oh, they didn't have bottled water back then.
That is good.
Oh, I just dated myself. Oh,
yeah, you did. Yeah, they didn't have bottles back then is what you were talking about, plastic bottles.
I don't think there was bottled water back then.
They still delivered milk in this area to the front doorstep, Scott. They still do that? Lady next to us said they still deliver milk.
Take that, Robbie.
Yeah, they still deliver milk up. That's awesome.
No, there used to be a big street dance in town that had shuttles going back and forth between the racetrack and the street dance.
All right, we'll lay out for NBC for just a moment, and then I want you to tell me how the karaoke competition did last night. But we're going to step away for NBC Sports Network here at Bark River International Raceway. They got to take care of some business, and we'll finish with our business right after this. Cue Robbie and Scott. There we go. There is the pace truck getting ready for the 1600 buggy class. 15 entries in this one. Our points leader, Mark Steinhardt, is going to have to start back in 10th place. It should be another fun class. The buggies have been good so far today.
Testing. 1, 2.
There we go.
Hell. All right.
Been even.
Yeah, it's a very even class. It's very much a driver's class. If you go back a few years, it's almost like the IROC division. IROC racing.
Right.
Very, very much a driver's class. So this is always fun to watch. And here's our lineup real quick as we make our way across the lineup. We have got Let's see, it looks like Joe Maggie has scratched. So we got the 369 of J.D. Corin out there in the front. We've got Jason Flugrat in the 356. Bruce Manicki is out there in the 301. Robert Kinner, 326. Starting 6th is Jeff Wyszynski in the 324. Yesterday's winner is the starting 7th is the 379 of Jeff Villamure. We've got Dave Luger in the 328. Brad Erickson from Bark River in the 308. And also Mark Steiner, perennial favorite, didn't do quite so well. Not in the top spot, but still was working his way towards the front. He starts 9th. We got Cynthia Gauthier in the 341. Eric Senkowski in the 337. Bob Blaney, 376. Bruce Fraley, once again on the podium yesterday in 2nd spot, starts 13th. Second from the last, with Chris Myers starting dead last in the 307.
Ouch. You're talking about Steinhardt. I believe he finished 4th yesterday. He is the series points leader, 3-1-1-1-4. So that's his worst finish of the season. I doubt he's going to do that again today.
No, but my eyes are going to stay on that Fraley guy from Las Vegas, starting second in the back row, actually, starting 13th. Green flag is out here. They come into turn number 1.
So the 312 is in one of the orange car, or in the orange cart.
Yep.
Third from the lane, already made one.
No, he's actually the orange and silver. So he
on the inside.
Yeah.
So he's already passed 2 cars out of the first turn.
And how about Kinner? Kinner moves up in the second on the outside, trying to work his way into the top 2, and looks like he may have. Pulling the whole shot, coming around is a 356 of Jason Flugrat. Kinner's in second. The 369 J.D. Clarn running in 3rd.
Dude, I'm not kidding. You said to watch Bruce Fraley out of Vegas in the 312. He may be in the top 3 before he finishes that first turn. I mean, before the first lap. 312 is Holland Boutte.
During yesterday's interview where he finished second, he was saying that he's never won here. He's come out here for years, making the tow all the way from Las Vegas. Never won, and definitely is going for it today.
I think today's going to be the day. I just got a feeling, as strong as he was yesterday and how fast he is, and he put the pressure on himself. I like that, calling himself out.
He's also got that car for sale, so I think he may have it sold. I'm not sure. He was trying to sell it last night. He's not paying for his way back home. Here goes Kinner to the outside. He'll enter the corner on the outside, duck to the inside of our leader, Flugrat. And XC may have just pulled it off. So Kinner now running up front. Here comes on the inside. Couldn't quite tell on the monitor who that was battling for second. Whoever it was took the second place. Actually, it's Wyszynski. So Wyszynski's now running in second. Erickson up to 3rd. Flugrat falls back to 4th. Fraley 5th. I still don't. Oh man, Steinhardt dead last on the track. Our points leader is running last. Mark Steinhardt definitely is off the pace right now. And the story right now is 2 things. How Fraley's working his way through traffic, and Steinhardt running dead last. As we take a look back up front, Kinner still with the lead. Wyszynski in second. I want to say Flugrat running in 3rd. It's hard to tell from the monitors as we're watching it. Here comes Erickson.
4th. Fraley's 4th. Look at him back there. He's the one to watch. Watch the 312 on the big screen, the 3rd one in that picture. Watch how he sets up into this right-hand turn. I saw him square up and go inside the last time around. Squares up early. He's going to try and do the same thing here.
Erickson's moved up to 2nd. We got Wyszynski right between Erickson and Fraley. And Wyszynski's going to get hung outside in that left-hand turn. Yeah, Fraley's now moved to that 3rd spot. And let's see, Wyszynski almost over-rotates. Almost goes all the way around, saves it, but he'll lose 1 spot. Here comes Flugrat now in the top 5, but right now Kinner's up front. Brad Erickson 2nd, 3rd, Fraley, 4th, Wyszynski, Flugrat. And I think, yeah, that's Villamure. He's made up a lot of ground that last lap. He was almost one of the last cars on the laps in the pack, so Flugrat now, Villamure finds himself in the mid-pack.
Look at the race for second now. Your guy from Vegas on the outside, 312, making it happen. Moving up into second now. 308, Brad Erickson drops to third. So Bruce Fraley has worked his way up from 14th to second in less than 3 laps. 2 laps.
So Kinner now still running up front, but now he's got a mirror full of Fraley. Damn. That's a big mirror, too.
I'm telling you, today's his day. Especially, I mean, he looked fast yesterday and just couldn't get there quick enough. Today, no problem with that because he's 1 car length behind the leader and he's only on starting the 3rd lap.
And now he's going to the outside. Yeah, he's going outside of Kinner and that left-hand sweeper.
Will he go the over-under, or he's just going to try and see if that outside cushion will hold it and get a little more speed that entire time? That's what he's trying to do, take that entire outside line, because he's got plenty of time in this race. He can test it out and see where he's holding the traction the most. Uh-oh, he's diving to the inside here. Got a dive bomb. Woo, that was close.
He is racing Kinner so clean, but now he's got that inside line, and now he's on the outside for turn 2. Watch him try to duck to the inside. No, he'll stay outside. Oh, that's got to deflate the balloon of Kinner. If he can pass on the outside like that, so we got a brand new leader right now as they cross the Boston Snowplow finish line. Bruce Fraley to lead, Kinner in second, Erickson third, fourth, Wyszynski. Villemure up into the top 5, 328.
Yeah,
Dave Luger.
Erickson's starting to put some pressure on Kinner as Kinner dropped to second. Erickson in 3rd place. You see him putting that pressure on over there. And that sweeping left-hand turn near Cemetery Turn or the Johnny Greaves Expressway.
And Fraley's checking out as he's already going down the Cooper Tire Hill. And once again, Erickson now going after Kinner. We'll see if he takes the same line that Fraley made work that last lap.
No, he wants that inside. He's setting up inside or more inside.
Erickson has got so many laps on this racetrack. He knows where he wants to go. It's just a matter of trying to get there. And it looks like, yeah, here comes the pace truck. The competition yellow is coming out this side by. Will Erickson try to get that second spot before they cross the line? Kinner hanging on. He's pulled away about a car length or so from Erickson. Here comes Villemure. Moves up 1 spot. Villemure now in that 4th spot. No, but here comes Wyszynski right back to the inside. So Fraley will cross the line. Here we go, the race to the line. And Erickson will get him for second. Villemure will cross the line, or will he? Yep, it looks like he will in that 4th spot. So right at the line, 2 different contests between 4 drivers, and they both make the pass for position right at the competition yellow. Well, as the competition yellow, flags are still waving and the rest of the field is crossing the line, we're going to step back a little bit for a couple of minutes or so. We'll be back after a few words from our sponsors.
Fire and EMS professionals often use gas-powered tools and depend on this equipment to start when needed. That's why they use VP small engine fuel, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. It's designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
You gotta love that video, but even the audio. I've got that GoPro. I've got the GoPro 2, not the GoPro 3, but it's so strong. Gives you great pictures, but great sound with that removable back where you can make things open or close it up and shoot stuff under the water. Or here at a Torc Series event, you ought to see the damage that those things get from the Pro 2s, 4s, and lights later on today. I saw it at Crandon, the last stop. I didn't realize that lens up in the front, the protective case, is actual glass. I don't care what you have on. If you get a rock shot at you at 100 miles an hour or more, you're going to break. And those things, no matter where you put them, they take a pounding, but just, the camera's still good, but that case, they get a hurting put on them.
Oh, and I got a couple of GoPros as well, and I like the fact that they're waterproof. And
yeah,
I've got lots of chips full of video where I go out in the Oceanside Harbor and kind of dick that
your
underwater.
paddleboard or whatever. You had it too.
Yeah, and I got footage. I felt like Jacques Cousteau because I got footage of a little baby seal following me around in the harbor on my kayak.
That's cool.
And I swear I was going to jump into the kayak with me. Really, really neat. But once again, the green flag is about to wave for the second half of the 1600 single buggy. We have got a heck of a race going on right now. We have got the driver from Las Vegas, Bruce Fraley up front, Brad Erickson from Bark River in second, Kinner in third, Villemure, yesterday's winner, running in fourth, and Bob Blaney in the mix of things. And I'm wondering, where is Steinhardt? There's Steinhardt now in the top 10.
So Fraley's starting to get a little pressure from Brad Erickson, who made that pass for a second just before that competition yellow, and a little bit of a bobble there. It's going to take him wide. It's going to open the door for Erickson. So I don't think Fraley really wanted that comp yellow, and now he opens the door once again for Erickson. He kind of lost his rhythm, I think, in that slowdown.
Erickson goes over!
Right over the top of the hill, going down big time on the wheels. Can he take off?
Erickson tried that inside line, going up and around the hill, hooked it, and biked it up over on two wheels, tried to save it, tried to turn it into it, but rolled over about 3 times, did a little bit of a pirouette, landed back on its wheels, so now we'll see if there's any kind of damage. It looked like, I don't want to say it was a baby rollover, but it was a kind of rollover. It didn't look like a lot of suspension damage may happen, but right now, it looks like it's going to be a full course yellow as the entire safety crew, everybody in the track is going to that area. That is probably one of the most dangerous parts of this racetrack, because it looks like a lot of the drivers don't even realize yet that it's a full course yellow. Now it looks like they do, but man, oh man, he was so close to completing that pass on the inside on the right-hand turn. The car unloaded the suspension at the peak of the hill, and they came back down. He was already over-rotated sideways. When the suspension came back down and compressed, he was basically 90 degrees to the race course and just hooked it and rolled it over.
He was kind of pirouetting a little bit, though, too. Some of that, which won't, do a lot of damage to the vehicle. You could spin on that axis and not do the slamming kind of flips. So that might be another savior for both him as well as the kart.
So looks like you're just going to pull him off the racetrack right now. He's in a very, very bad spot on this race course. A totally up there.
Oh, there's why.
That's what we didn't see.
And that might have been the part that was pirouetting there.
Now that was due to the rollover, not because of anything else. That was due to the rollover. He just over-rotated through the corner, had the inside line trying to make a pass on Fraley on the inside, and he just got over-rotated too far sideways and just hooked it and just rolled over about, like I say, 4 or 5 times.
Same area we saw Ari Landyke Jr. yesterday have his crash, and that was due to some contact I think he had just before with Mike Jenkins, and then he goes down after that right-hand turn when basically the right front started letting go. And when I mean not right front tire, the whole right front end started to let go, and he dug it in the ground and did a massive face auger there. Bad day for the Landykes yesterday. Even watching the Toronto Indy Grand Prix and IndyCar racing, they had to postpone because of rain. His dad was a pace car driver, and Dad spun around on the pace car lap. So Ari Landyke Sr., the Indianapolis 500 winner, as well as the track record holder at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, he and Ari Jr. both had a tough day yesterday. Thank you, sir. So, Scott, move your minivan. You're in the improper location. Move the silver minivan, Scott Ray. It's never going to stop.
Ha, freaking ha.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with minivans. Nothing wrong with minivans.
Well, that moves everybody up 1. Kinner's in second now. Villemure, who was moving forward, now is in third. And I'm trying to see where Steinhardt might be. I think he's 2, 4, 6, 8 in the 9th spot. So Steinhardt's moving forward, but not, I don't think, quick enough.
Good. Yeah, still not up to his standards. Don't know what's happening there. Is it physical, mechanical? What is going on? But I mean, he doesn't look himself.
Well, the pace trucks pulled off the track. We're going back to green flag racing right now. Here they come into turn number 1. Our driver out of Las Vegas, Bruce Fraley, who has never won here, has tried it so many times, is leading the pack with just a few laps remaining. Kinner, Villemure, Boschek, Wyszynski.
I know Fraley doesn't want to see Ericsson get out of this race because of that, but that was definitely the fastest guy, you know, keeping up with him at that point. I think he had a little something for the early leader, but Ericsson looked to be possibly just as quick as Fraley, but he's out of this one.
We found a line coming out of the corner right before the finish line that was a little bit quicker. He got a good bike, good run, and he actually went from the inside of Fraley to the outside, and which set him up for turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he was actually on the inside of that corner and just cut it way too tight. Over rotate a little bit. We'll see if maybe he can come up here and hang over for a bit.
Is that Villemure? Is that Villemure starting to move up a little bit? Villemure looks a little racy in the 3.79.
There's Steinhardt. How about Steinhardt? He's moved around Blaney, so Steiney now in the middle of our picture.
We just had to call him out one time, and then his spotters, Scott and Robbie, say you need to pick it up because you don't look yourself.
Steiny looks like he's about to go inside again, and does. He moves up one more spot, but with just a few laps remaining, he's got a long way to go to get to the front. And Kinner's not going away right now, running in 2nd, nor is Villemure running in 3rd. Fraley's not pulling away like he has the first half.
Well, if you haven't won a race before and you're out in front, a lot of times you tend to drive with your mirrors or drive more aware of the people around you instead of the racetrack that's in front of you. And I have to wonder if he's thinking a little bit too much right now in that cockpit.
Well, here's the thing about Fraley is that he's won a lot of races, but never in a Torc race here in Bark River. Even going back to the core days, he's never won. So this is one that he wants real bad. It's more about Bark River than the series right now for him. He wants to win a race here at Bark River, period. You see the rest of the field try to track him down. If you go back, there we go, back up front. That's Kinner and Villemure battling for 2nd and 3rd as Fraley just ducks out of the screen right now. Here they come once again. So it's Cooper Tire Hill. Fraley getting some nice air coming down the hill as well. Little race action going on for that 2nd spot. Villemure tries the outside line on Kinner. That long left-hand sweeper couldn't make it stick. Here comes Wyszynski right behind him, trying to get the mix of things as well. Kinner definitely is opening up the door to the inside. There's Villemure. He's now on the inside. And has moved up to 2nd. Yesterday's winner now running in 2nd. And as I'm looking at the flag stand, it looks like still no white flag. As the green is still out, there's still time.
Didn't we say it yesterday, blood, you can smell blood in the water? I think that's the case right now at Villemure. He heard Fraley say he hadn't won one. He's right up to him now. And I thought after that 2nd restart, I thought Villemure looked pretty darn quick. And that's the case as he's got one more lap probably the next time around because we had to have a complete 2nd half restart because we never even completed a lap when we had that full course caution. Look at Villemure trying to get that inside. I think this right-hand turn after the catapult, he's going to let him know that he's inside there.
You know, and our leader, Bruce Fraley, he's got really good equipment. He's won lots of races, both in the desert and short course. He's got very good equipment. So I'm kind of wondering at this point if
there may be issues with that car going on, as Villemure is definitely pressuring Fraley. He's making that car as wide as possible. Villemure scrubbed off a little speed on that last left-hand turn, so he's dropped back about 3 car lengths. And it looks like the white flag is coming up this time by. But Jeff's not going anywhere once again. Brzezinski goes way outside of Kinner. Fraley still holding off Villemure. Kinner still holding off Brzezinski and Steinhardt. Oh, and we got Fraley goes to the outside. And I wonder if Fraley has lost steering or lost power steering because he got ducked way to the outside.
Villemure got swapped to that outside. Fraley took back over the position. Villemure looked like he was lost his last year's Easter egg as he headed towards that last turn. That really opened the door for Fraley. I don't know what happened to Villemure there, but he lost it altogether.
It almost looks like the front tires of Fraley touched the back tires of Villemure enough to kind of knock him off to the side.
I thought they were separated. I thought Villemure did that all by himself and got hung to dry on that outside. I could be wrong. But yeah, he looked lost. He was so far out there.
Oh,
is this going to be the
gap.
day? Is this the day for your Las Vegas boy?
I'm kind of guessing that's a pretty sizable gap for Fraley right now, but is it shrinking quick? Fraley about 4 car lengths over Villemure running in second. He's got about 6 over Kinner running in third. Brzezinski fourth, and again Steinhardt in fifth.
Well, Fraley said yesterday on the podium to you he didn't want to get in these guys' ways racing for a championship. So he takes his time working through the pack. There's no excuses here. He was out in front of the competition yellow. He's out in front of this last lap. He's going to do everything he can to win this race, Scott. On the inside, taking every inside turn. Look at him, though. Here goes Villemure. He's got 2 more turns. Can he make the pass? Big tabletop coming up next. Not big in size, but importance. Doesn't get any bigger. And he's going to hold that inside line and take it his first ever win here. How about it for Bruce Fraley in the 312? What a run by him. Jeff Villemure in second. What a run. Well, I picked him before the race. I don't want to tell you I told you so, but I told you so. Just because I saw how fast he moved to the front initially, I knew that today was going to be the day for him. It was close. And remember just how fast Brad Erickson was earlier on as well. 3:26, rounding out the top 3 of Rob Kinner. As drivers finish their way across, make their way across the finish line for the final time here in the 1600 buggy class. We're going to step aside for just a moment and come back with our victory podium here shortly at Bark River International Raceway.
When adventure calls, count on the Trail Grappler to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Large, innovative tread blocks provide additional biting edges to help you command the most challenging terrains as you discover new trails. The Trail Grappler's 3-ply sidewall and thick rubber construction aids puncture resistance and provides durability when you need it most. Nitto Trail Grappler, where road meets trail.
What is it that makes a Husqvarna dealer a Husqvarna dealer? Well, just look close at the engineering in our outdoor power equipment. We're known for high performance and reliability in everything we make. So is it any wonder your Husqvarna dealer is also known for high performance and reliability in everything they do? With a nationwide network of Husqvarna dealers, there's one just around the corner.
All right, so it looks like we were able to talk again. These Super Buggies about to get ready to go as they make their way out on the track. And you got a word with some of those guys over there. I'm not sure if we're going to get to talk to them or not, but they had to have some PA silence while they did the stand-ups for the NBC Sports Network show that you'll be able to see here not too long from now, just in a couple of weeks.
Well, yeah, we got to make some concessions for TV. They can't have any background ambient noise, so we have to shut down the race, have to shut down anything on the PA speakers. So that's why there was that lag in time, and we weren't able to do the single buggy interviews, but we'll do it right after this race. We'll do them first, and then we'll do the Super Buggy interviews. So we'll give the guys their due in just a moment, but meanwhile, we've got our Super Buggies lineup on the track. We got 10 cars coming out, and here's our lineup on the front row. How about this? The elder statesman himself out of the Milwaukee area driving the number 3. No one here this weekend has been doing it longer than this man right here, the number 3, the red car of Tom Schwartzberg. Right alongside of him was very fast, just had a shot at the win out of the Fox Valley area, driving the Husqvarna entry, the 45 of Rodney Van Eperen. Yesterday's winner finally pulled it off once again, John Fran out of Rockford, Illinois. Then number 907, Ryan Schwabe, wrestling around with his dad yesterday, making a pretty good contest of it in the number 2. Driving this afternoon also for Larry Pegram, who is Road Atlanta. He's at a road race, motorcycle road race someplace this weekend. So Mark Kwame in the number 5 will be behind the wheel. Scott Schwabe, yesterday's winner and current points leader, number 29. He's out there as well. Starting that 4th row is Brian Boscia on the number 32. He was up the podium, as well as Chris Hanlon starts 8th in the 972. Maggie Zipper's out there once again in that Cooper Tire number 19. And Jack Hanlon, Big Jack, in that number 911, who'll be starting 10th.
I'm always spooked when I see somebody with a race number 911 on there. No matter what it is, it's always a spooky thing.
Well, if there's issues with Jack, he's a big guy. So if there's a problem, it's 911.
Better call 911. All right. Looks like Tom used the Schwartzberg. Going to get dropped back to 2nd place. Rodney Van Eperen with the whole shot. I think he might have the cleanest buggy of all the ones. I love just looking at his buggy every week.
Pulling the whole shot across the line, it's Rodney Van Eperen and John Frana 2nd, Scott Schwabe 3rd, Schwartzberg 4th, Ryan Schwabe. So it didn't take long, and the guys that are the chasers are running up front already. We've got Frana going after Rodney Van Eperen. Once again, Van Eperen was real quick yesterday afternoon. I believe he dropped out with mechanical issues, and actually, no, it was a flat tire, I think it was. With a lap to go and just couldn't quite make it around and keep his position.
Yeah, finished 6th unofficially yesterday. The win yesterday going to John Frana. Yesterday, was it Frana? We talked about his keeping the buggy hooked up and all 4 wheels hooked up. Did he say he lost 2-wheel drive yesterday? Or somebody said they lost something yesterday. I was wondering if it was Frana.
No, I think Frana actually kept that thing together all day yesterday. Yeah, he was very, very strong. We were watching the different lines he was able to take as compared to some of these other cars. But man, probably the biggest advantage I see in that car right now, maybe not so much the 4-wheel drive, but as much as it is diving into the corners so much deeper than everybody else.
Looks like the elder Schwabe is now gotten by Schwartzberg.
Van Eperen crosses the line with the leads. They come across the Voss Snowplow finish line. There's a shot of the Husqvarna entry. Right behind him, John Frana. Scott Schwabe should be coming around right just about now. As we take a closer shot around that cemetery turn, Van Eperen still hanging on to the lead. He's been out of off-road for a few years, going back to, I want to say, 2002, 2003, I believe.
Holy moly.
He was running a Pro Life for a while and stepped out of off-road. Started a business, motorcycle shop, snowmobile shop in the Fox Valley. And I believe I came back in off-road last year with his son running in the short course karts. And then during the off-season, acquired this car, and it's a father-son duo out there this year now.
Frana really pulling in on our leader, Van Eperen.
Yeah, he's setting up on that inside. Again, he has 4 wheels pulling where Van Eperen only has the 2 rear wheels looking for that drive. So you ought to see Van Eperen and Frana taking 2 totally different lines, or should at least.
I'm amazed at the size of the roost that one car can kick up. And when they get thrown sideways to these corners, Frana is just getting loaded up inside that cockpit with what Van Eperen's kicking up.
Here, Frana going up that uphill to the right, just grabbing a gear and going with it.
Frana still maintaining that second spot.
He's closing, isn't he?
Well, he closes and he drops back, and he closes in and drops back. So
look at that line, though.
I think he's fast enough. He could probably reel him in, but I don't know if he's fast enough to get around.
Those Husqvarna colors, I think that's the sharpest buggy without question out of all of our classes today. That thing just looks the cleanest every week in, week out. Gosh, I want to drive one of those things. I don't know, this is a hard class to drive, though. I mean, even Pegram said it was harder than he thought it would be, because you've talked about it before, how you have to brake by either pushing or pulling, you know, a lever. You still have to shift. You still have to shear. You have to, steer. You have to give it gas. You have to give it brake. I don't even know if a clutch is involved. You're doing so much. But a lot is going on in the cockpit.
Still no competition yellows. The green flag is out. Frana trying drastically anything. Inside, outside, and trying to get around Van Eperen, our leaders. We've been focusing on them quite a bit the last lap and a half or so. But Scott Schwabe, the dad, still maintains a third, a sizable lead over Ryan Schwabe. Right now in fourth, who's right in front of Mark Kwame in that Popcorn Sutton White Whiskey, number 5.
Yeah, everybody pretty much spread out in this race. Haven't seen much that today. The best race is from up front. It looks like Frana trying to go on the inside. He's going to have the preferred line this time. Van Eperen throws it in there. Look at Frana on the outside as they go down that Cooper Tire catapult. That's the only race on the track, and it's a good one, and it's for first place. Van Eperen now trying to do some different driving lines, because he knew what he was doing wasn't working.
And right there's the pace truck as the competition will be coming out this time around. And Frana timed that pass for the lead at just the right time.
You think that was intentional?
I'd almost have to say yeah, because he has been following closely for so many laps. And John Frana is a schooled engineer. So he's a very, very intelligent individual. So I'm sure he was sizing up Van Eperen the entire time. Threw the cards on the table and hoped for the best, and it worked out for him that time.
Scott Schwabe, Ryan Schwabe come across to take the checker. We're going to step away a bit and get ready for the second half of this Super Buggy race with 10 drivers in it.
When adventure calls, count on the Trail Grappler to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Large, innovative tread blocks provide additional biting edges to help you command the most challenging terrains as you discover new trails. The Trail Grappler's 3-ply sidewall and thick rubber construction aids puncture resistance and provides durability when you need it most. Nitto Trail Grappler, where road meets trail.
What is it that makes a Husqvarna dealer a Husqvarna dealer? Well, just look close at the engineering in our outdoor power equipment. We're known for high performance and reliability in everything we make. So is it any wonder your Husqvarna dealer is also known for high performance and reliability in everything they do? With a nationwide network of Husqvarna dealers, there's one just around the corner.
John Frana making the pass on that last lap, the last lap before the competition caution. And that puts him just ahead of Ronnie Van Eperen in the 45. So they'll start 1 and 2. Team Schwabe just behind him with Old Man in front of the young gun. I see these buggies out there. It reminds me that Luke Johnson, what is he, an open buggy when he raced last? It was in this class. He has a championship-winning buggy for sale sitting back home in California. So if you're thinking about getting into this class, there's not a better buggy out there that won the championship last year in Super Buggy. So I know Luke Johnson, I can get you his telephone number if you're interested in it, but it's he's got a lot of spare parts and a lot of stuff for his Super Buggy. Or those of you watching around the world, if you want to get into class, Luke told me at Crandon that he still had his championship-winning buggy. You know it's a good one, sitting in the garage, ready to go.
As much as that he hates to get rid of it because that's his little girl because he won a championship in it, he hates the fact that it's not on the track either. Well, the green flag is over, back underway. I was just informed, hopefully we got State Senator from Michigan, Tom Casperson, here this weekend. Maybe we'll get him up here in the booth and help us out for one of the races yet this afternoon. But Frana pulls away, gets a good jump at the start. About 4, maybe 5 car lengths over Van Eperen. Scott Schwabe's got a new breath of life also. Running in third, close behind Van Eperen.
So Mark Kwame actually in between the two Schwabes. I thought they were nose to tail at the start of this. So Mark Kwame, and we wondered if they were going to be able to combine points and looking at the points for the more racing in the championship. It is Larry Pegram and Mark Kwame in second behind Scott Schwabe by 4 points. So yes, it looks like, and it makes sense that they would have been the designated, replacement for either Pegram.
Oh man, our leader just pile drives the outside dirt berm right past the cemetery clearance. So he's still underway. We're going to have to see if something happened to possibly to one of those outside tires because he just nailed that outside berm.
Like pop it off the rim kind of outside, or?
Well, it's hard to. I think if that would have happened, if they just popped it off the wheel, but we'll find out. Yeah, he's got beadlocks.
But hit it hard enough, it may change the geometry. Have a little bit of mechanical grip he wasn't looking for.
Looks like everything's okay, though. That's the thing right now.
Yeah, not having to worry about
man. Mark Kwame.
Smoke.
Looks like a axle seal or a CV joint may be going up right now.
Yeah, left rear back there, some type of little white puff of smoke near that left rear tire.
So it doesn't look like it's from the motor, but definitely there's a set of ball bearings on the wheel and by the motor. So it looks like one of the seals possibly is going on the left rear of Mark Kwame, that number 5.
Again, it's for championship points. Only 4 rounds remain after today's race.
Nice shot of the car that you like so much, the Van Eperen car.
You can't tell me that doesn't. I mean, that looks professional. That looks as sweet as it gets.
Yeah, that's nice and racing. Without a doubt, as you look at Frana pulling away, now upwards of about 20 cars. Man, when was the last time we saw a Super Buggy fly 150 feet? Frana is on the throttle.
And he was on the throttle all the way till the end. That's why that front end was lifting. Sometimes you might want to pre-jump. That was not the case.
Kwame seems to be dragging something on the back of his car, kind of hanging on the back cage behind the tire. So I don't know what that may be about. Well, it's hard to see. Not sure if that's the source of the smoke from that left rear or not, but I'm telling you, right now, with Van Eperen running in second, that gap has not been stretched out at all, as he's staying right there in the hunt with our leader, John Frana. That looks like it may be nothing more than the rear number plate, possibly. Kwame kind of dangling on the back of that cage right behind the motor.
He's kind of all over the place, though, the past couple of laps. So I don't know if he's got some handling issues because we give Larry Pegram a hard time. He's new to the sport of off-road racing as far as the buggies are concerned. But it looks like Mark Kwame, who we know has been a professional driver, he's having his problems with it out there today as well.
Brandon's having a lot of fun up there flying that car off that Cooper Tire Hill.
Yeah, he is. I know what I was saying is I don't know if that left rear was a problem causing Kwame to be so out of control.
Looks like white flag is coming off this time by the Boss Snowplow finish line, so it looks like the white flag is in hand. Making those way on a left-hand sweep for one final time through that cemetery turn, and what Mike Cohart here has been saying all day long, the Johnny Greaves Expressway.
It could be the Johnny Greaves Turnpike Expressway. You name it. Hey, you know who's going to be making up points is John Hanna today. He was 4th in championship points after that terrible start at Bark River where he finished 8-8. He's followed it up with second, first, and now another first. So this will be an off-road turkey for him today. But he was 12 points behind Scott Schwalbe. But Frana is going to have Van Eperen separating himself, so he's going to make up some good ground, at least probably half that distance here in this one race.
One final time through turn 1. Van Eperen, I've said it all along, is not going away, but I think time is running out. One set of doubles. Frana clears that. 2 turns remaining up towards the tabletop. Up and over cleanly. And one straightaway, making it double win here this weekend. Frana will do it with the checker flag in hand. Second will go to Rodney Van Eperen to the 45, and Scott Schwalbe will come around and finish in 3rd. Mark Kwame will come around in 4th. A good points day for him as he kind of salvages a couple of points for Larry Pegram, and Ryan Schwalbe right behind him.
And yeah, Schwalbe, Ryan looks like left rear let go, or I thought I saw smoke or some kind of paddle tire option, not what he wanted to see. We'll be back to talk to these winners and the previous class here shortly.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them. And then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The Amsoil product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
The fastest name in radio control.
Well, race fans, we got their top 3 finishers from the prior race before Super Buggy. We got the single buggy guys up here, and very, very entertaining race, man. You guys are battling back and forth. Robert Kinder, you led there for a while, but couldn't quite hang on.
Couldn't quite hang on. It's a struggle. These guys are real competitive. Track was awesome. Great to see the good turnout. I'd like to thank my family. Matt Wendland did the radios for me today. Steinhardt gives me a lot of help. The car's just coming around. It's getting fun.
Well, you got this guy from Las Vegas that kind of threw a wrench in things, and you got to be a little afraid that, okay, is he going to run for the win? Is he going to get in our way? Because we're chasing the points, and he just happens to show up out of the blue.
Well, I also have to thank Greg out at Fat Performance. He helps Bruce. He helps me. It's nice having good parts. So I also have to thank a new sponsor I got after Crandon, Apple Tree Auto, a little place in Lower Michigan that does some engine parts and stuff. Praxair in Green Bay. It's just great to be on the box 2 weekends in a row.
Well, congratulations, man. It was a very nice race this afternoon.
Thank you.
Robert Kinder finishing third. Second, Jeff Willem. I got it right all afternoon, and now I stutter. Villemure. Another good race. And again, I come up here all the time, and I keep seeing these B&L Santoy logos on fire suits. You guys basically are the Sportsman Super team out there, I think. What was it like for you guys out there? You came through well back in the pack and kind of made a late race charge.
Yeah, yesterday it started in the front and had the advantage there and kind of, had my own race there. Today it started in the middle of the pack and went straight backwards. I don't know. Just couldn't get in my groove at the beginning. I was getting mud in the face, went through all the tear-offs. Next thing I know, I had the whole field in front of me. But I just took the challenge and started passing them one at a time, and it's a lot of fun doing it that way. I mean, you end up a lot more dirty, but whatever, it was fun.
I was going to say, with a race like that, you got a lot higher cleaning bill in the fire suit because you're going to be taking a lot more roosts.
Yeah, for sure. Dad's going to have a lot of cleaning to do when we get home. You really got to thank him. He does a lot of work in between races, and we do a lot of prep just to make sure we're top-notch at every race. And he does a lot of work. My brother's always helping spotting. Uncle Pete helping whenever we tear stuff up. B&L Motorsports, of course, are always there for me. LeDuc Transmissions, Team Tech Safety Belts, Optics Spyware. A lot of people helping me out.
It was a lot of fun watching you work your way through the pack this afternoon. Nice job, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Congrats to Bruce. He can take one home.
Finally. Jeff Villemure finishing second. Now, Bruce, had a chance to talk to you last night a little bit, and it's like that monkey's off your back, man. You kind of breathe a sigh of relief that finally you get your first win here at Park River.
Yeah, every time I finish second, it's behind Jeff, and thank God I'm on the top of the box this time. But it's definitely fun racing here. It's a lot of room to pass, a lot of bitching little turns and jumps and stuff like that, and it's kind of technical, but it's all good. It's great racing where people enjoy having you here.
Well, you were up here on the podium yesterday, and we had a chance to you kind of dropped the hint that you're kind of like an honorary Midwesterner to begin with anyways. You spend a lot of time up here. What is it about Park River and Crandon that keeps bringing you back all the way from Las Vegas?
Well, it's definitely the tracks. The tracks are big. They're fun. I enjoy racing here. You can pass people without crashing into people. There's plenty of room. It's great racing here. I love it back here.
Well, congratulations, man. It's cool. It's neat to have you here. It was fun watching you on the internet, kind of warning all the guys, I'm coming, boys, I'm coming, and finally you're here, and finally you're on that top spot.
Yeah, my car runs really good. Jess is pretty damn fast too, but I started 15th, and I did my work today. I mean, coming through the back of the pack and making it to the front. I came up one car short yesterday, and it should be good for the rest of the 2 races, or the next race I'm going to is Crandon, so everything's good.
Nice job.
It's well worth driving 2,000 miles to come to this beautiful country back here. And I'd like to thank my wife for everything she does, and Brian Lopez for coming with me on this long drive, and Fat Performance for giving me a great motor, Dave Foltz Tranny, and everybody else like Freeman's Carpet Serves. Brian and Jess, they do wonders for me back at home. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, he finally got the monkey on his back, his first career win here at Park River. A lot of wins under his belt, but not here. He finally done it here today.
Hey, if you're one of the people who signed up for the televisions or the RC cars from Riverside, they have did the drawing now, and we have a Travis Peterson. Travis Peterson, you've won an RC car. That's Travis Peterson.
Thanks a lot, Tim. We're back here down at the podium with our Super Buggy podium. And first and foremost, got to talk to the guy that finished third. Probably, if you combine the years that these guys have been racing, you still probably have more in your belt than them two combined. And you know what? They're not running away from you, man. You still got a lot in that tank of yours.
Well, I was there, but I just didn't have anything more for them. They were both really fast today and ran really good race. No mistakes. I just couldn't get up there. So, yeah, I had a good race. I hit my son Ryan on the first lap. So I know he'll probably try to blame me for his flat tire, but my guy said, no, I didn't do that. But anyway, yeah, it was a fun race.
Well, you know what? Half the fun is racing against your son, but the other half was racing against the guys. And after all these years, it can't keep getting old every time you hit that podium.
No, it's not. It's just great to be up here and be at it as long as I have and still be able to get up here. It's just means a lot to me, and just want to thank everybody here at Bark River for putting on this race and letting us come every year. It's great.
Well, congratulations one more time. Another podium finish in your resume.
Thank you.
Scott Schwabe finishing third. I guess you could say one of the newcomers, Rodney Van Eperen, kind of the newest father-son race team out there with your son coming out here right after this. In fact, I'm going to make this real quick so we don't miss the short course cars. But talk about this race, man. You were fast. Your car looks fast. It's just a matter of you getting some more wheel time.
Yeah, I'm making mistakes out there. You know, we go around the parade lap, and it's nice and dry, and I thought we had an advantage over the four-wheel drive, but darn Frana just proved us wrong again. I was giving him everything I had, and felt like we had a speed, but he can't make a mistake with him, and I made a mistake. So hats off to him. He rode a great race.
Well, what's it like to have your little guy out there running this race, and basically probably the youngest father-son race team here this weekend?
Yeah, I just want to do as good as him. He won yesterday, and he showed me up again. So we're going to get on the top step here, so hopefully he can make us proud and get back on the top step today.
Well, we'll watch for you down at trackside cheering on your son in just a couple of minutes. So congratulations, man.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Rodney Van Eperen finishing second, and once again, another double. It's about time, man. Mr. Frana, talk about that race. And like you heard, it looked like a dry track. Maybe the advantage wasn't so much four-wheel drive, but you proved them all wrong.
Yeah, you know, for a while there, I wasn't sure I was even going to be able to get alongside Rod. He was running really fast, really consistent. Like he said, I think he made a couple little mistakes. We got side by side, actually, for a while. It was nice and clean racing, and I was just barely able to pull ahead. Everything was working great in the first half. I was getting a little tired in the second half, but the four-wheel drive, RCV performance, the BFG tires, everything was working awesome today.
How hard is it to drive these super buggies? Because I've never done it myself, but I know what it takes as far as shifting, braking, well, all that stuff that's inside that little cockpit of yours. What are you all doing?
Yeah, there's a lot of shifting, braking, bracing yourself for the jumps. You know, you got to hit the gas just right at the right times, feathered at certain spots. You got the clutch too, of course, with a manual transmission. It's just a ton of work. I mean, even after 4 laps, I'm starting to get beat and just sweating and panting, and I think I'm in pretty good shape, but after I drive the car for 2 or 3 laps, I don't think so anymore.
Well, you've had one heck of a weekend. You made up a lot of points in the championship as well, so nice weekend, man.
Thanks, Scott.
John Frana taking the win here. 2 wins here this weekend as we head into Crandon in a couple of weeks. Nice job, guys.
So we go from one of our oldest competitors up on the podium to our youngest competitors coming up here just shortly. The short course carts here at Bark River International Raceway for Throwdown in the UP Part 2.
Emergency safety crews depend on their gas-powered equipment to start when they need it. That's why they use VP small engine fuels, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. Designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Fueling Torque this weekend is Nitto Tire. Come visit Nitto's booth to check out their full line of Grappler Series light truck tires and to receive your free Nitto drawstring backpacks. Nitto Tire, fueled by enthusiasts. And Traxxas manufactures the world's best-selling radio-controlled cars, trucks, boats, and helicopters, including the award-winning Slash short course race truck, nitro-burning T-Max and 100-mile-per-hour X01 supercar. Visit Traxxas in the pits and go to Traxxas.com to find your local hobby store with over 30 vehicles under $300. Get in on the fun with Traxxas, the fastest name in radio control. All right, so here we have the short course carts, and yesterday it was I don't say it was a convincing win, but it was a tough win by Owen Van Epperen. We saw him take the win ahead of Carter Vandenheuvel and Gage Garvin, who's the series points leader, rounding out that podium. So instead of having a pace car, or a pace truck, we have a pace quad, much more on their level. All right, now tell me about these carts again. Anybody can go buy one. The kids are what, age 6 to around 12?
Yeah, 6 to 13.
6 to 13 years of age, and Briggs & Stratton motor. We talked about that, and I wonder because my kids race karts, sprint karts, but they use a lower horsepower car. This is a World Formula motor in there, so there's some horsepower, about 11.5 horsepower for a little kid. That's quite a bit of HP.
Yep, that's plenty of horsepower to get these little trucks around the track. It's just a great class. It's growing super. I mean, last year's an introductory deal. This year's the first year they're going to race every track, and they're having a great time. There's 9 of them out there today.
And again, they're going for their championship points battle as well. Gage Owen has a 7-point advantage over Owen Van Epperen as well as Paige Woronowitz, who are tied for second place. So this is the lowest level of the developmental classes, youngers, and there's actually carts that are one step up from this that we may see at Crandon. But let's see who gets the whole shot first. Out in front should be Zachary Woronowitz.
And these guys are trading a little paint already.
You listen to the fans cheering for them. Moms, dads, aunts, uncles, grandma, grandpa, they're all out here.
It's pretty cool to see Zachary out front. Now we got 2 carts hooked together.
That happens a lot. So the 31 out in front, the 13 in second, but on the outside, the number 29, which should be the 296 of Gage Garvin, the series points leader on the outside in that all-black truck. Look at him. He's trying to make a pass. He's on the outside. He's going to try and shut the door and move into second.
He's taking the Flying Dutchman line, the high line. Keep it on the high line. Keep it wide open. Owen went on the inside, lifted a little bit, and that's all it takes.
So that's what you would recommend is what you're telling me?
Absolutely. Stay on the high side. Stay on the gas.
Keep
you
that
watch
momentum
Gage
going.
Come into this next corner, right past the flagman. He takes it on the outside and keeps the momentum going.
But now he squares it up and should be able to drive, get a pretty good drive and go to the inside if he wants. But I don't know, does he just have that engine set up a little bit more? Because it looks like he has just a little bit more horsepower than the leader is. We might have a pass for the lead.
Well, he's got the exact same horsepower. The only thing, his dad and uncles take that clutch apart. They grease it, they lube it, they massage that thing and put it all back together.
Centrifugal clutch?
Yep.
So just a spinning clutch with some fiber plates and, yeah, the bearing, everything else that's keeping that thing free as possible. Also the carb as well. You could have a better carb setup as well. Might not have the right jetting between the two, even though they are the same motor and technically a spec class motor.
Yeah, absolutely. All these, as far as I know, I mean, we've never touched a carb.
Really?
Haven't even taken it off, haven't looked at it. We've just been trying to learn from the Garvins as far as what to do with the clutching. The clutching is the key.
Zach Zeranowitz doing a really good job. You were talking about the Flying Dutchman outside line, but when you hold that inside and make the guy go the long way around, he's having to cover more distance, and that could hurt as well.
Yep, and that's what's been happening. He's taking the outside line, but that's a long way around. And when you got identical vehicles, it's going to be tough.
The number 13 in third, but it looks like we might have a pass for third place. The 2-0, it looks like Braden Beauchamp has moved into third. Oh, and problems with the cart that was in third.
Owen Van Epperen.
Owens.
Yeah.
I'm looking to see what he's looking at. It looks like he just stalled dead in the water as everybody getting by him, including the 87, the 45, and the 5.
And the help that's out there, it's awesome. The dads, the uncles, they're all out to help any one of the kids. And then we learn a lot. Whenever there is an incident like that, we find out what happened, all the information shared with every team, so every team knows what to look out for next race. Gage Garvin.
Yeah, Gage Garvin, I have 296, but I know that's not right, but the 29 is out in front, and once he took over that position, now starting to pull away from Zach Rowanowitz. Yeah, making a pass on that last lap when I was watching Vandenheuvel, what happened with them. So third place now, the 2-0, and the 77 starting to go out. Carter Vandenheuvel back there, the 77 in fourth. Braden Beauchamp in third.
He's trying to catch Braden, and you know what? Braden's going to keep that hammer down.
And Braden losing a little body work on that left rear. Now with the little kids, they don't want to give away that stuff. They want to put it back on there. There's a little over-rotation by our leader coming towards that far straightaway.
Yeah, he's starting to take it a little too far to the outside, and he had to throw it sideways. Once you do that, you kill your momentum. It takes a long time to get going. Carter's going to try put a move on Beauchamp.
Beauchamp in that third position as that seems to be the best race on the track. 1 and 2 separated, but only about one truck length between third and fourth place.
Zachary's doing a tremendous job. He's been running second pretty much the whole race.
Vandenheuvel keeps closing in at times, trying to close in on Beauchamp, not able to get the pass, so we'll see. Looks like he has a good line. Not having to worry about drafting much with these trucks, but it's not necessary. If you're follow the leader to some extent, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because that may be the preferred race line.
Get right up behind him, let him make a little mistake, and try to take advantage of it.
And that may be the case. Again, the good race is for third place. You see the red truck trying to make some inroads in. That's Carter Vandenheuvel in the 77, trying to close in on Braden Beauchamp. Beauchamp again, there's his run. He's on the inside this time.
On the inside, finally. Now, does he have enough power to get up there and get alongside him?
He's got to get half a truck, and no.
No. Braden had the preferred line. Braden's got a great
cheering section,
squad
does he?
up here.
A lot of VIPs. And you know that's where the beer is as the white flag comes out. So I think they're product testing up here. So the leader is still Gage Garvin in the 29. Uh-oh, look at that battle for third. They took the white flag on the inside. Will we have a pass? Beauchamp trying to hold on to 77. Vandenheuvel in fourth. First is gone. Gage, if he keeps it on four wheels, he is checked out of this. He's on that back straight coming towards the finish line. Second place still holds strong. Zach Rowanowitz, he's been there pretty much 3/4 of this race. Look at the battle for third as Gage is going to take the win. The points leader stretches that points lead. Look at the race for third. Body parts flailing on Beauchamp. Here goes the 77 to the inside. Beauchamp shuts the door. Does he? Look at him come to the finish line. Beauchamp runs it in there, but a little.
Really close.
Tries shutting the door down, but he gives a little bit of room for Vandenheuvel, who tries the last-ditch pass, and the Beauchamp cheering section wins, finishing third. Another good race here, coming across with the number 5 of Paige Rowanowitz, and it looks like the 87 of Jason Folkman rounding out our field. So short course cars didn't disappoint, and they have so much fun to get to see them at Crandon again, right?
Oh yeah, they'll be back at Crandon. Anybody want information? Right next to Sean Morris's camp, right across from Andy Zipper's. We got a bunch of the carts parked there, all the information you need.
All the questions you want to have answered, you're the man. Talk to them over there. And I got to see that the information sheet, a lot of good stuff on that information sheet on what it takes to make these carts. And price-wise, brand new off the shelf, we're looking at probably $9 grand with even the safety equipment.
Right, $8,300 to buy the cart, then you add your safety equipment, about $9,000. And these kids can go have a blast.
And brand new vehicle at that. Thank you very much for helping me up here. The short course carts, we'll talk to the little Groms up on the podium here in just a moment.
Welcome to the Dark River International Raceway. The Island Resort Casino is pleased to sponsor the exciting off-road races this weekend. Congratulations to the Dark River Lions Club for the fantastic job they have done to make this weekend such a great success. To all the race fans, have a great time. Boss Snowplow invites you to enlist in Snow Care for Troops. Snow Care is a nationwide program underwritten by Boss Snowplow. which recruits local volunteers to provide snowmobile services for the men and women serving overseas. After all, they're protecting our freedom. Following their driveway is the least we can do. For more information, visit sportsman.com. Beats Coca-Cola would like to welcome all race fans to another great weekend of off-road races and invite everyone to sit back and enjoy ice-cold Coca-Cola or just anyone. The Park River International Raceway would like to extend a big thank you to Riverside Auto Group and Northern Motors for supporting this weekend's racing event. Please support those who make this event happen. For your next vehicle purchase, think Riverside and Northern Motors. The Park River International Raceway would like to thank North Tracks Equipment, Roller Machinery, and Fabco Equipment for their years of commitment for this racing event by supplying some of the equipment you see used on the track this weekend. Without their generosity, this race could not take place. So from the raceway and from all the fans, thank you North Tracks, Roller, and Fabco. The Park River International Raceway would like to thank the following list of special partners for donating the use of some of their equipment or materials used on the track this weekend. Casperson Lawn, M&J Excavating, Torc Dairy Farm, Park River Concrete Products, Dan Gibson, Get Dairy, and Rusty Anderson Excavating. Thank you for your partnership. The Park River International Raceway would like to extend a big thank you to all the sponsors of this race weekend. There will be no race without the support of these sponsors. We ask you, the race fans, to support those establishments that work so hard and commit so much to ensuring that we continue to have off-road racing here in the UP. And thank you for attending the Park River Off-Road Races.
Radar Tires is here in what is sure to be a successful second season of racing with their Radar Renegade MT. Stop by their booth to get entered and win a set of Radar tires and meet the Renegades. Pro Light drivers Luke Johnson, Cam Reimers, and Ian Harris. Radar Tires is proud to support the Breast Cancer Research Foundation with a $5 donation for every Radar tire purchase. Get social with them on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, or at radartires.com. Rugged Radios is the #1 source for racing communications. From headsets, two-way radios, and receivers, Rugged Radios has all the equipment needed to take your team to the podium. And VP Fuels is the world leader in fuel technology, and it doesn't stop at the track. Use VP small engine fuel in all of your outdoor power equipment. Ethanol-free blends for 2-cycle and 4-cycle tools ensure easier starts and worry-free long-term storage. Go visit vp-sef.com for more information.
Race fans, we have got the top 3 finishers of the wildest race of the day. Our short course car kids. How about that? And you know what? Braden, I got to come to you first, man. You finished 3rd. Come on up here. Come up to the front. Put your trophy up here in your hands. Look at the camera. Look at me, all right? This whole deck was full of, like, little Braden Beauchamp fans, and they were screaming and yelling, just going nuts. Could you hear them from the racetrack? Did you care at the moment?
Yeah.
Are you pretty happy right now?
Uh-huh.
You're going to do this again come Crandon?
Yep.
You got anybody to thank?
My mom, my dad. Everybody who helped me on my truck. I want to thank my brother and my sister. They helped out a lot, too.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun out there.
Yeah.
You think, now that you figured out what it takes to get to the podium, you think you can do it again?
Definitely.
So you got any pointers for your dad later on?
Win.
Well, for his race, got any pointers for your dad? Oh, win. Oh, that's what he said. Yeah, like he said, win. How about that? All right, everyone's saying who are your sponsors?
Stewart Manufacturing, Dress Event, and American.
And Dad's checkbook? Congratulations, man. It's really cool to see a new guy up here in the podium. Nice job.
Thank you.
Right there, there's a picture. Mr. Rohanowitz. Hey, Smiley, come on up here. Here's that trophy. Come on up to the front right here so we can see you real nice. Look at the camera. Smile. That's a grin. Smile. Let's see some teeth. Let's see that dental work. Smile. Come on, man. Smile for us. Well, you're finished second. That's pretty good, right? No?
Yeah.
You happy with it?
Yeah.
Would you go out there and do it again or try and win?
Yes.
Whoa. Did anybody else see that? So what's going to happen now for Crandon?
I'm going to get in first.
Yeah? You're pretty sure of that, huh?
Yes.
That's what it takes to win, right?
Yep.
You got any advice for some of these pro drivers coming up here next? Like, if you could talk to Johnny Greaves, what would you tell him about the track right now?
I don't know.
No? Just go out and win, right?
Yes.
Who's your favorite pro driver?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. Who's your favorite pro driver? Who's your favorite Pro 4 driver?
I don't know.
Okay, we'll go with that. Okay, come Crandon. We're going to see you up here again?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Hanowitz, congratulations. You got another trophy in your collection. And where's Mom? Mom? Give him the smile, will you? Nice job. That's what we're talking about. Check this out, buddy. You know what? The thing is, when a little guy goes out there that barely can see over the steering wheel, come on up front here, real close to the edge, there we go. How are you able to see over that steering wheel?
I could, but when all the other cars went, I just went.
Yeah? How'd you make the pass to get up front?
By turning to the left and then coming off and cutting everybody else's line off.
Oh, little speed secrets out there. Who's your favorite Pro 4 driver?
Johnny Greaves.
Yeah, if you could talk to him right now, would you tell him anything about the track? If it's dry, if it's wet, if it's too slick, what would you tell him?
It's a little wet and a little dry.
Yeah? Okay. Who helps you out with that car?
My mom, my dad, all my uncles, my grandpa, me, my little sister, and yeah, that's it.
You're going to keep that trophy, or you're going to give it to your mom or dad, like, hey, thank you so much, this is for you, or you're going to keep it?
Keep.
Attaboy. Congratulations. We'll see you at Crandon, all right?
Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, come on up here, guys. Everybody up front. This is, once again, the future of off-road racing, our short course kart kids.
We still have one more Sportsman race to go. The super stock trucks here in just a bit, and then we'll get things set, prep, track all done, get ready for the big boys. Torc, the Off-Road Championship presented by M. So again, tell your friends to log on to torcseries.com, find it out, watch us live. If you're not here in person, you need to be watching on the web.
Before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. A tire like Cooper's revolutionary new CS5 with premium touring innovations for the way real drivers really drive. That's real life performance. Because life's a road trip. Come on, let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at Bark River International Off-Road Raceway, and our next race is at the line. It's always entertaining, always dramatic, always a blast to watch the super stocks. And you know what? This yesterday was just a precursor for what I'm kind of feeling we're going to see today as the points chase has really tightened up here.
Yes, it is. Mitch Dorr, 108 points, but Don Demeny, 103, so only 5 points separates first and second. A fairly decent gap between second and third, 21 points. And that's Danny Beauchamp. Jeff Bannon, 2 points behind him, and Joey Masachik back there with 67 points. So first and second, Mitch Dorr in the 897 and Don Demeny in the 885 should be two guys to look for.
Here's our lineup real quick as we got some tough players anchored in the mid-pack. We got Troy Shaden and Jay Schaefer on the front row, along with Garrett Lohr and Gatlin Keener.
in the truck I like to call Mater, but it's being called the bootlegger right now, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Outside of row 2 right now, you take a quick look at it. In row 3, it's Nick Bing and Tom Varner. In the 6th spot, we got Matt Sorek and Joey McKasick in row 4. Row 5, Jeff Fannin and Danny Beauchamp. In row 6, it's Don Demony and Mitch Dorr, both drivers right now battling for that championship. It's Rob LeGrand and Matt Dale in row 7. Row 8 has Harvey Lewis. And let's see, Shane Stesney is out there in the 876. And Ken Wilson starting the 803. Here they go to turn number 1. And it looks like it's going to be Troy Shaden with a hole shot in that white Chevrolet.
I'm looking at the bootlegger on that very inside. He tried making an even more aggressive inside line. That probably hurt his momentum just a little bit. Bootlegger back at about 6.
Trying to make it 3 wide. Look out, here they come. 4 wide.
There goes the bootlegger.
It's Shaden across the line. 819 of Garrett Lord, Nick Bing. 827 of Matt Sorek on the top 4.
Yeah, Bing back there in 3rd. Thought he was going to be able to possibly even take 2nd there for a moment. But some, mayhem in that 2nd left-hand turn. As it looks like, because that one truck up there on the top of the hill is kind of high-centered on the berm. See that in that number 2 turn, that 2nd left.
I can't
or the
quite
first
see
left.
the numbers from here, but we take a look at the monitors. We see Shaden still with the lead right now. He's about to get a lot of pressure. He's got 2, 3, 4 trucks. Right now it looks like the high side truck is back off the berm. Harvey Lewis is back underway. As here comes the rest of the field down the Cooper Tire Hill.
Well, 4 guys on top of each other back there in 6th spot. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4 guys.
Oh man, the bootlegger goes all the way around. Tough break for Keener.
Got a little squirrely, looked like he was sipping the sauce there for a little while, but he'll have that competition caution. Hopefully he'll catch up, maybe get by a couple of guys. We'll have that competition caution also at the halfway point of this race. This is the last of our Sportsman division. After this, it's the Pro Bad Boys coming up.
Well, I'm trying to find where Mitch Dorr is. There he is. Mitch Dorr is faded back about 1 truck. Meanwhile, Don Demony has jumped up. He's passed 2. So there's 2, maybe 3 right now trucks between our guys chasing that championship of Mitch Dorr and Don Demony.
Laura was getting loose, that yellow truck in 2nd. He just keeps his throttle in it, keeps his foot in that throttle, but Laura back in 2nd. Look at that race for 3rd. 2 wide going over the finish line jump. 833 of Nick Bing and 827 of Matt Sorek.
Our leaders are side by side. You see Garrett Laura on the inside. Here comes, and Laura now will make the pass, and now he'll be up front.
Yeah, what happened there, Laura, we saw him in 2nd here at the start-finish line, but now he's out in front, going over there near that cemetery turn in the Johnny Greaves Expressway.
It looks like Nick Bing is trying to get around as he's been tapping that back bumper of Shaden now for the last half a lap or so. Shaden making that Chevrolet awful wide right now. Here they come towards the Cooper Tire Hill. There goes Don Demony, the outside in that yellow and black Dodge. Just misses the back bumper of Jay Schaefer, making that right-hand turn.
The white truck is Troy Shaden in 2nd place. Back there, Nick Bing on the outside, trying to get by in 3rd. Barely misses a little contact. Whoa, one driver doing a donut. Nice pirouette to 851. It looks to be unofficially, don't see that on my score sheet here. 851, yeah, Joey McKasick, sorry.
And Demony now once again tapping that back bumper of Jay Schaefer a little further back in the pack, trying to work his way forward as we take a look at the battle for 2nd right now. Woo! As it is all over. Look at all the trucks battling for position. That is 1st through 10th, all right there.
Shaden has dropped back to 3rd now. The orange truck of Bing into 2nd. 827 of Sioric in 4th, it looks to be. And guys battling for position throughout the entire field as they're making their way over that back straightaway, heading towards the Johnny Greaves Expressway.
There's the battle for, I believe that's
2nd,
4th, 2nd, 3rd, 4th,
2nd, 3rd. Yeah,
jeez,
they are tight.
Yeah, second on back, we'll call it.
I think every one of those guys, except for the black truck, has been in second place within the past 3 laps.
And here comes the current side. That's our current leader.
Yeah, Laura.
Well, Laura has absolutely pulled away. Nick being second. Bing will go to the inside, trying to maybe move up one more spot in that left-hand sweeper. Don Demony now in the top 4. He started way back in the 11th spot. Meanwhile, Mitch Dorr, current leader in points, is back in 8th.
827, Matt Sorick. Siorik's the driver that's been on the move now. He's up into second place for his time in that runner-up position. We'll see if he can close in on the leader, Garrett Lohr, who's out in front. Is kind of pulled away a little bit, but Siorik kind of doing that from 3rd place.
There's a good shot of 1st through 4th.
Somebody on the double on the far left-hand side of that tabletop got spun around backwards.
77 it looks like. That's Matt Dale. Pointing the wrong direction at the tabletop. Looks like left rear issues. Looks like the wheel came off.
Broken. I don't know how.
Not a flat tire, but the entire wheel.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and drag him off fairly quickly. I almost seen him pulling backwards with me.
Here comes battle as we take another look. There's Matt Dale trying to get off the track. It'll be just a yellow, local yellow. Not full course right now on the track, though. The battle for 3rd, Don Demony and Nick Bing.
Well, here comes the leader, and that one truck is out there. So looking for yellow flags somewhere because he's going to be facing them.
Nick Bing goes wide up into the fencing. Saves it, but once again, Demony will move up one spot. Demony now into 3rd.
Well, a good race out in front. Remember, we still have yet to see that competition caution, and it will come out right now. So as you see it, no matter what the gap is, they will start nose to tail here in just a moment. This is the super stock truck class, and Laura's out in front of Siorik. 1 and 2, but again, they'll start like that, nose to tail here in just a moment. And we'll kick off the second half of super stock trucks here right after this.
Ready. Drive.
And 90 degrees up on 2 wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate Gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Bark River, Michigan. You see the crowd, you see the fans. You cannot see the massive amount of motorhomes, coaches, fifth wheels, and everything else on the other side of that hill and to the left. Robbie Floyd, Scott Rain. We'll hear from Taylor Snyder here very shortly when we kick off the Torc the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL at 3:15. Go to torcseries.com. Also on YouTube on Motor Trend channel at 3:15. We'll kick things off there. This is the Midwest Off-Road Racing Sportsman event, the final event of the day. We've had a bevy, everything from the little kids in carts all the way up to buggies and the four-wheel drives. These are the super stock trucks. A good field, a 17 driver field strong. It's a great way to end these Sportsman races for the afternoon.
This has been crazy entertaining yesterday with all the racing action. It's getting even better right now. If you follow the points, championship with only 4 rounds of remaining in the 2014 season after today. You've got Don Demney right now in that 3rd spot, and who is 2nd in points, with Mitch Dorr, who's leading in points, 5 trucks back in line as they're getting ready to take the green flag for the second half. The pace truck is pulling off to the right side of the course up on top of the hill. Here they come, taking the green flag into turn 1. Garrett Lohr has led a lot of this race. Matt Sorek in 2nd, Don Demney 3rd, Nick Bing 4th, and Jeff Fan in the top 5.
Might have a pass or a move on the inside of 3rd, trying to get inside of Sorek. Oh, yeah, Demney, the guy who's up there in that championship points battle, in 2nd. He's trying to get by Sorek. He looks to be the one that's most racy on his 2nd restart. You see the orange of Nick Bing back there in 4th place. The bootlegger now starting to work his way up, or having to do a pirouette and work his way back through the field.
Yeah, he looped it earlier in the race and was running, I want to say, in the 6th or 7th spot. And the bootlegger, Keener, with the popcorn Sutton White whiskey on the side of the door, was working his way to the field. Brand new truck. Doesn't look like it by looking at it, but that's a brand new truck. This is only its 3rd race since it was completed. Here we go. Looks like Demney trying to make the pass on the outside. Here they come towards the Cooper Tire Hill.
Demney in the yellow. Sorek on the right-hand side in that black with red accents. Demney's going to have that wall on the inside to really work with, and it looks like he has taken over his 2nd. Look at him side by side, and now the orange truck being back there getting swapped out in 4th. So Demney takes over 2nd. Again, he is 5 points behind Mitch Dorr in the Superstock Truck Championship for the Midwest Off-Road Racing.
Here they come into turn 1. Once again, Garrett Lohr has had the lead for about 2/3 of this race. As the laps start to wind down, we are 1 lap past halfway. Sorek, Nick Bing in 4th, 5th. Jeff Fannin. And from 6th on back, oh my, it is a battle for position. Nobody is 1 lap down. They are all incredibly tight right now.
Can't get much closer than these guys who are going up that hill. You see, you getting it right in the tracks. You still got to power it. Sometimes it's easier to see when you're so close to the driver in front of you. You hear other drivers talking about it. Yesterday, the track held pretty well. Hardly any dust whatsoever. Now you're seeing for the first time in the Superstock truck some dust starting to happen on those back sections.
There comes Jeff Fannin on the inside of Nick Bing, trying to move up 1 spot. I believe that's for the 5th spot. And it looks like he's pulled it off. That Parsons Chevrolet sponsor vehicle has now moved up. Here goes our lead right now. Demney going to try the outside line. The same maneuver he did on Sorek on the last lap. And he may be pulling it off. Try to block a little bit lower, try to turn into him. Now we got a brand new leader.
Now Sorek.
Demney up front.
Look at Sorek. He says, all right, if you pass him, I stay in here. We should both be able to pass him. He was trying to take advantage.
Cased it hard. Garrett Lohr cased it hard off that Boss Snowplow starting line jump. Now we'll see how much Don Demney has to keep him on. We thought that was a hurt motor. Sorek goes inside of Lohr, making a brand new line on that racetrack. Here comes Lohr right back to the inside.
Sorek getting aggressive. Neither one of those guys letting off. They were just trying to almost drift like a Formula Drift car would. Stay in the throttle, just use that throttle to steer the truck around. What about Mitch Dorr? Where is he? The series points leader.
One is either 6th or 7th. There he is right there. That black and white.
He should be in about possibly 5th spot.
897.
So he's going to lose the points
Oh,
lead.
man, we got more smoke. Is that smoke or dust out of our leader?
I don't know. Maybe dust. It was dusty in that section the last time around.
It's hard to see in our monitors, which is exactly what we're going off of.
Don Demney, and the position he's in right now would be the series points leader. I mean, we see a swap in that top 2 position.
Here they come towards the Cooper Tire Hill. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. 6th is Mitch Dorr. Now that is the same motor that Demney blew the inspection plug out of at Grandin and spit all of the oil. He still was able to maintain oil pressure, but the temperature shot way up. So they didn't even look at the motor, didn't pull the heads, didn't pull the pan, nothing to make sure everything was okay. Didn't look at the rings or
Put more in there. Just put more oil in.
Yeah, pretty much. So coming into this weekend, they had no idea what kind of condition that motor was in. They were just going to run it. And it looks like the white flag will be coming up this time by. Oh man, I told Demony that I would do the cardinal sin of announcing if he won this race.
And what's
the cardinal
that?
sin number 1, you never give up the microphone. Looks like I may have to.
I don't know. Torc has something to say about it. Watch out for Matt Torc. Oh.
Hey, look, is that, I want to say Troy Shaden. Is that Troy Shaden, 829? Yes, it is. Our early leader who pulled the whole shot at the start finds himself embedded in a little bit of a riverbank. And without a doubt, his afternoon is done. That little ditch right there has sucked up some of the best off-road racers in the world over the years.
Well, the leader should be coming over the Cooper Tire catapult here any second on this last lap. Torc.
Whoa, how about that? Torc is right there in the back bumper. Demony has to keep it honest.
Demony likes that winding up really wide and getting on that left-hand side. That could maybe open the door for Torc to square up farther on the right hand and get underneath him.
I can guarantee you this, Don will keep it right tight to the inside. If he has to slow down to keep it up on the inside, that's exactly what he'll do. If you're going to pass me, you're going to pass me on the outside. Here they come into turn 1, one final time. Will he retake the points lead? He opened the door just a little bit right there. Torc is right there as well.
Torc with a pretty good drive. You saw him hop. Sometimes he can get too good a traction like that in the turn, too much side bite. And you're just grabbing, and that will actually hurt you. But I think you're going to have to hand over the mic here, Scott. What do you think taking the victory is Demony Torc's going to be second as they cross 1 and 2. Look at this race for 5th place as Door closes in right at the last moment. I believe he might have moved into the top 5. So we may have a switch in position for the championship points lead. We're at $5,000 for the raffle, so $5,000 is what we're up to, guys. Keep putting money in. It only costs $1 for 1 ticket, 3 for $2, or 10 for $5. I've got 20 tickets here. I'm trying to win this, and we're at Bark River International Raceway. It's off-road truck racing, but that truck right there looks like a grass plow. We'll be back with more.
Start the cameras. All right, stand up on the exterior step.
Hold on, I'm going over.
Husqvarna's latest innovation is based on a simple fact. The Earth is not flat. Its hills, valleys, and uneven terrain inspired Husqvarna to create a line of all-wheel drive mowers that help make easy work of any mowing challenge. The Earth isn't flat, but with a Husqvarna all-wheel drive mower, it sure could feel that way. Find the all-wheel drive mower at your local Husqvarna dealer and Lowe's.
Race fans, did you know that Husqvarna is the largest outdoor power equipment manufacturer in the world? That's right. Husqvarna offers a full line of lawn and garden equipment for the homeowner and the professional. Chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, lawnmowers, tractors, zero turns, and more. Trust Husqvarna with all your lawn, garden, and outdoor power equipment needs. Stop by the Husqvarna display area to find out how you can save 10% on your next purchase of Husqvarna outdoor power equipment. And the Nitro Bee is a small single-channel radio receiver for racers and spotters to hear the Torc race officials. This UHF listen-only receiver allows track officials to notify drivers and spotters of a yellow flag or any wrecks that may have occurred on the track. The Nitro Bee is the official receiver for USAC. Get your Nitro Bee today at ruggedradios.com. Last call for the 50-50 raffle. I think they're at $3,000 payout right now. It was $3,900. Come on, you can step it up. I thought they were going to do it till 4, but evidently they're stopping at 3. So hurry up, get it going. Maybe towards the end, might have sometimes less than an hour, but right now is the time to go get that raffle 50-50. I think Scott Rain's going to be getting ready for his. He needs to buy at least one ticket. He's lucky enough he'd win that thing.
Top of me. We got our top 3 finishers over here from the Super Stock. I'm going to start coming over here. Garrett, man, you took off and ran that first half, but couldn't quite stick it out the entire race. But you're still breathing heavy. What was that race like for you?
Oh, that was intense. I know those guys are really fast and just trying to hold my line, hit my marks. My spotter kept calming me down, telling me, they're way back there, you're fine. While he was lying, they were right there. And yeah, just trying to keep it under control in there. And yeah, I was hoping I could keep clean air, but I just couldn't squeak it off today.
Well, you scared me there for a while when you come up. Don Demity came up alongside of you because you had 2 crazy maniacs banging doors, and you guys were beating on each other pretty hard. I'm like, oh man, I can just hear the spotters going, dude, calm down, breathe, calm down. Was it along that line?
Oh yeah, that's exactly what he was saying. He's saying, get out of him. I'm like, I'm trying. It's pushing that way. It's going this way. The truck's driving sometimes, not me. So.
Nice job, man.
Cool. I got to thank Todd. He was spotting for me today, and his son Easton was racing the mini carts there. I got to thank our crew chief, RJ Flanagan. He couldn't come up this weekend, but helping us out all the time. Waukesha Metal Supermarkets, LMT, Dyno Tuning, and the whole crew and all my friends for coming up and helping out. We couldn't do it without them. It's a whole team deal. So,
well, congratulations. It's okay to be feeling what you're feeling right now. You just had probably life's biggest adrenaline rush, and now you're coming down from that. So it's okay to be emotional. Congratulations, brother.
Absolutely. Thanks, Scott.
Garrett Lohr finishing 3rd. Matt, make some room, man. No, there's another. This guy's just too damn cool, huh? Look at him. You know, that was, I'm looking over at Garrett. He's like shaking in his fire shoes, and you're like over here going, yeah, I could do that all over again. Yeah, no problem. How was the race for you otherwise?
Well, that was one ball of fun there. We a little bit back from yesterday and worked our way on up. I told him before the race, I said, yeah, you go back up front and just wait, I'm coming. But first off, I got to thank Star Tool and Die for being behind us in the off-season. Deaver Springs, the work they do for us, it's awesome. Bob's Engine and Trans, man, that thing gets us up front. And Charlie with ATD, we took the trans out actually before this race and had them look through it. Everything's solid. And it's always we can depend on them. And all the other sponsors, we've been a little short-handed this event and a few other events this season with crew members not being able to make it. I have to give a shout-out to my buddy Jaden. Stepped up. He's been there at every race this year. And also to my Good Luck Charms out there. So,
Good Luck Charms. Go ahead, call them out. Where are they?
She knows who she is.
Oh, you're just a little devil, ain't you? Congratulations, man. Nice job this afternoon.
Thank you.
Garrett, Matt Torc taking the win.
So quickly, I have to thank 2 sponsors. Charlie from ATD, that transmission is phenomenal. I don't use the brakes. I come into a corner, I slam it into first. If I'm really bad, I'll hit it in reverse for a minute. Yeah, he don't care. He doesn't warranty them anyway. That's a race thing. Cooper tires, those things are absolutely phenomenal. Troy Shaden had such a bad day yesterday. I gave him a set of my old ones, and when I seen him running ahead of me, I thought, I hope you better tell your spotter the deal is the deal. If I come up, you better let me by. And I had to work to get around them. These guys, this was a great race. But today, I'm on the top of the box, so I get the microphone. So I'm going to interview Scott. So what did you think of that race? What were you thinking on the first lap? What were you thinking when all those trucks came around that corner on the first lap?
No, I was fine with that. It's when you took the lead, I went, oh, crap.
Because you knew this was going to happen. Anyway, thank you guys. I got to give a shout out for everybody at home. Woo! Hope you're screaming at that computer. So,
Cookie, we wish you were here, man. We wish you were here, girl.
All right, thank you. I got to thank my wife, my family, my whole crew. I tell you what, last night we went through that truck like with a fine-tooth comb, and I had a whole bunch of people stop over and say, what's broke? Nothing. We want to win the race. Yesterday, my wife says the truck sounds a little different. What's different? And I said, it's faster. She don't know the difference.
Well, okay, you didn't shave this weekend, obviously. All right, you're on the podium. You're on the podium both days. Are you going to shave between now and Crandon?
No. I'm gonna do the Mitch Adore thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the top 3 finishers here this weekend in Super Stock. Let's hear it for them.
So that's it for the Sportsman Racing today, the Midwest Off-Road Racing Sportsman Races we had this afternoon. Thank you to all the drivers, all the fans watching those, because when we come back, we'll be heading live here very shortly to the on the YouTube to the Motor Trend channel. Go to torcseries.com because we're at Bark River International Raceway. Tell your friends all about it because we're about to kick things off with Torc. The Off-Road Championship presented by Amsoil. It's not too far from now.
I'm one of the owners for Total Chaos Fabrication. I'm also one of the drivers. We have to test our equipment. You have one opportunity to nab the money shot. I have to believe that it's going to be accessible and it's not going to fail on me. We'll travel with equipment like external WD hard drives. We have to trust that the equipment's going to protect our data. I have to believe in what I'm using and I have to have trust in it.
As the velocity of change in the world increases, so does the promise of opportunity. For over 86 years, we've stayed true to the belief that if you put quality in, you get quality out. No matter the job, our equipment is built for it. No matter the ask, our dealers are up for it. No matter the challenge, you'll be ready for it. Build on a company that's built for it.
Welcome, everybody, to Bark River International Raceway. We're glad you can be a part of it. Robbie Floyd, Scott Rain, and we are down to our final races of the day. 3 more races to go, the Pro Light, the Pro 2-wheel drive, and the Pro 4. And if you want to race Traxxas / 4x4 trucks, short course trucks, against the Traxxas Pro drivers, you can go to the Traxxas Mobile Support Hauler located behind the grandstands in here for your chance to win a spot by signing up. You're also in for a chance to win a Traxxas / short course truck. Go to the Traxxas Vending Hauler and sign up now for a chance to race shoulder-to-shoulder against Traxxas Pro drivers Mike Jenkins, Keegan Kincaid, and Mark Jenkins. And thanks for coming out to Bark River this weekend. Remember that Traxxas is the fastest name in radio control. And whether you're a Sponsor Pro or a Weekend Warrior, VP Racing Fuels are purpose-built to grab the lead and keep you there. Extreme off-road conditions bring out the best in VP. VP Fuels make more power, are more consistent, and they're easy to find. For more info, visit vpracingfuels.com. And we're easy to find. We're right here in the mecca of short course off-road racing. This weekend in Bark River, Michigan. In a couple of weeks, we will be in Sturgis. That will be the mecca for that weekend of short course off-road racing. And
Be the mecca for a lot of things that weekend, I think.
Oh, the mecca of debauchery. And I still think you need to get a scooter to go out there against all those hogs and show them your motorcycle skills.
I'd have no problem with a scooter, but anything beyond that, I think I'm just biting off too much to chew.
Get that cub. I'd love to have a cub. That would be awesome. But, yeah, we'll be in Sturgis in a few weeks, and not too far from here. What, about an hour and a half away from Crandon for our final race of the year, rounds 13 and 14. This is round 10 today. So 11 and 12 will be at Sturgis. 13 and 14 will be back again at Crandon, the home of the speeding ticket. Do not speed anywhere near there.
Please define the definition there for us
because
of why that is
for some crazy
home of the speed
reason,
ticket for you.
They've got like 35-mile-an-hour speed zones on the freeways, it seems like, out there on the highways. And myself, Bobby Runyon, B.J. Burtwell, there's several people got tickets around Crandon last week. So drive the speed limit.
Does Swamp Creek Antiques sell little tiny violins?
Yeah, so you can play
Do they?
one.
so we can bring them out to the racetrack at Crandon and play
Maybe
for
I
these guys.
should get some cheese turds with that wine. Right, but yeah, make sure you stay the speed limit, and what feels like should be the speed limit is obviously not the speed limit around Crandon. So this is Bark River, Michigan Throwdown in the UP, rounds 9 and 10. We're going to step away for a little bit. Everything, getting stuff ready for the NBC Sports Network, where Tony Bachko will be doing the play-by-play call, Grant Langston will be doing the color commentary, and Chrissy Lee, I saw her on the sheet, but I've yet to see her here at Bark River. She's going to be getting all the interviews down there, and we'll have our own Taylor Snyder with us today. So Scott Rain and I will be back here in just a moment to kick things off live on TorcSeries.com and Motor Trend Channel on YouTube.
Northern Terrain and Chevy Monster customization packages for trucks and Jeeps. Riverside Auto Group has 7 local dealerships and circuits representing Ford, Chevrolet,
Torc, the off-road championship, presented by AMSOIL, pounds through the season's midway point after intense battles at the Big Dog of Grandin. Pressure starts to tighten its grip as the podium chances dwindle, along with championship points, and the season ramps up with intensity. Pro light driver Keegan Kincaid is on a roll with 2 wins in Grandin, pushing him up to 3rd. In round 5 at Bark River, Pro 2-wheel drive Chad Hoare took a big hit on the track and in the points. Now he's chasing CJ Greaves, who's fresh off back-to-backs at the Big House Brawl. And in Pro 4-wheel drive, Johnny Greaves sits atop the leaderboard, but the Jenkins brothers are closer than they appear in his rearview mirror. Torc is back at Bark River for more dramatic racing action. Welcome to the nation's premier off-road racing series, Torc, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL.
Didn't say. Welcome, everybody. We're here at Bark River, Michigan, at the Bark River International Off-Road Raceway. It's the Throwdown in the UP. Day 2, weekend 2 here, way up in the far north, hey, don't you know?
Yeah, hey, they're Uper country, eh? I could not wait to get here for the second time. These are rounds 9 and 10 this weekend. This is round 10 today. It's time for Torc, the Off-Road Championship, and it could not be a more perfect day. Blue skies, nice breeze, temperature in the 70s. Fans have came out in full force, and Scott Rain, that just makes a perfect Bark River weekend.
This weekend together, both days, have been probably the best weather they've had here in years. Just enough wind to keep the mosquitoes away, just enough wind to keep the dust away from the crowd, but not enough wind to dry out the track. Yesterday, they put very little water down all day long, but yet had a perfect track for every race, Sportsman and Pro all day long. Today, a little bit more sunny, a little bit less clouds. They had to use a little bit more water, a little bit of dust, but not a lot from what we've been used to in this sport. But today, fantastic weather, great crowd, Sunday after church. Football season hasn't started yet. No. We're in the middle of off-road racing season, so ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax, and hang on for what's going to be a great 3 races coming up.
Absolutely right. The Pro Light class yesterday is what we kicked things off with. We'll do the same thing out there today. We have 3 race classes today, the Pro Lights, the Pro 2-wheel drive, and the Pro 4-wheel drive. We're done with the Sportsman. Amateur hour is over with. Now it's time for the big boys. These are guys that either get paid for doing this or they are spending a ton of money to do this.
And there was a ton of money spent yesterday racing because we walked the pits last night. There's a lot of spent vehicles, so a lot of the crews were working throughout the night. In fact, this is what we saw yesterday, what the guys had to fix last night. First off in Pro Light, on the front row we got Doug Matag, and it looks like Brad Lovell. Brad Lovell pulls the whole shot going to turn 1. And Keegan Kincaid has the inside line. CJ Greaves right there as well.
And there's Jarrett spinning around is what happened to CJ Greaves in the Monster Energy Toyota. Not sure what happened to my microphone right there, but Keegan Kincaid, he's been the strongest as of late. He had that, off-road turkey getting 3 wins in a row.
The whole story, though, all the action going on in the racetrack, everything going on as Luke Johnson pulls off the racetrack. His day was done. Tough break for him, as he's always done well here. As we look back a little further back, there's Jared Johnson and Doug Matag battling. Matag, again, not a great day out there in the racetrack, but one of the fastest trucks on the track.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he finished in 17th place. Johnson, on the other hand, had one of his better races of the weekend. CJ, we saw him drop through the pack, had to work his way back up to the front.
And once again, another issues with one of our top drivers, Matag, slowing. Right rear tire goes down, blew it right off the wheel, coming off that tabletop jump.
Same place it happened to him the last time we were here at Bark River, but taking the victory was Keegan Kincaid. Second went to Jarrett Brooks. 2 guys that are going after it for that points championship. Brad Lovell in 3rd.
And there's a live shot of the crowd here. So you take a look at the points. You see Jarrett Brooks in top spot. Yeah, top spot. Teammates, how about that? How do these guys get along so well, but then battle so hard on the racetrack, Jarrett Brooks and Doug Matag?
Yeah, and, and they flip-flop in position, 2 young guns. Jarrett Brooks now 2 points ahead of Matag. Unfortunate for Matag with that shredded tire. Keegan Kincaid only 20 points behind. We still have 4 rounds remaining. CJ Greaves within striking distance, 30 points behind. And Brad Lovell rounding out the top 5 as far as the overall is concerned.
Now keep in mind, Kincaid is on a 4-race win streak.
Yeah.
Imagine where you've been if you eliminate the opening weekend. Yeah. Eliminate Charlotte altogether. Imagine where you'd be in the points.
10th and a 19th place back in Charlotte. You take out those 2, that would be an unbelievable season for him. Jarrett Brooks minus his 1 Bark River 19th. He would have an awesome race as well. So we're going to step aside for just a moment, take care of some business, and we'll be back with Torc, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL right after this. This So we are in Bark River, Michigan. Welcome everyone. Normally we talk not only through the fans across the web, but also here the public address system, some NBC work being done, because you want to watch this event not only here live, but you'll see how they produce the show on the NBC Sports Network. Tony Bachhoven, as well as Christy Lee, Grant Langston, going to be making the call out. No matter what, it's going to be good. I know that they're opening up their show talking about the excitement, the enthusiasm, and the intensity that these drivers have towards each other in past years.
Well, I like what you said, intensity, because that's exactly what's going on right now. Took place last night back in the pit here, and then also in racing action. Kind of stirred things up what we've had over the past couple of years here. Once again, a couple of different players, but the drama is just as steep, just as intense as what we've seen in the past. Again, was stirred up again last night. In fact, I think Taylor Snyder may have a little bit of what's going on before we start racing right now. Taylor, where are you?
Well, Scotty and Robbie talked about it earlier up in the booth, but the guys you definitely want to look out for in this Pro Light race is Jarrett Brooks and Doug Matag. Jarrett took over the points lead by just a couple of points yesterday, so you can be sure that Doug will be on the hunt to get back on the top of the podium and change yesterday's luck. There's going to be one catch in the middle of all this, and that is Keegan Kincaid. He is on a 4-in-a-row streak, and even though he may not be the fastest truck out here at the moment, he is sure to know where those lines are out on this track and hopefully put it back on the top. It's going to be a great battle with all of these young drivers, and there's sure to be some pretty exciting moments.
Thanks a lot. That caught us giggling here off the side, because we know those top three guys are going to be they're going to be hard to beat on any given weekend. And you throw Brad Lovell, in there as well, who finished third yesterday. CJ Greaves is fast in any class he's going to race in. Jarrett, -1 race, has been probably the fastest of anybody all year. And Matag, -1 weekend, was right up there with Jarrett.
It's in the years past, there used to be in the rule book where you could eliminate one race in your entire season.
Drop the lowest
points, and that would really change things up here in this points chase if every driver could eliminate that one race. And it's kind of scary to think how close the points would be. I mean, it's crazy right now. The biggest thing is for Jarrett Brooks and Doug Matag, they're teammates.
Yeah.
They race against each other, they beat against each other on the racetrack, but then they got to work on each other's trucks back in the pit area. And I don't know how you can take that intensity of competition and then kind of downshift that back in the pits and be friends again.
Let's look at the hypotheticals. You say if you were to drop one race, if you're to drop one race for Jarrett Brooks, that's at 19th at Bark River round 5. He had a 19th. His next worst finish is a 6th. The next worst, beyond that is a 3rd. Doug Matag had a 17th here yesterday. That's his worst by far.
Other than that, a 5th place. A top 5 is his worst race. It shows you how consistent these guys are. Much like C.J. Greaves, he had a bad stretch at Crandon, a 16th and an 18th. You get that bad taste in your mouth, but he's not going to back down, especially knowing that there's, 4 more rounds to go. We still have Sturgis and Crandon again after this.
Think about this thing. Okay, you got Doug Matag and you got Jarrett Brooks. They're running one truck. That's all I got to concentrate on is their one truck. Their own, the 4 tires on that truck, the 1 engine, the 1 transmission, the 1 torque converter. C.J. Greaves, he's got 2 trucks, maybe 3 coming up towards the end of the season in a Pro 4. So he's running possibly 2 for right now, but possibly 3 trucks by the end of the season. So how do you take that concentration, that intensity, and gear it towards that specific vehicle? Yeah,
it's going to be tough. Looking at this track, very good conditions. We talked about how it is a little sunnier today. The cloud cover not as prevalent as it was yesterday, maybe even a little bit warmer. So we saw a little bit of dust through our sportsman competition, so we expect to see dust now that the pros start firing up. That doesn't mean it's not a good track. It's going to be a great track, but you have to make some adjustments throughout the day. That's exactly what they're planning on. I can promise you that. And we'll be back with the pro lights here at Bark River International Raceway for Torc, the Off-Road Championship, right after this.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have AMSO on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an AMSO driver and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
Welcome back here to Bark River International Raceway. We want to thank everybody for tuning in and checking this whole thing out. If you're first-timers, I want you to grab something to drink right now, something to eat right now, and grab it to your desk chair. Yeah, and
grab a 50-50 ticket, by the way. So those people on the internet are going, what are you talking about? I think they're over $6,000 worth of fans.
Did you buy some more?
I bought 20 more today, and they told me you get a free cocktail, an adult beverage, frothy lager-type beverage up there. If you bet $20 worth, you get a free frothy adult beverage.
I think are we up to $4,000 yet? I heard.
$3,000 for the spectators part, but again, you could win that with $1. And knowing your luck, you just go up there and say, "I want to buy a ticket, and you could win this thing." You've got a lot of history here at Bark River.
My luck? That's exactly why I don't have any luck.
Hey,
zero.
No, I know what I hear. You
the only luck that we've had here this weekend is there's been no seagulls. And I probably shouldn't have said that because now I jinxed the last 3 races of the day, but there's been no seagulls here.
And that could be a problem because Escanaba just about, 15, 20 minutes away. It's almost like an ocean over there, one of the fishing capitals of the United States for whether it be walleye, bass fishing. It's awesome over there at Escanaba. Another thing to do, if you come to Bark River, go fishing at Escanaba, and you can also come here to Bark River International Raceway. You know, at the movie theater last night, they were offering $2 discounts if you brought your wristband. That shows you the community support they have for this event.
Well, race fans, once again, here come our 22 entries out here for the Pro Light race. Here's our lineup. Starting in the back row, we have got Nick Baumgartner from right down the road. He's a fellow Uper driving for the Sleeko Plastics. Cooper Tire Ford, number 12, that's Nick Baumgartner. And his teammate, also driving for Sleeko Plastic, Lucas Oil and FK Rod Ends. He is driving a Ford, number 43, Travis Dinsmore. Out of Iowa, the SSI Decals, Ty Lube, Maxon, number 22 entry, Ian Harris. He's alongside Jason Janis in a Nissan driving on Toyo tires and Pro Power Motor Plant, the number 4, Jason Janis.
Andrew Cossack on the Canati Tires Next Gen Cyclo Pyrotech Canati Ram, number 95. He'll be next to the number 20, Scott Beauchamp on the BFG Chevy, sponsored by Stewart Manufacturing and the ATD Transmissions. Tim Lemirand in the 58 will be on the Max Tire Ford, right next to the Max Tire Nissan to Brandy Eller, number 11. Joe Sylvester in the 8 on the Cooper Tire Ram, sponsored by JSM and Team Cooper Tires. And Bobby Runyon, look for him on the Cooper Tires Ram on the bodybuilding.com Wishes for Warriors machine. And starting 12th will be Brian Osborne in the Black Rhino Racer X Cooper Tire Ford. 11th will be Cam Reimers on the Radar Tour, first sponsored by SSI Decals and Ty Lube.
Starting in row 5 will be Mark Kleiman from right here in Bark River driving
a Nissan on Kenda Tires, Ponzi, and Kenda Tires are our sponsor in the 42. And right next to him, how about that? Father and son are starting side by side, also from Bark River. And a Ponzi Kenda Tires Ford will be Kyle Kleiman. Next row, in row 4, Luke Johnson from Southern California in the Peak Antifreeze Radar Tires, Old World Industries number 14. Right alongside him will be Doug Matag in that Ram Cooper Tire Peak Antifreeze, Walker Evans Racing entry. Alongside of him will be next row up in row 3 will be Sean Morris out of Colorado in the Pack Race Springs Maxxis Tire AMSOIL entry. Alongside him, Jesse Johnson from North Carolina in the Husqvarna Chevrolet. CJ Greaves from Green Bay, Wisconsin, driving the Synergy. Let's see, where the heck I lost myself here.
Synergy.
The Monster Energy, Maxxis Tires Toyota, alongside Jarrett Brooks, Keegan Kincaid, and Brad Lovell in the front row. Bark River, here they come, taking the green flag into turn 1.
It is 22 drivers in this field today for the Pro Life. Some of them hit that jump for the first time. Brad Lovell to 44, Kincaid on the 7. Kincaid's going to have that inside line. Lovell's going to have the drive on the outside. Watch out for CJ Greaves in 33, taking over second.
Wow, and look at the roost being kicked up from second, third on back. If you're 4th, 5th, and 6th, you are absolutely blind going through turns 1 and 2.
Quite a bit of horsepower, so you see CJ Greaves move up from that 4th position into 2nd, dropping Lovell into 3rd. I'm watching Jared Johnson into 15, nose down just a little bit, but keep it on. Actually, Jesse Johnson, sorry about that, in the Husqvarna entry.
CJ Greaves was this morning's fastest qualifier. Normal circumstance would put him on the front row, but he pulled the number, and the number was 4, so they did a 4-car inversion, which put Brad Lovell, Keegan Kincaid on the front row. How about that? 4 wins, and he starts the race on the front row.
Look at Johnson right in that mix, trying to get in there. You see the 1-5 of Jesse Johnson, the Husqvarna entry. He's throwing it in there in that top, it looks like 4th position, 5th position. Getting by one of the Ponzi, one of the Kleiman guys, and right now it's Kincaid trying to make it, 5 in a row, and he's well on his way of doing so, but CJ Greaves not backing down, about a truck length behind.
Man, oh man, look at the roost being kicked up by our leader. In certain parts of the track, there's a little bit of dust, but man, when they, 500 horsepower, 2 tires spinning, kick up that roost, it is a rooster tail being kicked up into these cockpits of these race trucks. Brad Lovell goes a little bit wide. Jarrett Brooks backs that truck up into turn number 1, running back and forth.
His teammate just behind him, Doug Matag. There's Johnson. It looked like the 48 of Kyle Kleiman just behind him in about 7th.
CJ Greaves over-rotates. Greaves over-rotates, goes off the track. He'll lose 1 spot to Brad Lovell. Here comes Jarrett Brooks. Will Brooks get by? And it looks like Greaves might hang on.
Loses 1 position, hangs on the throttle. Now Jarrett Brooks on the outside of Greaves trying to get by. So just one little over-rotation mistake by CJ Greaves cost him a position. You know he wants to get back into second bad to have the chance when we come to that competition yellow for the second half. And now Greaves on the inside of Lovell.
Little bit of contact. Lovell trying to take that line away from Greaves. Still clean racing. Just a slight tap from Greaves running back in 3rd. Here they come towards the Cooper Tire Hill.
Lovell doing a good job. CJ squares up, goes the inside. There goes Jarrett Brooks trying to stick a nose inside of CJ. Greaves going to have a good run on this outside. See if he squares it up and now dives to the inside. And that is the case, but Brooks goes inside of him. Look at Jarrett Brooks.
Once again, Brad Lovell takes that line away, throws that truck a little bit sideways, blocks the line for CJ Greaves. Greaves going right back to the inside. Really try that outside-inside move. There it is! He enters the corner to the inside, catches Brad Lovell off guard, and here comes Brooks Ryder with him.
Boy, he's trying to hook a tow row up to CJ Greaves and move up with him. He squares it up. I think Jarrett Brooks looks the fastest on the track right now, has not made any mistakes. We'll see if the guy who sits behind him in serious points, Doug Matag, can get by Lovell. Lovell makes a mistake, and now Matag goes for the pass.
Matag goes by the inside. Here comes Jesse Johnson, now in that Husqvarna number 15. He'll go inside of Brad Lovell. Lovell may have some sort of issues. He is the kind of driver not to go back that fast in the pack, but right now he may have some sort of issues going on.
That and Jesse Johnson, yeah, I definitely saw smoke right there when he landed. I'm not sure if that was the engine trying to let go or if something happened on that left side of that tire. Not sure which side his exhaust makes its way out of. But the 7, nobody's faster than Keegan Kincaid, who's won the past 4 Pro Light races. He is absolutely checking out of this first half of this race.
It's absolutely amazing that that young man is right now third in points, that many points back, having won the last 4 races in a row, and right now, once again, on his way to possibly making it 5 in a row. I can't remember the last time we've had any driver in any class win 5 in a row. It's been a long, long time.
And to be 20 points outside the lead as well right now.
Exactly. CJ Greaves back up into second.
You know, CJ, I don't think he would care about being in second because he knows he can maybe put the pressure on Kincaid later. But the thing is, Jarrett Brooks wants into second. Doug Matag wants into second. Whoa, and Matag pops up just a little bit. But also, watch out for the 15, Jesse Johnson. He was fast yesterday. And this is the fastest I've seen Jesse Johnson this year.
I'm telling you that Husqvarna camp, both Jesse and Jarrett, the Pro 2, his brother, have something about their confidence level has been amplified up considerably this weekend. They're very, very comfortable in those race trucks. They know what it takes to go fast. Their biggest thing is they're comfortable, and now they want to get to the podium.
Jesse and that Husqvarna entry, but watch out for Luke Johnson. He's come out of nowhere, now closing in on Jesse Johnson, not too far behind as well. So Luke Johnson's starting to sneak into the picture.
We're getting reports right now. Brad Lovell has dropped out. Brad Lovell is off the track.
Tire change for him, so it looks like that left rear, for Brad Lovell. So yeah, it was not exhaust, it was actually tire smoke. Can he get back out there before losing a lap?
Yes, he did. Yep.
Good job by his track crew.
So he's still got an outside chance to get on the podium as he's on the lead lap. He'll just have to do some laps until that competition yellow and go all the way around the racetrack and pull up right behind the last car in the lead lap.
We're taking a look at Jarrett Brooks, who the 77 had been putting quite a bit of pressure on CJ Greaves just behind his teammate. The guy who sits only 2 points behind him in championship points in the Pro Light division, Doug Matag. CJ Greaves sits 4th in overall championship points, and CJ Greaves sits 30 markers behind both Matag and Brooks.
Now remember yesterday's racing that we had, 3 trucks drop out of this race, or 3 trucks had right rear tire issues, landing sideways off that tabletop jump right before the Boston Club finish line. Will we have that today? Maybe they learned something, maybe it won't happen, but the aggressive driving style that every single one of these racers is out there on that track is showing us that could come back and bite them in the second half.
I'm looking at the 21 and the 27, 2 teammates going at it as well.
Ian Harris and Cam Ramers right now, both drivers out of Iowa. And it looks like some smoke coming up. Nick Baumgartner, the Sleeko number 12, showing a little bit of smoke. As you go back to the monitors, here come our lead cars off that Cooper Tire Hill. Every single one of the top 10 over 150 feet down the Cooper Tire Hill.
It's got to be somewhat of a learning experience for the 7 of Keegan Kincaid, his spotters, saying, all right, see if you can find something. I think here maybe the quicker line. It's also a feel. He's feeling it in his fingers, he's feeling it in his butt, trying to figure out where he's got the most traction without being too bound up. Remember, these aren't the high horsepower motors we'll see here in the next division.
Competition yellow has come out. Keegan Kincaid will cross the line. CJ Greaves, Jarrett Brooks, Doug Matag, and Jesse Johnson all in the top 5. 6 on back. It's Luke Johnson. Looks like Cody Kleiman. We've got Sean Morris and Mark Kleiman coming across the line. Travis Dinsmore also. Here comes Brian Osborne across the line. As we get ready for the second half, we'll step aside, check out some of our sponsors, and we'll be right back right after this.
Fire and EMS professionals often use gas-powered tools and depend on this equipment to start when needed. That's why they use VP small engine fuel, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. It's designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Welcome back to Bark River International Raceway. We're in the Pro Light Division, getting ready for the second half. Let's go down to Taylor Snyder with more on a driver that just pulled off the track.
Well, guys, you saw earlier Brad Lovell had to make a quick pit stop back here. And, of course, yesterday there was a lot of issues with rear tires going flat. Luckily, we haven't seen too much of that today, but it's still early in the game. Brad Lovell was able to make it back out on the lead lap, and hopefully we don't see too much more of that going on.
Thanks a lot. And we see Luke Johnson also having some problems besides Lovell. They're working on it. Looks like his engine's hot, too. I'm seeing smoke. It looks like a steamer. As he passed the pace truck, so he's trying to get back out there now. What's the deal? Does he get to pick up from that point and let everybody go?
Yeah.
Or he's got to go pick up another full lap?
No, he passed the pace truck, so he's on the lead lap. He'll let the entire field go by, and he's still spitting steam out, but he'll pick up the back of the pack.
So he did able to stay on that lead lap, as you see Luke Johnson up there. Now we see C.J. Greaves going to the inside, trying to make a pass here. The second lap, we're halfway through this race. Greaves in second, Kincaid in front, and here comes Jarrett Brooks, the 77 in third.
Doug Matag, Jesse Johnson, and Sean Morris all in the top 6. Here they come for the first time in the second half past the Boston Snowplow finish line. How about the Clymans? The Clymans all in the top 10. Local drivers, father and son from right here in Bark River.
Travis Dinsmore just behind them in the 43 in that Slico Plastics entry. Keegan Kincaid, and it looks like C.J. Greaves got set.
Oh, somebody got up on 2 wheels. It looked like the driver back in the 4th spot. Saved it up on 2 wheels right at the cemetery turn. Same thing back underway. Not sure if he lost any position.
That would be Matag.
Yep, he hung on, yeah. Jesse Johnson's right there, Sean Morris.
Jesse is all kinds of sideways. You see him in that backdrop. So Matag should have been that driver on 2 wheels.
And Johnson's got issues.
He broke. Something broke.
Right rear flat tire, something in the right rear area on that truck.
He was trying to throw the shimmy. He's trying to feel it out.
Yeah, it's a tire. He's got no tire. He's on rim as he's going to try and limp back to the hot pits. What a tough break. Running in the top 5, and again, another gremlin bites that young driver.
And both races, yesterday and today, the best drives we've seen all year long. And now we're seeing C.J. Greaves out in front, trying to get by, trying to take those inside lines, trying to take the lead away from Keegan Kincaid, who's looking for his 5th race victory in Pro Lights this season in a row.
How about Kyle Kleiman running the top 6? Kyle Kleiman from right here in Bark River running the top 6. And we got a couple of drivers beating each other hard. As we take a look, there is Jarrett Johnson, his older brother, checking out Jesse's truck as that thing's up in the air. They're definitely going to try and get him back onto the lead lap. So once again, man, tough break for that young driver, looking so fast here this weekend. But again, nothing but gremlins biting that Husqvarna race team.
As they're in that back section, making their way up towards the Cooper Tire Catapult. That far section, that big sweeper over at the cemetery turn, that's what we were calling today the Johnny Greaves Freeway. And it seems like that it may be Keegan is taking more of the outside line than Johnny's son CJ here in the Pro Lights.
Well, it looks like Keegan, he's actually throwing that truck so sideways on some of these tighter corners that he's blocking 2 lines, which is pretty skillful. So here comes Jesse Johnson. He's on the lead lap, but he's a whole lap behind as here come the leaders into turn 1 as Jesse's exiting turn 1.
He was fast earlier. Still, Jarrett Brooks not too far behind back there in 3rd. I thought I saw a little puff of smoke out of Doug Matag. Not sure, just like with Lovell. I don't know if it was tire or if it was engine, but I could have swore I saw a little puff of smoke as he came down to that first turn.
Little bit of blue groove starting to form just past that final turn before the finish line, right past the tabletop and entering into the finish line. So track conditions are starting to go away.
27 of Sean Morris really putting in an inspired drive right there on the Maxxis Tire Ford on the Pack Racing Springs Maxxis M's oil truck. He's up there around that top 5, putting pressure on Matag.
And we have got Beauchamp. Scott Beauchamp pulls off the track in the back section.
No problems right now for Keegan Kincaid, who sits third in points, 20 points behind Jarrett Brooks. He's trying to make up ground right now with only 4 events remaining after this one today. CJ Greaves is still looking for that win. He's only 20 points behind in this championship.
So it looks like there's a little bit of a gap forming between our first and second place truck back to third, as it's a battle between Kincaid and Greaves. Now, if we go back about 10 years in the pro light class, that is Johnny out there, and that is Jeff Kincaid. How about that? History is repeating itself, man. Talk about a legacy being passed down.
I had things backward. Kincaid actually 20 behind, CJ 30 behind. But either way, both of these guys are trying for today's victory. And they have just in front of them the 15 of Jesse Johnson, who's trying to keep from being put a lap down. But he could be a factor here very soon. And as a lap driver, you kind of don't want to determine the race, but that could be the case. But right now, he's holding his own and staying about a 3-second advantage ahead of the front pack.
Yeah, Jesse's a smart enough guy, and he's got some smart spotters as well. And if I know his dad, Gary, he will get on that radio right away and say, guys, pull them off to the side, let the leaders race. We'll come back and battle them another day. But meanwhile, up front, it's all Kincaid and Greaves as they are easily starting to pull away from the rest of the pack.
You see that left front of CJ trying to get there and square up that turn to keep that left front on there and get all that rear grip and try and drive forward.
You missed it, Robbie. Both our top 2 trucks, our leaders, jumped well past 150 feet down that Cooper Tire Hill.
And now Johnson is starting to become a factor, whether it be Roos or not. He's going to take maybe that outside line and let the guys go. This will be very interesting. A racing family that should know what to do, but it's going to get interesting as we head into that first turn one more time. Look at him take that wide line. That's exactly what he did.
Yep, he's way out in the marbles letting these guys race. Here comes Greaves the inside through turn 1. Greaves has this line on the inside. Kincaid cannot lift 1 inch as he's now on the inside for turn number 2.
We saw contact there at the last Mark River stop, went in that same turn. That is close. Look at Greaves not backing down. Only a few laps remain here in the pro light race.
White flag is out, 1 lap remaining. They are literally 3 feet apart as they cross the Boston Club finish line.
Watch them in the left-hand sweeper. I called it the Johnny Greaves Turnpike. Every time Keegan's been taking that wide line, if he does it this time, he's going to get a slide job by CJ. Now look at him. Hey, Keegan takes the inside line a little bit more, and look at CJ squaring it up.
Greaves has been looking at that line for the last 3 laps. He's now inside of Kincaid. Just slightly touched, just enough to kick Greaves. Kincaid sideways just a little bit. 1 last time past the Cooper Tire Hill. Here they come.
Remember, if you go inside, you push wide. If you go outside, you can cut down to the inside. Only half the lap remaining. Keegan Kincaid and CJ Greaves 1 and 2. Jarrett Brooks comfortably in third, no problems for him. But that race up front is fantastic right now with, again, less than half a lap remaining.
Both drivers take that same line to that long left-hand uphill sweeper. 1 last time past the snowplow starting line into turn 1. This is where it's going to happen. Greaves has got to dynamite the inside. Can't quite do it there. Kincaid holding him off. Could this be history? 5 straight wins. I don't believe any pro driver in Torc history has ever done that. 2 turns remaining. The 24-year-old Traxxas number 7 has got 1 turn, and the driver from Argonne, Wisconsin will take the win. 5 straight for Keegan Kincaid. Greaves will finish 2nd. Jarrett Brooks 3rd across the line, 1 lap down is Jesse Johnson. Doug Matag will cross the line in 4th, and finishing the top 5 will be Sean Morris.
Something sounded wrong with Matag. I'm sure he's happy with that 4th. Morris, a 42 of Mark Kleiman coming across. And Brad Lovell worked his way up inside about 8th place, I believe.
And look at the camera. CJ Greaves is hustling out of that pro light. He's not even worried about...
Because he's got the Pro 2.
Yeah, he's not even worried about a podium interview, I think. He's headed up to... You know what? He's slowed across the line. He was slow across the line. There may have been mechanical issues with that truck at the finish line. So he bailed out of that truck awful fast. He's just off the side of the track. We can't quite tell from our monitors.
Yeah,
right there, CJ. He got out of that truck awfully fast. There's a track crew.
He might have had a case of hot butt going on right there. If you have like a, say, a radiator leak or something like that, some hot water dripping on you. When you see guys exit and you don't see flames, that doesn't mean it's not boiling water coming at you. So there's obviously something in there that he's looking. Like I said, it may not have been a fire, but it might have been scalding water getting him. Not nothing to laugh about.
Look at the heat haze coming off the top of that truck.
Yep. All right, what do you think about that race, Mark River, and those watching around the world? That's what Torc the Off-Road Championship is all about right there. 22 trucks hit the start line, and the man who came out on top was Keegan Kincaid. We'll hear from him when we come back.
Fire and EMS professionals often use gas-powered tools and depend on this equipment to start when needed. That's why they use VP small engine fuel, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. It's designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Welcome back.
Well, there's a great shot of our podium right now, and we just witnessed it, man. Robbie, you are part of history. I believe that is the first 5 straight pro driver winner we've had in Torc history.
No, everything I say is officially unofficial, so I'm not going to make that. You've been around here a lot more than I have. Seen this is my first year. But, yeah, quite an accomplishment nonetheless. I don't care what kind of racing you're in. You win 3 in a row, that's a turkey, you know, in bowling. But now, not 4, but 5, and he's heading to Sturgis with a 5-race win streak. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be kind of fun to see how this race ends. Still a little bit out of the top 2 in points right now, but with 5 straight wins, it's going to be real quick when he starts to reel those guys in. We'll see what's going to happen in Sturgis in a couple of weeks. In fact, let's turn it over to Taylor Snyder, who's got the boys up at the podium right now. Taylor?
Thanks, guys. That's right. A lot of fans down here, too, to see these guys up on the podium. But I'm going to start with our 3rd place finisher, Jarrett Brooks. Jarrett, we talked a little bit before that race started. And, of course, you are now the points leader. So a lot of pressure on your back. Obviously, you still made it up on the podium today. So congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, that track was super brutal, and my Cooper tires were just hooking up. You know, I saw CJ and Keegan just up there, and, you know, I wanted to stay in front of Doug and just save the truck. You know, the holes were gnarly, and the track was just brutal today. You know, the holes and the dust was insane. You know, I couldn't even see behind them. But, you know, it's awesome being up here 2 days in a row. And thanks to all the fans for coming out here. It's awesome. And thanks to everyone else, Fox Shocks, Maxima, Cooper Tires, and Rigid and my whole team. You know, they put 110 effort into it. And I wouldn't be up here if it wasn't for them.
All right, give it up for Jarrett Brooks, everyone. Moving on over to our 2nd place finisher, CJ Greaves. CJ, that was an awesome battle out there. Why don't you tell me a little bit about what happened?
Yeah, we had a strong truck. I made a mistake early, all on my own, and I'm the only one that can take credit for it. I mean, it was nothing to do but myself, and I knew after that I had to put my head down, and Keegan was running strong, and Jared was right there with me too, and right after the halfway, I started to figure out some good lines, and I think we definitely had a shot at it, and right at the end, we started to have tranny to go away, but it is what it is, and we're going to keep moving forward, and hopefully can come out here in Pro 2 and put another show on for you guys.
Well, you still made it up on the podium, so that's something to really be proud of today.
Yeah, I couldn't do it without all my team, my family, everyone that helps us out. The Lord for keeping me safe, Monster, Toyota, Maxxis, Method Race Wheels, Forest County Potawatomi, Pro Power, J&H Trannies, everyone that helps us out. Big thanks to them.
All right, big congratulations to CJ Greaves, everyone. Moving on up to the top of the box, give it up for Keegan Kincaid. Fan favorite here, and obviously we'll get to the cool part in a second, but let's talk about that race first. You had it by a country mile. You weren't even racing your any race at all in the first half of that race.
Yeah, the first half, they said CJ made a mistake and gave me a gap, so I could just pace myself to halfway. But, you know, they closed us up, and it makes for good racing, and I knew I had to hold my line. The whole track, as Jared was saying, was just rough and held inside, and it was going to be hard to pass. But I can't give it up to these guys, and they pushed me to be up here. You know, 5 wins in a row is just huge, and it feels better than the first.
That's right, 5 wins in a row, everyone. Give it up for that part. Now, of course, you didn't start off the season so strong. We'll be honest about that, but obviously you picked it up and put it down. 5 wins in a row. Can we expect more out of you?
Oh, yeah, hopefully, you know, we got good momentum going into Sturgis, and I can't thank my team enough, Sean, James, Wayne, everybody that helped me out. You know, Steve Schultz out there mounting some tires for me. I had to give him a shout out. I told him I would. But Traxxas and Amsoil, Cooper Tires, these Cooper Tires held up again. You know, Jared and me right up here again. You know, we've been running the box. So, but everybody that helps me, all these fans are just awesome out here. So I look forward to going to Sturgis.
All right, everyone, give it up for your entire pro-light podium today. Jarrett Brooks, CJ Greaves, and the guy that now holds 5 in a row, Keegan Kincaid.
Well, thanks a lot, Taylor. And, you know, she gets the best job of the afternoon talking to all our winners and the excitement, seeing these guys all pumped up when they crawl these race trucks. And, again, face-to-face, up close and personal with a guy that just set, I think, history. Well, I'm going on the limb here. I have to check the books. But I do believe that he is the first driver in Torc history to win 5 straight consecutive races.
And number 5 is alive, actually driving the number 7 truck, Keegan Kincaid. Now getting to spray the bubbly or the sparkling grape juice.
Well, we got some fun going on the track as well as we got some Traxxas RC cars. It looks like we are not gonna have them.
Oh no, they've been doing it for a while.
They're out there having some fun.
See that ramp? That's what they've been hucking those Traxxas RC and trying to crash them things.
We've got Billy and Thad from Traxxas down there, and some of their guys having a little bit of fun. They're jumping those things 25, 30 feet in the air, doing front flips, back flips. I believe those are E-Revos. You might want to check those things out, as those things can really, really, really take a pounding.
Yeah.
And you still have yet to check them out, man.
Yeah,
I can't believe your sons are letting you get away with it.
I just haven't bought one yet. I will before the season's over with.
With your 50-50 winnings, right?
Yes. 50-50 winnings. They're going to be calling that here shortly. But, you know, somebody else was a winner today, and it comes from Traxxas.
Well, yeah, listen closely. Trevor Denome, you are the winner of a Traxxas Slash. So head on over to the Traxxas trailer. You are the latest winner of a Slash. Trevor Denome, you're going home with your brand new, very own
Traxxas
miniature off-road race truck.
Cool.
Pro 2, by the way.
Congratulations. So that's it for the Pro Lights. One down, two more to go. The Pro 2 coming up in just a second. Let's take a look at what happened at our last stop when we were here in Bark River. That would be round 9 of Torc, the Off-Road Championship.
At the green flag, there we have right at the Boss Snowplow starting line. On the front row, I believe that's Mike Jenkins getting the hole shot coming to turn 1, makes contact with CJ Greaves. Both get through. Again, that's just incidental stuff. That's part of off-road racing.
And look, a little contact as Chad Horde, or no contact there as Chad Horde goes to the inside over that start and finish line. The Husqvarna entry starting to go move to the outside, which will be in the next, or the inside, the next right-hand turn. Jared Johnson looking strong. There's more contact to be had. 47 not having a good day, having a tough time of it yesterday in round number 9.
Yeah, right here. This is the story of the afternoon. Ari Lyondike having just made contact with Mike Jenkins. About a lap or lap and a half later, huge rollover for the second time this season. Completely wipes out the right front of his car. A-arms, everything, right to frame rail.
Full course caution. Yeah, he made.
Yeah, look at that.
No right-hand side suspension or anything. And evidently the contact when he and Jenkins got together, as we look at a GoPro onboard from the backside, you see the front end just went down. There was nothing to really drive on that right front. He went down and he went over hard.
Yeah, he did basically a right front lawn dart. And there's Ari. He's got out almost right away and was walking around, but right there.
And that's
where he had surgery earlier this year because of that wreck. And then we go back to green flag racing.
CJ Greaves out in front of guy. He really wasn't challenged very much in the Pro 2-wheel drive yesterday. You see the track on that very inside line starting to blue group just a tad bit as CJ takes the victory, and he's the points leader by 24 points now over second place. As we look at those overall points, Chad Horde in second, Jeff Kincaid, Steve Barlow, and Jarrett Johnson rounding out the top 5. As CJ, that 200 is the marker everybody else is trying to catch up to, and Chad Horde could really cut into that today. We know how well he does at this track.
Oh, he knows this place like the back of his hand, and I don't know what it is about this racetrack because of all his fans, his family members, his old schoolmates are all here. So it's a big family reunion, a big community involvement. Felch, Michigan is right down the road, his hometown. He always does very, very well here. So, you know what? This is one of those moments where it's really cool to have some of the sponsors behind the scenes that no one ever meets, no one ever sees, actually gets to take a seat, get in front of the camera, talk about what it's like to be a part of the series. And right now I got Jason Becker. Come on over here, Jason, have a seat. And tell us what's going on behind the scenes with Caterpillar, man.
Well, there's lots, as you can see on the track. There's just tons and tons of equipment here. Your kind of budget here, we're talking about that 140 you see out there in front of you is a couple hundred horsepower, and ultimately when you look at all the stuff that Torc uses, you might be $2 or $3 million of equipment out there running
that's
around.
A lot of money.
That's a budget for like a Scott Rain type of budget.
Oh, yeah, his food budget for the year. I'm sorry, Scott, I didn't mean to ruin you on that one. It's like a kiddie playland, though, when we did the opening ceremonies this morning. I mean, if you're a kid, yeah, you play with the little guys, but as a grown man, there's nothing better than going out there and doing dirt work. And I see dirt. I'm from Texas, but I'll see dirt in Minnesota, Michigan, anywhere. And I go, man, I'd really like to get a piece of machinery on that. And and you're lucky enough that you can do that just about any time you want.
Yeah, it's pretty much every day at work. This is what we do. I mean, you see the equipment out there. We're making it now, so it's just easy to run. If you ask Jeff Nordstrom and those guys, you can jump from one piece to another, a grader to a wheel loader to a skid steer, and they're really easy to run, and that's the way we have to make them today so people want to get in and operate them.
I don't think people really understand when they see the skid steer. That's the one, that's really small, and it's basically 2 levers. It is super easy. I've never driven one, and in 5 minutes, I felt like I was a pro.
Well,
I'm really good, though.
You were close to being a pro.
No, I felt like I was being a pro.
Yeah, well, they are really easy to operate, and I guess Jeff is looking right now. He's got to leave from here, and he's got to head right to Sturgis.
Right.
Jeff Nordstrom, who does all the track building, they've moved tens of thousands of yards of dirt up to Sturgis.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I saw that Talladega turn that they're doing up there on the side of the hill. You see them and the road graders and stuff out there. I was surprised. I was expecting more discs and stuff like that, like I would expect to see maybe at a motocross track. But that's not the case here. I mean, they're making a whole new layer of dirt every time, and they're just pulling it up and turning it over.
Well, they've got 4 or 5 graders out there, and what you'll see is they're taking the material that gets thrown out to the side when the roost comes up, and they're bringing it back into the middle. So they're actually taking the material that's there and just putting it right back on the track where it was. And I think I've heard a lot from our driver Steve Barlow and some of the other guys that with the way they're preparing the tracks right now, it gives them a really nice starting point. And as the track develops and evolves, they know what more to expect. Of course, it's going to change throughout the race, but from the starting point, they know where it's going to be.
And there's something I'm familiar with. I got to cover Amsoil Arena Cross as well as Supercross throughout the years, and that push blade, that's a staple with in motocross. You need one of those bad boys if you're going to have a motocross track to reface jumps, make jumps. Yeah, you might need a bucket to move the dirt, but that's the moneymaker right there. That's what makes the jump so pretty.
Yeah, it's got a 6-way blade on the front, and actually Mark Kwame, good guy, we all know him. I think he's about to be my new best friend because we're trying to get him to buy one of those brand new D4 K2s right there that come right out of Athens, Georgia, is where we build them.
He's big time. He might need, a D9. That's a bigger one, though, right?
Well, that's what I said. I said, why not get a few of them? I mean, get a skid steer, get a dozer, get a grader. Why not? So. All
right. Well, I got one more question. Scott kind of alluded to it once before. I hear there's technology like laser stuff and things like that they can use. They wouldn't necessarily use that out there today, but as far as the commercial aspect, you're seeing that a lot more now, right?
Yeah, we're really moving towards technology. When you get a brand new tractor, when we design one, we think if we can improve it 5 or 10%, we'll put a new model out there. With laser grading and GPS, you can improve them 20 to 25%. So for a track like this that's established, you know what you want, it's fine. But like Sturgis, that entire course is set up in GPS.
Really?
So the tractor knows exactly where, you can take your hand off the joystick, it will know exactly where that grade's supposed to be, where the jumps are supposed to be, and you can put a guy into that K2 dozer, and he could pretty much lay down a grade just as well as a grade operator. Makes it pretty easy.
That is awesome stuff. So again, I'd like to thank you as well as all the people at CAT, and they're our official equipment provider at Torc the Off-Road Championship, and traveling not only from here but all the way up to Sturgis, and Jeff and the crew. They've got their work cut out for them, but they've been moving tons and tons of dirt, as you've already mentioned. But thank you for being a part of this event.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
All right, again, CAT, the official equipment provider of Torc the Off-Road Championship. The Pro Lights are done. Pro 2s are coming up here shortly.
When adventure calls, count on the Trail Grappler to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Large, innovative tread blocks provide additional biting edges to help you command the most challenging terrains as you discover new trails. The Trail Grappler's 3-ply sidewall and thick rubber construction aids puncture resistance and provides durability when you need it most. Nitto Trail Grappler, where road meets trail.
What is it that makes a Husqvarna dealer a Husqvarna dealer? Well, just look close at the engineering in our outdoor power equipment. We're known for high performance and reliability in everything we make. So is it any wonder your Husqvarna dealer is also known for high performance and reliability in everything they do? With a nationwide network of Husqvarna dealers, there's one just around the corner.
Welcome back here to Bark River International Off-Road Raceway, just down the road, about 1.5 miles or so from Bark River, Michigan, and about 12 or so from Escanaba, some of the world's best walleye fishing, but right now it's home for some of the best short course off-road racing. We're now in day 2 with 2 races remaining of the Throwdown in the UP. This is the second weekend we've been here this summer, and it's been pretty dramatic so far.
Yeah, it's been awesome so far, and not only watching the racers, but also watching the fans. It's kind of a different experience here in the Upers. I've had a good experience. My first time here was just a month ago, but seeing all the people out back, and I didn't see much debauchery, but I left a lot earlier than you did. But
wait a minute, you're making it sound like I was a part of it.
It's a spectacle. It's an event. You know, we've got the 50-50 ticket, so it's a little sad moment for me because I see the winning number, and I know I do not have it.
Well, I want everybody on the hill, up in the grandstands, over here on the decks, wherever you are, and if you bought a 50-50 ticket, you might want to grab those tickets and dig them out of put them in your hand, because here is the winning number of $3,625.
Oh, that's a lot of money.
I'm being told it's an orange ticket, but you have a red and a blue one.
I have red and blue. I think orange must be the new red.
Yeah, so toss them out. 949 289. It could be 1 through 9.
Yeah.
But it's going to be 7.
949-2897. So if you have that number, scream really loud.
Okay, you're going to have some guy in the middle of the hill go, bingo!
Oh, now that little girl was running. Maybe she had, wouldn't that have been awesome?
949-2897. You are going home with probably a little bit less than $3,625 because I'm sure you got a lot of friends.
Yeah.
And you're on your way to the...
And I don't think I would cheer too loud because you know you're going to have a lot of cash in that pocket. We've got the Pro 2s coming up here very shortly. Torc, the Off-Road Championship. If you thought the Pro Lights are good, wait till you see the Pro 2s. Let's go down to Taylor Snyder with our update on the Pro 2 drivers.
In yesterday's Pro 2 race, we saw some action between Jarrett Johnson and Steve Barlow. They had a little contact, leaving Jarrett Johnson unable to cross the checkered finish line. Jarrett today is starting on the pole, but Steve Barlow is right behind him. Will we see any more action like we did yesterday? We'll find out. Hopefully it won't be any bad blood on the track.
What do you think?
I think right now the bad blood has been kind of, it's old news. It's water under the bridge, whatever you want to call it. They're concentrating on the race itself. If the race materializes where those drivers that were involved, say yesterday or maybe a race or two ago, and those two drivers come together and they're racing for position, yeah, I think the memory comes back a little bit. But I think right now, before the green flag is flying, they're definitely just going to think about the first half of this race.
Looking at the track after the cat equipment just hit it, it does look a little bit different. I'm seeing they put down quite a bit of water trying to keep that dust down. Now, you won't see as many trucks out there, but they have more horsepower. They're still two-wheel drive, but these are the more horsepower entries. They're going to want to churn up that dirt a little bit more.
Yeah, we're bigger tires, a wider track, and basically almost double the horsepower of the Pro Lights. And it's going to rut up really, really fast. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't stop it. You can't prevent it. Even on pavement, I don't think you can keep ruts forming with these race trucks out there running around on the track. But it looks like the pace truck's making its way down to turn number 1. You see Richie Kuloff there in that Pro 2 two-seater. And guess who's in the front row? You heard Taylor talk about it? There they are.
Yeah, Jarrett Johnson in the 74 out of El Cajon on the Maxxis Tires Chevy, sponsored by Husqvarna and Chevrolet. He'll be on that front row next to Andy Zipper out of Rubicon, Wisconsin on the Cooper Tires Ford in entry number 76.
On row number 2 on the inside out of Temecula, California. His sponsor was up here just a moment ago. He runs for Caterpillar, Realtree Outdoor Energy Drink, and Maxxis Tires. It's the number 2 of Steve Barlow. Alongside of him, can Daddy do it? Because his son just pulled it off in Pro Light from Argonne, Wisconsin. Driving the Traxxas Cooper Tire, CrandonOffroad.com, number 4, Jeff Kincaid.
The man who currently sits in points, lives right down the road in Felch, Michigan, driving for Boss Snowplow, Amsoil, and Maxxis, and that Maxxis Tire Nissan. It's Chad Horde. And don't count out the man who leads series points in the Pro 2 out of Abrams, Wisconsin on the Maxxis Tires Toyota, sponsored by Monsters, Maxxis, and Toyota, CJ Greaves.
And in row number 4 from San Diego, California, driving for Tyree Motorsports, Diffenbaugh Construction, and Maxxis Tires in a 4, number 91, Nick Tyree. And rounding out the tire field out of Plano, Texas, driving for Traxxas, Cooper Tires, Amsoil, it's the Ram number 47 of Mike Jenkins.
So here we go, our second race in Torc the Off-Road Championship presented by Amsoil. Welcome everybody watching online around the world. This has been a great race day so far, from Sportsman Racing earlier in the Midwest Off-Road Racing to now it's the big show. The pros in the Pro two-wheel drive competition. Jarrett Johnson, we saw Husqvarna colors up front in the Pro lights, just couldn't stay there due to some problems. We'll see if Jarrett can do it here today.
We should also mention right now that one of the drivers that didn't make the call here this week or today is Ari Lyondike Jr. Had a big get-off yesterday afternoon, wadded up the truck so bad that they had to cut the truck apart, the suspension off of the thing, and they actually fabricated some dollies to put the car on top of that to get it into the trailer.
Couldn't even get it on the trailer. You know it's that bad. And it's a big trailer too, by the way. But yeah, when you don't have anything really rolling, it makes it much more difficult. So when you see the Torc pace truck pull off of the track, you will start seeing some orange acceleration cones up there at the top of the hill in the Boss Snowplow starting or flagging stand. Somewhere between those two cones, the leader, the front row, kind of decides where they want to take off. But no one can pass until after the jump there, right in front of that flagging stand.
So there goes the pace truck off to the right side of the course. Jarrett Johnson controls the field. He can take off anytime he wants right about now. There's the green flag. Here they come into turn one. Bark River, hang on.
Jarrett with a good jump. Watch out for the cat machine of Steve Barlow back there in third. If he squares it up, he's going to take over second and does so. Barlow going from the second row. He's in second place.
Chad Hoare gets in the back of Zipper just a little bit on the exit of turn one, but right now it's Jarrett Johnson, Steve Barlow, Jeff Kincaid, Andy Zipper, Chad Hoare in the top 5, 6, Greaves, Tyree, and Mike Jenkins.
It was Jeff Kincaid the most aggressive in those first couple of turns, and now he's all over Steve Barlow, just like his son, Jeff Kincaid, super aggressive in that first couple of turns, and now he's into third place. But look at him. See if he can go over there in that green turn. He squares it up.
Rotates and squares off the corner. Tries the inside on Barlow. Now through the cemetery turn, it's going to be Kincaid to the inside.
Dude, he is super aggressive right off the bat. I don't think he's wasting any time. He's into second now behind Johnson. Johnson trying to pull away. Where is C.J. Greaves? Don't see him up front. Look how far. Over about 175 feet by the front three.
Nick Tyree, nearly 200.
Greaves back there in 5th spot, so your Series 1 center, is that Horde just nosed into that double?
I think he got lost in that spray or that dust because he's had Steve Barlow in front of him. Saw that Barlow's having problems with that double jump, and I think he may have tapped the brake a little bit to try to avoid him. But here we got a race. I expect a good race from Jarrett Johnson. He is so due for a podium spot. Been so close so many times.
You're watching Johnson. I'm watching Kincaid. He was fast here the last time. That's where he moved into third. Right now he's moving into first. Watch Johnson close the door. Can he shut him down here?
Johnson goes outside into the fluff. Kincaid has the preferred line. Johnson still hangs on to the lead.
And Chad Hoare goes around. Back in 4th. Making 5th now. He's going to be 7th. Now 8th in the last turn coming up to take the flag.
And in the back section, Jeff Kincaid has gotten around Jarrett Johnson. So Kincaid's now running up front, making the way around the Stewart Manufacturing turn.
So Kincaid trying to separate himself now. He looks good over there in that cemetery turn, working his way back towards the front. Watch the distance. They have markers on the right-hand side of the course on that Cooper Tire catapult. He's backing it down only around 150. It looked like Barlow farther, and it definitely C.J. Greaves farther than that, around the 170 mark.
Nick Tyree about 170 as well, as he was almost at 200 last time by. That is such a cool obstacle to see right now with those signs up there. Once again, thanks to the Smith boys for doing that. That is so cool. Such a great addition. As once again, here comes, there's a...
Watching that replay
of the pass.
How Kincaid got by, drove around him on the outside, heading toward that backside, and now it's Steve Barlow moving into second, or trying to get into second and get by Jarrett Johnson right now. You see him on the outside. Johnson not backing down.
How about Barlow? He's been on the podium, 3-4 times this season.
Steve Barlow in the Pro two-wheel drive has, 3 third-place finishes. And right now, he's trying to get at least the top 2, maybe even win this thing.
And you were wondering where C.J. Greaves was? Look right there. Here he comes. Now going on the inside. of Johnson right through the Stewart Manufacturing turn. Here comes C.J. Greaves.
Is his truck working as good as it should be right now? Did he set the truck up for later on when it's going to get drier? He does not look he doesn't look typical C.J. Greaves fast right now. It makes me wonder if he's set up for drier conditions.
You know, I think I can't believe I'm say this, but I think the learning curve for C.J. Greaves is still on the incline, and he's learning patience. He knows the truck, he's confident in the truck, he trusts the truck, but I think as far as he goes, he's still learning things, and right now the biggest thing he's learning is patience.
C.J. Greaves in a battle with Steve Barlow. Chad Horde trying to work his way up through the field, another title contender.
Man, look at the roost being kicked up. Wow! Jeff Kincaid about 15 car lengths in front of Barlow right now. Barlow looking very, very strong. May have gone to the outside a little bit too much on that corner. Here comes Greaves.
And that might open the door for Greaves. Watch, remember, this is where Kincaid got by earlier when he put the pass on Johnson. But that time you see him not do it. Here's a man trying to work his way up. Remember, he spun around, went back to last place. Now he's trying to close in on Mike Jenkins. That's Chad Horde in the number 9.
Yeah, Horde's actually right now, he's also practicing a lot of patience. He knows that competition yellow. That's what's great about that flag. It gives everybody another opportunity.
Look at this on the inside, C.J. Greaves. He's going to try and put that front tire right there on that grassy knoll. And now watch him hit this catapult one more time, going for big air. Getting back down on the throttle as quick as you can. Both drivers taking that far outside line, trying to square up and go inside that right-hander.
I'm telling you, those moves they're making right now in these corners are due to the spotters. More so than the trucks and the track conditions. The spotters are telling them where the lines are that their competition is taking, and each driver is going to that line, trying to protect their own.
Looks like Chad Horde trying to move into 4th back there, trying to get by Jenkins, as C.J. Greaves is really all over Steve Barlow in the number 2, the Cat Machine. The Maxxis Ford throwing it out there, and you're seeing CJ take different lines than Steve Barlow is. You have to do that if you're going to pass.
And how about Chad Horde goes inside of Mike Jenkins. So Chad Horde moves up 1 spot. He's now back in the top 5.
As we see it now, Jenkins dropping back. So Chad Horde, I believe, into 4th. So they're going to start nose to tail here. Just a couple of laps for that competition yellow. CJ wants to be into 2nd place if he's got a chance to get Jeff Kincaid, because Jeff looks faster than everybody today.
And there goes CJ taking that same line that his dad did yesterday. Outside entrance, inside exit. Here they come past the Stewart Manufacturing turn. Greaves inside of Barlow.
Now he takes over, got a full truck length. He squares it up, going down that catapult one more time. CJ into 2nd spot. He's a long ways behind the leader, Jeff Kincaid, on the Cooper Tire Traxxas Ford. But 2nd is very good right now, because the competition yellow will put you nose to tail for the 2nd half of this race.
And speaking of that competition yellow, it's going to be coming out this time by as the pace truck is out on the track, ready to slow these boys down. As Kincaid will come into turn number 1. Virtually 20 truck lengths, maybe even more, over C.J. Greaves. How about that?
Look at Barlow. Look at Barlow not backing down.
Right back.
Dude, Barlow wants 2nd. He's not backing down, and he knows they're going to get the comp yellow probably the next time around. Not this one, but the next time around. Oh, there it is. Now I see it. I thought I saw the red in the holster. So all that advantage that the number 4 of Jeff Kincaid had, it is gone. Nose to tail, Kincaid, Greaves, Barlow, Johnson, Horde, and Jenkins. Your top 5. We're going to step aside for a second, come back with the 2nd half of this Pro 2-wheel drive race.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them. And then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The Amsoil product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
Traxxas, the fastest name in radio control.
Welcome back here to Bark River International Off-Road Raceway. We're right now in the middle of the competition yellow as the field of Pro 2s are working their way around the racetrack and ready to take the green flag. Still in the back section coming out of the Stewart Manufacturing / Cemetery turn. Jeff Kincaid has the lead, and right now CJ Greaves finds himself in a very familiar spot, second to a Kincaid within the last 45 minutes.
Several stories in this Pro 2 race. Jeff Kincaid, the most aggressive early on. He wanted to get out in front, didn't waste any time. He did just that after he got by Jared Johnson. One guy to look for, Chad Horde, was up there around the 4th, 5th position, but spun around, had to go back to last place and pass his way back up into 5th. Jared Johnson just in front of him. Steve Barlow, even though he's in 3rd, has been a front runner pretty much this entire race so far. I don't think you can count him out for another podium this year, where he already has a couple this year as well. I believe 3 third-place finishes.
Oh, absolutely. I kind of wonder if this final corner right before the finish line may have Chad Horde a little spooked, because you remember last time we were here, he had that huge rollover where he hopped the left front tire over a tire marker, and then this afternoon, just a moment ago, looped it in that same area.
And it was like the opposite, though. I mean, he was like trying to stay so far away from it. Sometimes those overcorrections will cost you. As the Torc Pace Truck will pull off here in just a moment, Jeff Kincaid will lead the field. Keegan Kincaid, his son, just won the Pro Light race just before, about 30 minutes ago. He's trying to do the same here in Pro 2-wheel drive.
Now keep in mind, as these trucks take the green flag, they cannot pull out of line until they cross the line in front of the flag stand. Here goes the green flag. We're back underway for the second half of Pro 2.
Boy, that was a deep stage there for Jeff, wasn't it? He waited a long ways in that acceleration zone before he got on the throttle. He's going to open the door for Steve Barlow right here. CJ Greaves on that outside. Barlow looks to take over second. If he gets the drive, he's going to do it. See if he cuts the nose of CJ. Oh,
and
yes,
he does! Barlow retakes second place away from CJ Greaves.
Not what Greaves wanted to have happen. And Greaves almost gets into the tailgate of Barlow, if there was a tailgate.
I can't help but think that may have surprised CJ just a little bit. Barlow and his aggressive driving.
Oh.
But here comes Greaves right back to the left-hand turn. Greaves just drives around, and I think that caught Barlow by surprise.
It caught me by surprise. How can you go that fast on a straightaway? He timed the jump perfectly, had perfect traction, and landed. CJ was on a mission right there, and that wasn't even in the turn where his dad was so fast yesterday.
Here they come one more time. Well over 150 feet. Keegan, Jeff Kincaid.
It's a Kincaid.
Jeez, yeah.
Oh, he's swapping out on that double section. CJ's going to make up some ground. No question right there. Look, he's only about 2 truck lengths behind because Jeff swapped in that little double before the left-hand turn.
And look at that dust starting to form up there on top of the hill to the right side of the course.
Oh, somebody rotated. Is that Mike Jenkins again? Mike just not having a good weekend.
Yeah. Chad Horde moves up into that 4th spot. Chad Horde now going after Barlow.
And boy, would the hometown fans be cheering crazy loud if he were able to get up there in 3rd, 2nd, or 1st. But time is running out. We're in the back half of this race. We've already had our competition yellow. Only, 4 more laps to go. And boy, Chad Horde is starting to put the pressure on for 3rd place. He is all over Barlow. Look at that Horde on the outside as they make their way over towards Cemetery turn.
Now watch, he'll go to that corner very, very deep. He'll try to square it up and come back to the inside as they exit to the Stewart Manufacturing corner. As you know what, Chad Horde had to fade back because he got lost in the roost, so he was blinded. So Chad Horde had to fade back a couple of car lengths to get out of that roost. As here comes our leader, Jeff Kincaid, nearly 200 feet down the hill.
A lot of times you don't want to fly because that means you're not on the ground getting traction, but that means you were really, somebody was that Tyrese. That means you're really on the throttle going up that hill to catch that much air.
Kincaid has that truck sideways almost all the way down, all the way through that corner up to the Boss No Ball starter line. Now coming into turn number 1, Greaves is slowly making up ground on Kincaid.
And Jeff Kincaid sits 3rd in championship points, 53 points behind CJ Greaves. Chad Horde now the driver that's really putting the pressure on back there. You'll see him in that backdrop in 3rd, sneaking into the picture. And there it is, Barlow with a lot of pressure. This has not been Hord's turn. We'll see if he gets to it this time with no problem. Sure does. Watch this right-hand turn. On the inside, nobody's hitting it. Still water on the track. Nobody wants to go through that wet spot.
Well, let's watch the line of Chad Hord as they head down in that long left-hand sweeper, that high-speed 80, 85-mile-an-hour corner. As we take a look now at Jeff Kincaid, our leader, coming through that dogleg up to the Cooper Tire Hill. Look at the blue groove forming. That is like ice for these guys out there, even with those big 17-inch tires. Both drivers nearly 200 feet. The last couple laps, the boys are really starting to step it up, coming on that Cooper Tire Hill. Here comes Chad Hord, who's going to try the inside.
And there he is, all over Barlow on the big screen.
And Nick Tyree pulls off the course, the white number 91 out of San Diego.
And there's the pass for Hord, the crowd
man.
Getting loud. You can hear it through the microphone for those of you watching around the world. Now he's up into third, but look at C.J. Greaves. Hord has a long ways to go, but he's going to catch his front two. C.J. Greaves now has to make it happen pretty darn quick if he's going to get by Jeff Kincaid.
What Chad Hord has to hope for is the top two trucks get together and start to battling back and forth, side by side, which ultimately will slow them both down for Chad Hord to have a shot to reel them in.
I would think we would only have 2 more laps to go in this race, and Chad Hord back in third, C.J. Greaves in second, and leading this field is Jeff Kincaid, much like his son did just about 30 minutes ago.
Oh man, look at C.J.
line.
almost up in the grass in that left-hand sweeper.
Almost. Half of his truck was in that grass. That was all the way up in there. Look at this, all over the back end, coming down this Cooper Tire catapult. Look at him, cheer him on. We're only about a lap and a half left. The white flag is in the flag stand's hand. Buttering that throttle, you can hear it. Nobody wanted to go wide open and keep spinning. They were looking for traction.
Oh!
And there we go, CJ for the back.
Kincaid hooked a rut, upset the suspension. Now they hook up. This is what Chad Hord needs to see. That's exactly what Chad Hord needs to get back in the mix of things. With the white flag coming out this time by, Jeff Kincaid hooked a rut, turned his truck sideways to no fault of his own, and that gave C.J. Greaves a shot to take the lead.
And Jeff had to get out of the throttle. He had C.J. hooked. And you remember, C.J. was black flag for that same type of move here at Bark River in round 5 and 6. Look at this, white flag out. I think the crowd, they're wanting to see this battle go one more lap here at Bark River. Or is it? Yeah, the white flag is out. We're on the last lap of this Pro 2-wheel drive.
One final time down that long, high-speed Johnny Greaves freeway. Long left-hand sweeper. Greaves takes the outside line, just about one groove to the inside. Kincaid takes a little bit tighter, but not much. Coming out of the Stewart manufactured corner, up over the doubles.
I think CJ got a great run that time. Look at that, he got an awesome run on that sweeper. Where you didn't see much sawing on the wheel, nice and smooth, and he separated himself about a 7 truck length lead. But this is where we saw Kincaid have the problem just 1 lap ago.
One more time, the long left-hand sweeper. Greaves goes a little wide, still maintains a sizable lead, about 6, maybe 7 car lengths. Up over the Boss Snowplow starting line jump into turn 1. He is pulling away from Kincaid. Through turn 1. Kincaid falters a little bit. He has to stutter the throttle. Chad Hord still has a shot. 2 turns remaining. Greaves, 8 at the tabletop. 1 turn, taking the win in Pro 2 out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. C.J. Greaves. Second from Argonne will be Jeff Kincaid, and from right down the road in Phelps, Michigan will be Chad Hord. Barlow, an incredibly respectful 4th place. Jarrett Johnson, top 5. Zipper will finish 6 as the rest of the field crosses the line.
So C.J. Greaves taking the win, and much like we saw the dominance in the Pro Light, we see C.J. Greaves with the dominance in the Pro 2-wheel drive. Out of 10 finals, or 10 stops, C.J. Greaves has won 7 of them.
As the boys start to warm, that cool down lap,
kind of catch their breath, maybe loosen up those buckles a little bit, and maybe take those helmets off, work their way back to the pit area. And our top 3 working way to the podium. We'll be back in just a moment for our podium interviews and Taylor Snyder.
Emergency safety crews depend on their gas-powered equipment to start when they need it. That's why they use VP small engine fuels, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. Designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Well, as the Caterpillar equipment is out there prepping the track for the next and the last race of the weekend in Pro 4, we've got Taylor Snyder at podium with our top 3 finishers in Pro 2. Taylor?
Thanks, guys. I'm up here with some pretty excited racers, and I'm going to start with Chad Horde. Chad, although that race wasn't as exciting as a lot of others, there was still a lot of action going on and, of course, some contact going on. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, a couple laps into the race, CJ and I got together. I went around, and I was dead last, had to work my way up through the pack, and I think at the yellow I was in 4th or 5th, and by the time I got the 2 trucks in front of me, there just wasn't time to go up and race with these guys. I knew CJ was inside me over here, and I'm sure he didn't try it. It just we got together. I went around. I guess they said CJ's on your inside. I just didn't expect it to happen. But we're just happy to be here again for Boss Snowplow, Amsoil, Maxxis Tires, all the fans here and friend. I got to thank my crew, and just congratulations to CJ and Jeff.
All right, well, it definitely was a great race. So congratulations again, Chad Horde. You're having a great season.
Thanks a lot.
All right, moving on over to our 2nd place finisher, Jeff Kincaid. Jeff, it looked a little bit like your son in the last Pro Light race where he took off. That same thing was going on. You had that lead going for a while. Some things happened, and we're impressed that you made it up here.
Yeah, that it helps to get out front at Bark River, and I was hungry for that front, and I went there right away, and at halfway point we lost the brakes. I had nothing. I thought they were going to eat me up right away, but he just kept saying 3 plus 3 plus 3, and holy man, I got something. That's why you could see I was slow in the corners, and you got to have the whole truck to finish the race, up front, but can't say enough for, Traxxas, Cooper Tires, Fox Shocks, to be up here on the podium is a pleasure, to do this and, to hold still Chad off and be up in 2nd, we're happy. We're going to go home with a smile on our face. We know we're running up front.
That's definitely what racing's all about, is having that sportsmanship and still making it up here in the end.
Yeah, it's good to get up here, you know what I mean? It's far and few in between, but when you're here, you got to enjoy it.
Well, congratulations, everyone. Give it up for Jeff Kincaid, finishing 2nd. Moving on up, CJ Greaves taking the win today. I saw you just a second ago up here for the Pro Light podium, but you said you were ready for Pro 2, and obviously you proved it out there, putting on some great moves and moving your way to the top.
Yeah, first off, I got to apologize for Chad. I was on the inside, and I didn't think the jump was going to throw me that way at all. We had about half a truck, if that, in between us, and it went off the face, and it threw me right at him. I was on the brakes in the air, hoping that I would do something when I landed, and I just apologize to him. I would never race him dirty. He raced me clean forever, and he has every right to be mad. So, I apologize to that, but there's nothing I can do about it anymore. So we just kept our head down and kept charging, and Jeff was running good, and he made a mistake up there and caught a big hole, and it really threw his truck. So I just dove to the inside and tried to run my race. We had a strong truck, and these guys are pushing me to my limits and our team, so I couldn't do without all my crew, Monster, Toyota, Maxxis, Method Wheels, Forest County Potawatomi, J&H Strannies, all you fans for coming out here, the Lord for keeping me safe, and hopefully we can just move forward and put on some good shows.
Well, as they say, racing is racing, and that's what we saw out there, but most importantly, from all of these drivers up here, great sportsmanship. So give it up for all of your Pro 2 podium finishers today in Bark River, Chad Horde, Jeff Kincaid, and CJ Greaves.
Well, once again, congratulations to our top 3 finishers, all those guys up there at the podium in Pro 2. We're going to take a quick break and come back as we're prepping the track right now. As we get ready for the Pro 4 race, I have a special guest here in the booth. We'll be right back right after this.
Before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. A tire like Cooper's revolutionary new CS5 with premium touring innovations for the way real drivers really drive. That's real life performance. Because life's a road trip. Come on, let's go.
Hey, it's where Bark River National Off-Road Raceway. You see the fans are kind of back behind the grandstands a little bit. Looking at some of the hats and T-shirts and grabbing something to eat or drink as, once again, I've got that special guest up here in the booth. I got Brian Osborne running in a Pro Light. Just got done probably about, what, an hour ago or so. You're actually one of the California kids that come out here. A little handful of drivers, but the thing that makes you a little bit special amongst the whole thing, you're 18 years old, and you and your buddy, who happens to be 18 years old, is running a shop out in the middle of nowhere, basically somewhere between Rhinelander and Crandon. And basically, right now, you're honorary cheeseheads, man.
Yeah, it's pretty tough being in the middle of nowhere and coming out here not knowing who I was going to meet, not knowing who I was going to work with. Just coming out here pretty much not knowing a thing and trying to make a racing career and working for it. And I make it on the track every time, and I'm pumped about that.
Well, the thing is, what people need to understand is just you and your buddy. That's it. That's the only two guys that work in the race truck between weekends. You got a full program. You do all the cleaning, all the washing, all the cooking, all the cleaning of the shop. I'm guessing you do all the laundry, too, or somebody's got to do it. Please tell me you've been doing laundry. But, you're self-sustaining. You guys live in that little race shop there, like I say, somewhere between Crandon and Rhinelander.
Yeah, it's tough, but we do our laundry. We make sure to do that. There's a laundromat right down the road. Got to make sure to do that. But, yeah, it was actually just me working my whole program until Crandon. When he actually flew into Milwaukee, I blew a motor and had to go down to Pro Power, get it rebuilt last minute. Got my transmission rebuilt as well, and while I was down there, I decided to have him fly out in a day's notice. So he flew out and decided to stay out here with me for the rest of the season to help me out. So that was super cool of him.
Well, I don't know if your dad has told you this. Him and I have talked on the phone a couple of times, and your dad and your mom are so proud of you right now because you have no idea how much a bunch of us old guys would love to be in your shoes, being 18 years old, professional racers, away from home for the first time. We're racing, we're prepping, we're working on race cars. Don't tell me you don't go out and kind of find out what the local talent is like either and have a little fun. You're 18 years old. Come on, man. I know you kind of check out some of the ladies around the area.
Yeah, we try. Go to the lake a few times, been to a country concert once. Just having some fun.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do. You're 18. But the thing is, the whole thing is based around that race team, and you guys are trying to make a go of it, and you're doing pretty good for it. I mean, you finished in the top 10 here this afternoon. Your mom and dad flew in for this race. You've somehow been adopted by some people in Crandon that have taken you around a little bit and kind of showing you the ropes on how to hang out in northern Wisconsin. And, people are drawn to you and kind of want to take you under their wings a little bit, it seems like.
Yeah, it was actually Steve Naughton who kind of took me in and showed me around, taught me that they call it woods and not a forest, which was strange. But I guess that's what we call it now. It's actually a lot of hard work, too. It's not come out, race, and just screw around the whole time. We got to come out and work as hard as we can and make sure that the truck is out on the track. So until the work is done, we don't have fun.
Well, you know what? That's called discipline. That's called being raised very well. Maybe that's even being called Steve Naughton stopping at the race shop, making sure you are working and not playing video games probably in your little apartment there at the shop. I'm looking over him right now, and he's kind of giggling. Maybe did he kind of bust you possibly doing that once or twice already?
Hey, Scott, you know who this guy reminds me of right here?
No, who's he remind you of?
Jeff Huseman.
Jeff Huseman. Yeah, you know what? I do see that. Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Young guy,
Yep. I definitely see Jeff Huseman in you, and you know exactly what we're talking about. He did a lot of the stuff on his own. Had a little bit of help here and there. His family helped him out some. Had some friends help him out some. And guess what? You basically probably are being watched by that young man right now as well. So you know what? I think you may have a guardian angel. Good job, Steve.
Yeah, just to even be told that I'm anything like a Huseman is huge to me. That's awesome. I would love to be anything close to them. They're awesome people from what I've heard of them, and that's an awesome feeling to be told that I'm like a Huseman.
Well, I know that there's a lot of people a lot of teams are packing up and getting ready to head out tonight. Some are sticking around. As the fans are making their way back to the campground after the last race this afternoon, where can they find you in the pit area? Kind of come over and introduce themselves, and maybe pat you in the back a little bit. And you never know, maybe somebody wants to lend a hand to help you out.
Yeah, I'm down on the left-hand side by the track. If anyone wants to come by, we'll be there all night, and we're packing up and leaving tomorrow. Want to spend some time in Bark River. It's a nice little town. See all the places, all the all the views. So we'll be here all night.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is Brian Osborne driving one of the Pro Lights, the black and red Black Rhino Racer X entry. Congratulations on basically you're living the dream of a bunch of us old guys. So thank you so very much. And you know what? We'll be right back right after this with some more racing action. Before that, we'll be right back again. Pro 4 coming up next is the last race of the weekend.
Yeah, thank you, Scott.
Ready. Drive.
And Johnny Green's up on 2 wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Welcome back here to Bark River International Off-Road Raceway. It's day 2, the final race. It's the Throwdown in the UP. Oh, man, round 10. We've had a wild weekend of racing. You see still quite a bit of equipment out on the racetrack prepping this thing for the final race this afternoon. A lot of things are going on, but you know, there's something we need everybody to do. It's give us your best shot. As the day starts to wind down a little bit, now's when things are kind of a little bit on the relaxed side between races. Look at the person next to you, your buddies, your friends.
Take a picture.
Maybe it's been a long day and your buddy's passed out belly up in the sun and he's got like this really bad sunburn. That's a perfect picture. Give us your best shot. Tweet it or Instagram your pictures to #Torc.
That would be good.
I think that would be great. #YouTube. Get out that. Don't tell me you don't have any smartphones. 2 guys in the end.
There's a guy.
Go up on the hill, kind of find the cutest girl you can think of, you know, take some pictures, you know, whatever. Hashtag her to Torc. There's a great shot of the hill. This is one of the things that Bark River's known for is that hill. They put it in the grandstands a couple years ago, and what a great addition.
Yeah, holds thousands of fans, and I think that top up, as we're looking at this, upper left is the best spot on the entire place. Has to be, because you can see back in the back portion as well as the front portion. Now you're getting people in there. Make sure #Torc, Instagram, Facebook. You can talk about Scott Purple Rain, and we can talk about Pro 4s, because that's what's coming up next. And we had a great Pro 4 race yesterday. Well, it was good at least for the winner, Johnny Greaves, but watch out for the 22. He starts on that second row, and look, he right off the bat gets into the back end of one of the Traxxas trucks.
Yeah, we had the brothers starting the front row, the Jenkins boys. Mike Jenkins gets a good hole shot. He held the lead for quite a while, but here comes Douglas.
Yeah, the 7's been fast, and the way he sets up for turns, I think it was that first lap, but we didn't get to see it right there. The way he sets up for those turns, he really sets up early, but Johnny Greaves was strong.
That's one of your favorite passes right there of the weekend.
Yeah, dude, I mean, when you go by somebody on the outside at a high-speed turn, and you do it not once, but twice. I mean, it just shows you how much you're hanging it out there, and nobody hung it out more than Johnny yesterday.
And tough break for Mark Kwame as he actually high-sided a cement block right here at the bottom of the hill, and that kind of put him up for the day.
That'll leave a mark on the frame. Johnny Greaves was out in front. Scott Douglas was in second on that Toyota Tired Ford. Adrian Cheney, he was out right rear. It looks like this whole spindle might have twisted off of that thing, but he lost the right rear wheel. And Johnny Greaves led Douglas pretty much the entire race and on to victory as the 47 having problems. Mike Jenkins had to pull off the track.
Johnny Greaves has the lead, Scott Douglas in tow, and this is something we've seen quite a bit this 2014 season. Those two drivers pulling away from the pack. There's Ross Hook, another good run by him. I'll tell you that independent is starting to really starting to show through.
Right, a third place, I believe that's his second one, maybe a second in a row, I believe, for Ross Hook. He's able to make that podium out there and see if he can do it once again. So yeah, a 5th and 2/3 for Ross Hook as we look at the series point standings. Johnny Greaves separates himself even more. An advantage now over Mark Jenkins. Mike Jenkins in 3rd, Scott Douglas into 4th, and Adrian Cheney just keeps moving back after winning the first race of the year.
Yeah, for Adrian Cheney, this has been very, very tough because he started the season so strong, looking so fast, and really, really focused on chasing a championship. And again, it's one of those deals where it's like a gremlin, just bites him every single race. And yesterday, again, I think it was his aggressive driving. He was backing in that truck into almost every corner, and that's what ripped off that right rear tire, actually the whole wheel, everything. So tough break for Adrian so far this season. Still has about 4 rounds of racing after this weekend. So once again, it sounds like we have Taylor Snyder with a latest update of what's going on with Pro 4. Taylor?
In yesterday's Pro 4 race, both Mark and Mike Jenkins seemed to have some difficulty and were unable to finish the race. Johnny Greaves is taking off with that points lead, and in order for the Mark Jenkins to catch up in that points, they really need to beat him today at the track. So how far will they go to get that win? We'll have to see.
Thanks a lot, Taylor. Yeah, we're starting to run out of time. There's only 5 races left for these guys, one of those being today, and then 2 at Sturgis and 2 at Crandon to end the year. So time is running out for Mike Jenkins, Mark Jenkins as well, who's at 2nd and 3rd. Mark Jenkins, 23 points behind Johnny Greaves. But remember, the last time we were here, we thought Johnny was fast. He was fast on day 1. Day 2 was a different story. He didn't have the same kind of stuff.
You know, it's one of those situations where I remember when a few years ago, the clean sweep Saturday, absolutely no problem. Both Greaves boys were out there and just took care of business. They took care of the truck. They went back, took a quick look at it, cleaned everything up, really looked at things. Everything looked great, not a problem. Adjusted for what they thought the track was going to be the next day. Came out here, and both trucks were just so far out in left field. None of them were actually even close to being set up properly for that day. So it's like something's going on, and today could be one of those things as well.
We'll find out how they're set up, and it looks like the track is set up, prepped perfectly. Water's down, the Cat crew, they're off the track, and we'll have Pro 4s when we return to Bark River, Michigan, at Bark River International Raceway for Torc, the Off-Road Championship.
Start the cameras. All right, stand up on the exterior step.
Hold on. I'm going, hold on.
Husqvarna's latest innovation is based on a simple fact. The Earth is not flat. Its hills, valleys, and uneven terrain inspired Husqvarna to create a line of all-wheel drive mowers that help make easy work of any mowing challenge. The Earth isn't flat, but with a Husqvarna all-wheel drive mower, it sure could feel that way. Find the all-wheel drive mower at your local Husqvarna dealer and Lowe's.
And we're back one more time as we get ready. You can see the trucks are starting to move back in staging. And staging from where our perspective is in the hill of the race fans is straight across the horizon, looking almost not into the sun, but straight out in front of us. You see Adrian Cheney right there alongside of Mike Jenkins. Kind of makes you wonder what's going on between the ears of some of these drivers as they're strapped in, helmets are on, they're ready to go.
That's a good question. Yeah, what are they thinking right now as they prepare? At least they're not thinking about that land rush start like they have at Crandon. But they're probably already getting ready, thinking about Crandon in another couple of months, having to do that land rush start again with maybe more trucks. But it looks like they're fired up, ready to go and rolling off the line. And Johnny Greaves back there starting second to last. He'll start in 6th place today. That's your series points leader, a 23-point advantage over Mark Jenkins, who sits in 2nd. Jenkins will start in 3rd.
This would be no cakewalk because you consider the fact that he's starting in row 3. That's a lot of 4-wheel drive roost being kicked up into that truck in the first lap or so.
Especially after they regrade the track. You might not get as much if it was blue grooved or some slippery lines, but this is all freshly churned dirt. So yeah, you know those tires, whatever brand you're using, that first lap, it's just going to be spinning it.
Well, race fans, if you hear our voices, get your butts back to your seats. Get back to the hill, get back to your chairs, because the final race of the weekend is now on the track as we get ready to go. Here's our Pro 4 lineup. Starting in row 4 would be the driver from Columbus, Ohio, driving for Max's Tire, Popcorn Sutton, White Whiskey, and Real Tree Outdoor Energy Drink.
the number 5 of Mark Kwame. Starting in row 3 from Green Bay, Wisconsin, our current points leader driving for Monster Energy, Maxxis, and Toyota, number 22 of Johnny Greaves. Alongside of him, he's got a shop in El Cajon and in Bondwell, Wisconsin. Driving for AMSOIL, Borla Exhaust, and Toyo Tires, the number 7 of Scott Douglas. Starting in row number 2 from Plano, Texas. Driving for Cooper Tire, Traxxas, and AMSOIL. Number 25, the red Ford of Mark Jenkins. Alongside of him, the independent from Holland, Michigan, driving for Nitto Tires and ATD Transmissions, the number 10 of Ross Hook. And the front row from St. John, Virgin Island, we used to know him as being from Manhattan, New York, driving for Realtree Outdoor Energy Drink, 4-wheel parts, and Bites Beef Snack. It's number 11, the wild man, Adrian Cheney. And alongside of him, the president and CEO of Traxxas. He drives for Traxxas. Cooper Tires and AMSOIL. Driving the Ram number 47, it's Mike Jenkins.
So here we go. It's Torque the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. The final race of the day here at Bark River, Michigan. The final race of the year for us here at Bark River, Michigan. We had rounds 5 and 6, now 9 as well as 10. We're finishing off the 10th race and the final race here at Bark River. Adrian Cheney will be setting the pace on that very inside. You see that 4-wheel off-road parts, or the 4-wheel parts colors. And he didn't get the best jump. It looks like Mike Jenkins on the outside might get it. But that's not the case anymore. Look at his brother now starting to stick a nose in there. The 25 of Mark Jenkins now.
Oh man, he's getting pile drive. Adrian Cheney's getting shoved to the corner. Mark Jenkins aggressively going for the lead.
Just like we saw it here the last time. Look at that. 2 turns and he moves up 2 spots and now into the lead, Mark Jenkins. Now that wet spot going up that hill, that's where Adrian Cheney just lined up for. Jenkins might have got a little better drive, but no, Cheney on that outside looking good. They're still side by side.
If we know Adrian Cheney, he's on the outside and he'll stay there. Keep in mind, that's where Johnny Greaves was yesterday and made 2 passes, but it looks like he'll fall back and Mark Jenkins will retake the lead.
Ooh, Mark took the outside and even maybe a little extra. There was no track left over there in the cemetery turn, and where it looks like, yeah, Greaves already up into 4th place after starting 6th.
Scott Douglas has himself planted right on that back bumper. Johnny Greaves, he tries going inside. For just a scant moment, they are 3 wide to that right-hand turn at the bottom of the hill.
And I think Douglas, he went inside the inside. I mean, there was no more track left. Look at Adrian Cheney now with a big push, trying to jump into the lead, but he's still in second. He likes setting up that truck in the air for those turns. We saw it be his demise a couple of times this year, most recently last time at Crandon.
Yeah, he throws that truck sideways in the air, gets planted, but when he lands sideways at 75 to 80 miles an hour, it'll rip the sidewall of that truck car. And how about this? Scott Douglas gets around Johnny Greaves. Meanwhile, Mike Jenkins is getting all squirrely. Moves a little gap up to second to Adrian Cheney.
Mike Jenkins not having his best race. Yeah, he went left and right over that little tabletop double before the finish line. So Mike trying to hold on to his position as Johnny Greaves. Looks like Scott Douglas in there. It looks like Douglas able to pull a little distance on Greaves. He's trying to get by Mike Jenkins, who's just in front of him.
Well, I'm watching Greaves right now. I'm wondering if he's just kind of getting patient, but that truck has been squirrely the last half a lap. Greaves might not have front-wheel drive.
Is that a Traxxas truck they just jumped over?
That's an RC truck with a GoPro mounted out. They just jumped over.
One of those got landed on yesterday. The demise of one of those little Traxxas trucks and the GoPro. Look at Johnny Greaves down the outside. They're 3 wide in that left-hand turn. He went outside, now he squares it up to the inside. Doesn't quite have the angle because I think Douglas shut him down and said, not here, bro.
Now let's watch the Greaves truck coming through turn 1. If there's no dirt being kicked up on the front tires, that's what we gotta watch for. He may not have front-wheel drive in that Toyota.
When he's in that much roost, I can't see what he's pulling with. And there goes Douglas on the outside. Look at him trying to set up. Not able to do it that time. Again, when Mike Jenkins goes inside, he will push outside. You can hear the whine of that Toyota. sounds bad. Bad meaning good.
So we're watching right now Mike Jenkins, Scott Douglas, and Johnny Greaves running for third, fourth, and fifth. Greaves again likes that outside line this week, and he's still maintaining that position. Douglas getting a little squirrely. Greaves pulls up the back bumper of Douglas. Here they come through the dog leg.
Oh, he went too far outside. Yeah, he's chancing. He's going outside to further outside. It's a long way around, and you run out of real estate sooner or later. And that was what happened. I wonder if he knocked the rear end a little whoppy jawed too, because he made good contact from that dirt berm.
Yeah, meanwhile, Douglas is just riding that dirt wall on the outside through that rhythm section, going in that long left-hand sweeper. Here comes our leader, Jenkins, down into turn number 1. He loves to race when he's scared. And he says, if I'm not scared, I'm not going fast enough. And I love scaring me. Boy, he's got to be petrified right now.
Yeah. I think Mike Jenkins might have finally picked up the pace. Maybe his truck's starting to come to him. Because he did not look
Jenkins
good.
is smoking. Our leader had a pump. Right front flat tire. Right front suspension. Something broke on Mark Jenkins. He's got a flat tire, broken shock mount. Something is wrong in the right front of Mark Jenkins.
Yeah, there was no air in that. Yeah, you're right. I think the shock's got to be broke too. He's going to have to pull in. If it is in a shock or something with the suspension, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. It looks like it may be more than just a flat tire.
Oh, it definitely
is.
Yeah,
look how hard he's landed.
That right front is bouncing all over the place. There is no shock mount or a broken shock because he's bouncing. It's all spring.
He's going to do some serious damage to that truck if he keeps it up, and he's got to land smooth on that downhill.
I'm telling you, we just witnessed Mike Jenkins jumping over 200 feet down the Cooper Tire Hill.
What to do if you're Mark Jenkins? Yeah, he's in. It looks like it's critical right now.
That will hand the lead over to Adrian Cheney. Mike Jenkins in second, Scott Douglas third. Johnny Greaves patiently running in fourth. But I still have a gut feeling that there's something wrong with that Toyota.
Yeah, Mark Jenkins, we watch him pull off. I don't really know what they can do. It looks like it's more than just a tire. And I can see Christy Lee going over there for the scoop. They're going to pull that tire off. Maybe it is just a tire, and if that's the case, he can stay on that lead lap. He still has a chance. And they're having a hard time even getting that wheel off of it. They're looking at it now. They're throwing just a tire on there. Maybe it is. It sure looked like a lot of stuff was bottoming out, and now they're starting to look at it. I don't know if they'll even be able to get back in time as they're about to make their way up the Cooper Tire catapult. But yeah, then they started observing, and I think there has to be more than just that wheel, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. I mean, they're kind of on the relaxed side all of a sudden. You can see almost their body English kind of change. They're in a hurry, and all of a sudden they weren't.
I'll tell you, Douglas is in a hurry getting a second. Look at this move. And he does, but can he shut the door? He's got to close down that inside line. Scott Douglas takes over second place as Mark Jenkins pulls back out there.
He's got a new tire, but there's still issues with that right front suspension, so he's going to go out there and try and do the laps, try to get those points.
Look at this race for second, third, and fourth. Johnny Greaves back and forth in unfamiliar position. He's only finished fourth, or he's finished fourth twice this year. Every other time it's been either first or second.
Right front flat tire. You know what? What strategy? It was strategy by the JBR team. As Mark Kwame has just gotten around Ross Hook in the last two corners right before the competition yellow, the right front flat tire on Mark Jenkins is still there. What they did is they put the tire back on real quick, got him back on the track on the lead lap. Yellow flag comes out. They go back all the way around and then changed it to put a good tire on. They did it just to get on the lead lap back across. No, it did make sense because it was right before the competition yellow.
But if they pulled off their old tire, why would they put the old tire
They
back
didn't pull
on?
it all the way off.
Yeah, it was off. I thought it was. I was pretty certain it was off.
So now he's already past the pace truck, and he's on his way to the hot pits.
Maybe he's got something tearing up that tire more than once. I thought I saw them pull off because they were there for a while. I thought I saw them jack it up and try and pull that wheel off. and they were trying to set another one back
The
on.
last shot that I saw was the tire was still on there. The lug nuts were still on. They're looking underneath that truck, but they figured out probably that they couldn't get back on there.
So, see, he's got to make up a whole nother lap just to even get his lap back. He's still got to take the competition yellow. He's yet to take it yet. He was about to be a lap down. Yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't make sense to me to pull in twice to do what you were meaning to do once, but if he can get back out there and get the tire changed, it's more than that, though. Look at that.
Yeah, he's out there beating his body up right now. Tough break, man.
Can you imagine how tough it would be in that truck? And he's got to butter all of these. And he's got to go all the way around. He can't even take that shortcut. So he's gonna be a lap down either way, because they're going to start before they even catches up to him. I don't know. It's something we'll have to figure out for Sturgis, but I thought that they had it off, and I think maybe something's making it pop. Maybe there's something broke in there. Either way, they're trying to salvage points, and you can understand that. If somebody DNFs right now and he keeps making laps, it may make a difference.
He'll come back around, go right into the hot pits, get that tire changed. He'll miss the green flag that everybody else is taking. They'll be in the back section by that time.
Let's go down to Taylor real quick.
I just spoke to the Traxxas pit crew back here about Mark Jenkins' truck, and because of that broken front shock, it caused some damage to the rim, which also caused a flat tire. He's going to have to pull in order to keep from damaging that rim completely. Sucks for him today on that horrible experience that he had with his tire, but hopefully he can pull it together and finish next weekend.
So broken shock was causing damage. So whether they did or didn't change the tire, that shock's going to keep causing damage to that. Now we're seeing that race for third. Johnny Greaves now closing in on Douglas. Douglas in second. Adrian Trini trying to check out of this one. It's been a long time since he's gotten a win back at that first stop in Prem, Nevada. Boy, that was an eternity to go back in April.
Was that even this season? Was it even 2014? That seems like months and months ago.
He's only gotten one podium since the last time we were here at Bark River.
Man, they're still nose to tail. Adrian Chen, Scott Douglas, and Johnny Greaves. Look out! Every driver about 175 feet, and it's Mark Kwame at 200.
Look at the race for the lead. Douglas is all over Chinny, and that's because Johnny Greaves is all over him. Douglas going to the inside. He's going to take over position, and there goes Johnny in his tracks.
Adrian even had to check up a little bit because he got lost in that roost. No idea where he's going. And now we got brand new leader, Scott Douglas. Johnny Greaves in second, going for the lead to the inside.
Johnny's been back there running strong, but very much like Scott Douglas, really hasn't pushed the point. Scott Douglas been back there waiting for his opportunity, and it has come now. But let's see if he can separate himself from Greaves, because right now he's in the lead, but he did not pull away.
And look at Mark Kwame. Am I seeing that guy catch up the top three?
Yeah, he's fast. I don't know if he's got enough time. It's look at Douglas. Pure Douglas right there. He sets up into that big sweeper before any guy's even made a blip of that steering wheel.
And Johnny Greaves has not lost the gap. He had about a half a car length in the last lap. It's about the same right now. A little bit sideways going to the dog leg, but he's still right there. And look at Adrian Cheney coming on.
Yeah,
look out! Oh, man!
Cheney's looking for the win more than anybody. I mean, you know he's got red in his eyes. I mean, he's driving angry probably right now. I know he likes to meditate before the race, but his meditation is pure blood in his eyes right now.
Scott Douglas is riding that berm on the outside all the way around with that right rear kicked up like Steve Kinzer. Johnny Greaves taking a little bit tighter line. Douglas backs it in, sprint car style. I love watching that maneuver.
Cheney gets into the back of Johnny Greaves for just a moment, and Greaves never lets out of the throttle, but for that matter, neither did Adrian Cheney. Uh-oh, Greaves went wide. Cheney's going to try and dive to the inside. Not going to happen this time.
It looked like a major mistake or a major issue. Turns out he just lost the lead by about 1 car length of a gap. Greaves still right there. Adrian Cheney still right there. Douglas, I won't say he can take a breath right now, but he's still got about 3 car lengths lead.
Cheney with a a good drive right there. I thought I saw a little over rotation by Johnny. It's not the case. Looks like they're still going to come out 1, 2, and 3. Johnny's fast. Douglas fast.
Douglas goes wide.
What happened? Oh.
And Douglas goes wide. Douglas, something broke. Something is wrong with Douglas.
Yep, there goes Cheney going by for a second.
A right front flat tire on Scott Douglas. Cheney goes by. Oh, man, tough break for Douglas. Right front flat tire.
Hey, this race isn't over yet, though. We've yet to see the white flag, and I think Adrian Cheney still wants to win this. Johnny separated himself. Right when Douglas had that flag, Cheney got it up on 2 wheels and bicycled for a moment.
Right front flat tire as well. Adrian Cheney on right front.
Great googly moogly. Can anybody keep their tires on today?
And here comes Mark Kwame.
Kwame's having an inspired drive. It's the best and then back there in the pack, we didn't see it on camera, but he almost blows out the berm and goes over on the outside. Kwame needs to race in the buggy class more often because it really gets him driving hard in the Pro 4s.
That right front tire on Adrian Cheney still surprisingly holding up very, very well. So if he can keep that sidewall together, he can still finish this race. They run a tire inside a tire. There's an inner liner. So if they can keep that sidewall together, Adrian's got a shot to come around and maybe podium, as the leader, Johnny Greaves, has just extended that lead right now over Adrian Cheney.
And those of you watching around the world, we've had one heck of a race, and it's been a war of attrition with keeping tires on rims as of late. I know one of the gentlemen I talked to a moment ago said Ricky Johnson's watching online. Ricky, I want to see you out here at Crandon here in another month or so, and I look forward to seeing you out there and trying to get back into Pro 4 stuff. But because I know you're watching and seeing what Johnny Greaves is doing right now, and that's got to tick off RJ just a little bit.
Hashtag you're watching us.
Yeah.
It looks like, no white flag yet. And there it is, white flag is coming out. How about Mark Kwame running in third right now? He's got a shot at catching Cheney.
And watch Kwame back in third as we see Douglas just trying to survive. Kwame on this front straightaway is, Cheney nosedive, is jumping farther than anybody on this front straightaway jump.
It sounds like Kwame's motor's going soft a little bit. He's not quite as quick or getting the res that he once had a lap or two ago.
He can go south to Greenway. It's not that far down the road because he's only got one more lap to go to keep it together.
And look at Johnny. He's actually kind of realizing what's going on, and he goes, you know what? I've got a lot of racing season to go yet. Let's kind of take care of this TRD motor.
That's what spotters are for. Let's see if he puts Jenkins the lap down or not. And yes, that is going to be the case. Whoa, talk about letting go. Scott Douglas is doing some body work damage right there, just slapping that tire.
I'm kind of thinking that Kwame's running out of time trying to catch Adrian Cheney. But ladies and gentlemen, he did it again. The Greaves boys made a one heck of a weekend here at Crandon. What was it? 6 races, 6 podiums, I believe. 2 corners remaining, 1 tabletop jump, 1 turn remaining. Ladies and gentlemen, from Green Bay, Wisconsin, the Monster Energy Toyota Johnny Greaves will take the win. Coming across the line, 1 lap down is Mark Jenkins, taking second on a right front flat tire, Adrian Cheney, and third, the bootlegger, Mark Kwame, and that Popcorn Sutton White Whiskey number 5.
Yeah, I think we need to get Kwame in that buggy more often. He was driving a little more determined today, but congratulations goes to Johnny Greaves, his 6th victory in 10 attempts, and he takes that points lead, stretches it out a little bit further in the Pro 4-wheel drive. We'll hear from our winners. We'll hear that victory podium here in just a moment, but first we'll step away here at Bark River International Raceway.
I'm one of the owners for Total Chaos Fabrication. I'm also one of the drivers. We have to test our equipment. You have one opportunity to nab the money shot. I have to believe that it's going to be accessible and it's not going to fail on me. We'll travel with equipment like external WD hard drives. We have to trust that the equipment's going to protect our data. I have to believe in what I'm using and I have to have trust in it.
As the velocity of change in the world increases, so does the promise of opportunity. For over 86 years, we've stayed true to the belief that if you put quality in, you get quality out. No matter the job, our equipment is built for it. No matter the ask, our dealers are up for it. No matter the challenge, you'll be ready for it. Build on a company that's built for it.
There's our top 3 for the Pro 4-wheel drive here at Bark River International Raceway. Stop number 10 of Torc the Off-Road Championship. As we're going to send it down to the victory podium one last time to Taylor Snyder.
Thanks, Scott. I've got some pretty excited Pro 4 drivers up here, and I'm going to start with our 3rd place finisher, Mark Kwame. Mark, the smile on your face says it all, but obviously your wife is not here because she's at home.
Yes, we're expecting our 2nd baby boy. She's actually going in on Tuesday. So here's a big one. We haven't told anybody else the name, so I thought I'd tell 1,000 of my closest friends. He's going to be Magnus Kwame. 3 cheers for Magnus!
Well, big congratulations on not only that, but making it up here on the podium today in Bark River.
Thank you so much. I can't thank the team enough. Steve Barlow and Jordan and Dan. I mean, we've had a couple rough, rough hits. I don't know if you saw it. I parked it on top of a cinder block yesterday, and they put it all back together again. And what a great team and a great teammate, Adrian. He blew a tire so I could almost get 2nd, but, we have to do what we have to do. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone, give it up for Mark Kwame, and congratulations again, and best of luck. Moving on over to our 2nd place finisher, Adrian Cheney, the wild man. Great to see you back up here, but let's talk a little bit about that race. So much action going on for that top spot up here. You never let Johnny have it all the way.
Yeah, I was actually just going to go out there to run for points because the truck was hurt. But I guess we're going to leave the truck hurt because once we started running, it was in good shape. So thanks to Brandon Schoenfeld and John Koth. They really worked through the night and into today. I didn't think it was going to run. And when I hiked it up on 2 wheels, apparently that's the fast way around the track. So we're going to do that more often and hopefully have something for Johnny at the end next time.
All right, we'll give it up for the wild man, everyone.
Thank you.
Moving over to the top spot, it's been a family affair. We saw the Kincaids taking up here, and of course you and CJ as well. But congratulations on a great action race out there, and no one will let you get away with it as fast and as far as, but you definitely got to be proud making it up on the top.
Yeah, I just got to give a shout out to my team. They worked super hard and make sure this thing runs good every time we're out there. That thing is just so dependable this year. It's unreal. And these Bark River fans, I just love coming here because you're going to get a huge crowd, and the volunteers that take care of this track, everybody does a great job and makes it a great experience for everybody. So, back to the race, I was just kind of playing it cool, and I thought, well, maybe these guys will start taking each other out or messing up, and nobody was doing it. And I came to the yellow, and I was like, we better make something happen. And CJ saw some tires going low, and he said, just hang out. And I think you think you're going to get some easy passes here. And, unfortunately for them, that's the way it happened. Everybody just had flats, and I drove by. So I can't say enough for our Maxxis tires. We had a great tire out there, and everything worked great. And Monster, Method, Magnaflow, Toyota, TRD, who makes them engines per, Forest County Potawatomi, and my crew. Thanks a lot.
Well, great way to capitalize out there and make it up on the podium. Give it up for all of your Pro 4 podium finishers today here at Bark River. Mark Kwame, Adrian Cheney, and Johnny Greaves.
Yeah, congrats goes to them, and Johnny winning 6 out of the 10 Pro 4-wheel drive races. His son winning 7 out of the 10 Pro 2-wheel drive races. Pretty strong contention, those Greaves boys.
Yeah, if there's a dominant family in off-road racing, I think we have them in the Torc Series without a doubt. Those 2 guys and that entire crew, you're only as good as your crew, and it starts right there at the base of that team, and that's the guys that work on those trucks. And
there's what happens when you win.
Yeah.
And I know Kwame couldn't hear us probably, but we need to get him in that buggy more often because he seems like he drives a little more determined when he races the buggy during the day.
And there's payback by Greaves towards Wildman and the bootlegger. What a great weekend of racing here. We want to thank Bark River Lions Club and all the fans here from locally. We had a great time here. Any final words, Robbie?
Yeah, no, I had a great time. It was good. I got to see it about a month ago, but now I get to see the big show when it was here, and I look forward to the same time, or the next time when we go to Crandon here in another month and a half or 2 months from now. As the second stop of Crandon for our final races will be an awesome event as well. It's going to be good. But between then we have Sturgis, and that will be an event on August 5th and 6th, a midweek event.
Tuesday, Wednesday.
Right during the middle of Bike Week. It's going to be awesome. It's the Battle at the Chip from Sturgis, South Dakota. Jesse James said that he was going to do that, for West Coast Customs. We want to see you in Sturgis, but we also want to have you watch this show on the NBC Sports Network on August 3rd at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. So Bark River, Part 2, the Throwdown in the UP, rounds 9, with highlights of 9 in round 10. You'll get to see today's races on August 3rd at 1:30 p.m. Eastern.
Once again, it's been a blast. I love working with you, Robbie. It's such a pleasure.
It's great.
Bringing a new guy that loves motorsports into this sport has been fantastic. We had a wonderful weekend. The fans been awesome. The crew's been fantastic. Great racing. Everyone's been nice. What a great, it's a kind of kumbaya kind of weekend. We've had a blast. Once again, tune in one more time as we're going to be broadcasting once again from Sturgis. We'll see you then. Good night, everybody.